into September when you guys say, okay, we're done, this is good, all right? So that's the way I see the process and where we are. The main goal today is to set you up for success tomorrow in your regular commission meeting so that you can set the tentative millage rate that's required under the TRIM Act, which is Florida law. And hopefully, we can have the kind of discussion today that gets you pretty close in the ballpark of the number that you're happy with. Right now, we're sitting at a city manager recommendation. It's my responsibility to do that, to get you started. And I did that by building the budget department by department, fund by fund, and right now we're at 5.3486. That rate is basically a proposed rate. You're certainly welcome to change it. In fact, I expect we will change it before the end of the day or tomorrow. And right now that represents a 1.20% increase over the millage rate that you set for the official budget last year. Now, this rate basically takes in numerous outside forces, like wages are beginning to go up, gasoline, insurance, supplies. I mean, it takes into consideration all kinds of things, and it doesn't represent what the departments requested or what they would have liked for you to budget. It does represent what we as a team, sitting down, talking together for several hours, think that the departments need to deliver the services that are required by the citizens and meet our statutory obligations. So it's basically, your basic Model T automobile. It's not anything fancy. It will sustain the operations that we need, but it will not go crazy and lead you in a direction of big increases.
William, I know that you said the amount increase. Sorry, it was on, but not in front of me. We were emailed the increase, and you just said it again. But
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's 5.
No, the overnet last year.
The increase is 1.20% over last year's
That's what I thought you
rate.
said, but I didn't want to write down the wrong thing. Thank
That's
you.
correct. All right, so now going into the decision modules. That's kind of one of the techniques that this really came from conversations that we had when you brought me on in the hiring process, and as we got to know one another, I heard that you guys might be fans of this approach, so I said, well, let's try it. It has worked in other places. It's a great technique to help you exercise the discipline you need to say, hey, I'd like to do this, but what's the price? What's the price tag for that? What's the cost for that? So, again, what I've done is I've set the millage rate for what I think the departments need to operate and meet their statutory responsibilities. That's the 5.3486. If you wanted to take any one of the 21 decision modules and say, I want to do that, it may or may not add to the millage rate. It just depends on the project and how we can figure out how to pay for it. Some add to the millage rate, some do not. But there's a total of 21 of those. All right, and as we go through each budget, the decision module that relates to that subject area, like police or fire or utilities or what have you, we will take that, we'll go through the budget first, answer any questions you have, and then we'll look at the decision module and say, well, would you like to do that or not? If that works for you, that's kind of how I'd like to organize the conversation today.
So, just as a comment for anybody who is new, so the tentative mill rate that is proposed that he had on there is 5.3486. That would be hypothetically unless it changes or you change it, it would be the low number, and then any of those modules after that adds to it.
Correct,
Or might not add to it, it would add to a potential enterprise fund.
correct,
But they're all adds. So just so everybody understands that.
right, it's all a plus, okay?
And again, I think it's important for we had a public.
They were part staff.
Right. This is we can't raise it from this. I think
Well,
it's important
if, at
that
the end of the day, if, let's just say, you all are happy with this, if it bears out that you're okay with that, and you want to throw a couple of tenths in there, just to make sure, if, like you say, we catch something later on, the point of the tentative millage rate is you set it a little bit high, so that when we do our homework and we go through this in September, we can roll it back down. You can never set it at one level and roll it up. You always have to roll it down. So that's why if you add any decision modules, or if you want to throw just a tenth or two in here just to make sure you have wiggle room, that's what I would suggest you consider.
And that would change between today and tomorrow when we vote on it.
Correct. The official vote is tomorrow. Today is a workshop. We had it today because we have one commissioner traveling, so we said, well, this works, she could have her input. You all could take that into account, and then tomorrow night, you would need 3 votes to set the tentative millage rate. Okay? All right, so once we go through the general fund and the enterprise funds, we'll set that tentative millage rate, and you will provide us the direction on what that number ought to be, and we'll help you with that. Kathleen has, well, I heard her swearing at her computer, but anyway, I think she's got it.
I'm calm now.
She's ready now, so I think we'll be able to help you with that. So again, today at the end of the day, at the end of the workshop, I hope that we can prepare you to adopt the tentative millage rate. Again, that would be done officially in commission meeting tomorrow. We will educate everybody on what costs we anticipate and what kind of revenues we see coming in for next fiscal year. We want to work on any big research asks that you have or any questions that may come up during this process. And we want to get your direction on the budget priorities, and we'll work with you to find out, any additional savings or cuts or things that you ask us today, okay? Now, closing comments are these. The budget, at the end of the day, is really nothing more than a plan. The plan is built on assumptions. But I think most importantly, the plan should tell a story about what you value, what you believe in, and what you want to try to achieve as a commission. And there's a couple of truths in budgeting. Number one, it's been my experience, there's always more projects and things to do than you have money for. So at the end of the day, it's all about making choices. Is making this investment something that would head us in the right direction from your point of view as the elected representative of the people. So our job here is to recommend to you and give you the information. Your job is to provide us direction back on what strategic choices do you want to make, and then all those choices combined, make up the budget. So with that, I'm ready to go into each of the funds unless you have any further questions.
Any questions, Mayor, Commissioner? Commissioners?
Okay.
We're bound to come.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's go to the first fund. We'll bring it up. The
General fund revenue.
general
The
fund.
first big page.
Yeah, first big page,
Great.
it's revenue.
Okay, this is the revenues that support the general fund. This is your ad valorem taxes and some of the franchise fees that come in from, electrical services, telephone, things like that. And I've tried to lay out previous years so you could see how the funds have grown over the years.
Just to make sure I understand, the projected column is how much it's been through this month or last month, and there's still a little bit to go of the fiscal year.
Yes, ma'am, it's a straight line analysis
Right,
based on,
It's projection through 9/30. It's kind of a forecast for the rest of the year as well.
Okay.
so we took the fund balances as they come in every month throughout the fiscal year starting last September and projected forward for the last quarter of the year.
Okay. Just want to make sure I got that straight.
Brings me my first question.
All right.
Okay, Commissioner Bellmer.
The money we're getting from the feds, where's that laid out in here?
You talking about the CARE Act?
The only thing I see in here for CARES Act is.
The CARES Act is not in there yet, I don't
Right.
think, is it?
No,
That's
No.
done.
Well,
the last part.
I did not want to put it in this budget yet. It'll probably appear in the final budget, right? And the reason is I got a forecast from the National League of Cities early on for $2.1 million. Then there's a bunch of traffic and conversation going on saying, well, no, I wouldn't count on that number. Well, what is the number? And I'm waiting on the answer. So we think it's about 2 million, maybe 2.1 million, but we don't know that for a fact, so I didn't put it in.
Now, that's the American Rescue.
Yes, correct.
But wouldn't,
Would that affect our budget if it were?
Well, to me, those are kind of dedicated funds, and you can't spend them any way you want.
I get that.
Yep, we've got to put together a plan and have it approved by Tallahassee. And the deadline for submitting that plan is October 31st. So my thought on that was, wait till I know what the number is, put it in the budget. It'll be in by September, right? Because we have to have it in there as a forecast. And then we'll go from there because it's restricted to what you can
Right.
spend the money for.
Well, that could go towards some public safety and all that, right?
No.
No.
but it could go towards potential decision modules, some of these.
Well, let me give you an example of where it could. Utility, it's a pretty safe bet that those funds can be spent on three things totally without question, and that's water, sewer, and broadband. Anything else is subject to the Treasury guidance and it is going to take a lot of research and detail, and we're putting together those plans to try to dovetail with this and meet up with a budget, but until I know a number, I didn't want to put it in.
That was my question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Would it be helpful to you as a city manager if we just had a consensus on where that money was going to go now while we're in budgeting?
He has that task force that he's,
Well, that's why I'm forming the task force, and the idea is for them to do all the research, make sure that the list of projects are legal to expend the funds for, and then it would come back to you for approval. But if you want to give me direction now,
Do you have the task force put together yet?
yes.
Or you just put it all towards wastewater treatment plant?
We could spend all of it that way, but that wouldn't be very creative, and there's some things that are on the edge of the guidance that I'd like to explore, and let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Governor DeSantis made a decision and announced it publicly that all the police and fire were going to get a $1,000 bonus because they worked during the pandemic. The state of Florida's paying for that. Well, as a city manager, I don't think that's quite fair to my garbage operations, to the wastewater folks. All those people had to go and work during the pandemic. And they were essential workers. Is the work they did any less important than some of these other folks? I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, I think the guidance that's coming from Treasury may allow us to do the same thing for those workers. So if that's the case, if we research it and we find out that's correct, that might be one of the recommendations that comes back.
Okay.
But I want to give that some time and make sure that it's vetted properly, because I don't want to lead anybody to believe we're going to do it, and then some guidance come out from Treasury and say, nope, can't do that.
And if I'm correct, that money does not have to be spent till '24?
Correct. The plan has to be submitted in October of this year, and it will come to us in two pieces and must be fully expended by December 30th of 2024.
Right, so even if we don't get, you have to have the plan in, but we still won't know how much we're getting. So
Yes,
so
I
it might
mean,
be next year's budget or the budget after that.
it could be, but I'm hoping they will at least tell us how much, and then it would make it easier to form a plan.
Yeah?
So,
You don't want a plan of a Cadillac on a Ford budget?
Nope.
Commissioner Bellinger, any other questions?
That was my biggest question.
Mayor, Commissioners, any other questions on this page? I had a couple questions on this page.
okay.
I saw that LBTRs and short-term rental permits were actually being forecasted down. That seems, at least in my mind, to go against the trend. Is there a particular reason for that?
I think we were being rather conservative. What do the numbers tell you, Kathleen?
On another page. Oh,
I think I was looking at, basing it on the projected activity from this year, which I talked to the building and planning and zoning, the Bonnie over there at business licensing, and we talked about it, but, that the number that I'm showing projected for this year is 41,300 based on the revenue that we've brought in. Could be, maybe there was some things that closed, stopped, during the pandemic. But that's, I just I took it from the numbers, and again, as Mr. Whitson says, and you all know, I don't over-project. I'd rather be wrong and have been too low than the other way around, because that's a little harder to deal with.
Okay. And then, this kind of follows along that same trend. With fire inspections, I noticed the previous years are kind of all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
But we're just here recently just projecting a flat 2,000. Have we stopped doing it, or did we change what we're doing?
We have a part-time inspector that does that. And so we just took a look at the numbers, and again, we're conservative in our projections, but, there is going to be new growth coming in. So I don't know if you want to increase it or not, but I'm kind of in Kathleen's camp. I usually try to be conservative rather than
Right.
over-project.
Just looking at 1920 kind of threw me off because you got almost $9,000, and then the following year we're at 2,000. I know correct me if I'm wrong, we just purchased this inspector a truck too, to go out and do this. I just didn't know if that was abnormally low. And it might be just dwelling too much in details too. The trend kind of throws me. Didn't know if there was any insight on that.
yeah, I had the same question about almost everything on the first half of that, under licenses and permits. I was still on this page, I didn't realize.
All
Well,
right, let's-
Turned the,
One of the other,
First page. I'm on one.
no, I guess this was an over, all right, whatever.
Oh, you got 2-page ones?
No,
one of the other
This
things
is the
that,
income.
that we may put on our to-do list, and again, I'm looking for direction from y'all, is we're facing a lot of new growth coming with these developments that just got approved. And I've been having a conversation with the staff about, hey, take a look at our fees, where they are, versus other surrounding jurisdictions. Are we about to miss an opportunity because we haven't looked at our fees in 5 or 6 years? Rick?
More like 11.
I thought that
Okay.
was in process.
We're looking at it, but I just wanted to ask you all what you thought, if we're kind of barking up the right tree, or you want to do that. I mean, I think we should, but, again, I take my direction from you all, so.
Right. So Commissioners, Mayor's thoughts on that?
I remember us kind of given that consensus, I
Yeah,
believe.
I thought that's been given
Yeah,
before
absolutely.
previously.
Obviously, fees bring in revenue, so
Yeah.
it has to be looked at.
You definitely have a consensus.
Okay, because the reality of it is Rick and his staff, I mean, he's got one inspector besides himself. I mean, there's no way that they can tackle all that. So we're going to have to bring a contractor in, and we're going to have to, in my opinion, adjust our fees to account for all that.
I thought that, with Rick, I thought we gave that a while ago, the direction, because I believe you have to do a study with that or something, and
Yeah, we're putting together the data. So,
I had another thought also about the short-term rentals.
okay,
We are notorious for not being able to keep track of who's doing short-term rentals illegally. And you, in your decision modules, we're talking about a couple of additional staff doing different things. And I was wondering if perhaps one of those could spend more time online, on VRBO or Airbnb, and find where those are and find these people, and that could be an income for us.
could be.
well, in addition, the tax collector has dedicated staff for that.
Oh, I know,
and
but
also
she doesn't
third
go
party.
out and look for
Right.
them. I know
did
that
at
it's
one point.
increased.
They
I
hired
know
a-
it's increased since she started doing
They
it.
hired a person to go out and actually drive streets and look for ads that were on VRBO or Airbnb. And if there is a report, there's a anonymous line, and if someone gives an address, that company will go out and find them.
But somebody has to report it first.
Yes,
Okay, I think and that's great that your mom's doing that.
right,
But if we could internally,
agree.
without waiting for anonymous reports, which are no longer allowed anyway.
Yeah.
Governor took care of anonymous code enforcement. So it just to discuss when we get to that additional staff, that your assistant, and I don't know if the other one was your assistant. Maybe we could charge them with that, and maybe we could get some more income. And I know it's a big maybe, so we can't really budget it, but
Right,
just something to think about.
it's good ideas.
At the TDC meeting today, excuse me, it was also announced that they have a new system of tracking, and it's not tracking, but it's collecting data based on, because I'd asked, is there any way to show the number of Airbnbs that we have in Flagler Beach? But some of that data is restricted. However, they are capturing other data now that's going to be able to show us by zip code where it's actually located. So cross-referencing some of the data that we have with some of the data that they have, we may be able to better monitor what's going on. And it's basically being reported by the individuals that are renting those particular properties.
Sure.
So they actually report online, they had a good experience, whatever it is, and all that data is being captured now.
Oh, good.
So
Yeah,
there are
one
some
one of the
things out
good conversations that's been taking place since I came on board is Kathleen is collaborating with Rick's staff, because they have a lot of this information through Tippy, they have to pay for the Tippy cards. Okay, so there's another clue as to who's coming and going and what the deal is. So we're collaborating together to try to capture those revenues in that information. So,
Yeah, I remember our famous rides on the garbage trucks. Previous head of the department, two previous ones ago. He took us out because he wanted to show us why the trucks shouldn't go down the alleys. But in the ride, he said, that's a rental, that's a rental, that's a rental, because they all had ketchup and mustard and paper napkins and, in the garbage, so he knew.
They weren't taking home.
Right. So if we could bring HJ back, that would be.
all right, anything else then on this page?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Anyway, just something to think about.
Page 2 is the general fund intergovernmental.
Mayor and Commissioners, any questions about this? Jane?
At the very bottom of the page, WIC line rental revenue. I know we're talking about possibly converting the WIC line into City Hall, but that would take a whole lot of work with this building, and it's not sure that's going to happen this year. And couldn't we talk about renting out that room that we were in yesterday for the business meeting?
Yeah, right now, I guess it's used by a church at zero cost, but, you know, it's an asset of the city, and is that really the best use for it? You know, at the end of the day, we need
We
that.
gave them the room because they did some repairs on the building. But that could get old after a while, I think.
And it's not uncommon from my experience, even if it is a church, that there would be some sort of enumeration involved. So,
And it's available during the week, too.
yes,
It's empty.
it's a matter of scheduling. Yep.
Well, that hadn't been in the budget for years, so I don't know that that's going to make a big difference if we were to rent it. I don't think it'd be any.
I know people are
astronomical
always
numbers.
looking for places. And other than the Women's Club, there is no place.
Right, Penny, I was going to ask you, I know you probably get the telephone calls.
I do, and it's very limited. Most of the requests are from not-for-profits, and per your ordinance, the rental rate from that is only like $15. The other is for people having some kind of party or something, and they want alcohol, which is not permitted in the building. So,
Well, I think if it was promoted, then it's like anything else, it's marketing act. And I mean, an ideal venue right here on the beach where you can break and have lunch in one of the nearby restaurants on the ocean and then go back to the workshop, a conference, or a class, whatever you're having. So it's like anything else. If it was marketed as a venue for individuals to rent, I think we might be able to do something with it.
Yeah, I know the Women's Club gets calls from insurance companies and such, which we don't allow them to use the building to promote their own product. But I don't remember why we have that rule, but we do. And so that's something maybe that the room could be used. I'm sure there are people out there with all the requests that the Women's Club gets.
Any other questions or comments on this page?
Yeah, I have a question.
Commissioner Bellinger?
The highway, FDOT highway lighting at 58,698, that's for the A1A lighting
Which line?
itself?
It's the contract that we have with FDOT to maintain the bridge lights and, yeah, on the state roads.
Okay, so
So
that
not
includes
just bridge
100
lights,
as
all the
well?
lights.
Yeah, it's all the lights on the state roads.
That's the only one.
I just wondered, because that's going to get brought up at some point here, so.
Yeah, in the
I just wanted to
decision
make sure
module, yes.
It wasn't just all for the bridge and not other places, so that explains it. Thank you.
Okay, I had a couple questions. So lifeguard, we got an increase from the county to help out with labor, but I did not see that reflected in the lifeguard budget itself. I saw a labor increase. So I was curious about that. And then the other question goes along with that is what came out of our requests from county? We had numerous requests that we made to county. Did those get followed up on as far as funding?
Yeah, we got a response.
Yeah, we got a response and it was circulated. If I recall correctly, you know, the lifeguard thing, they were good with that because we have an MOU that was negotiated in an agreement. The rest of it is, you know, hey, help me out, but there wasn't much data that went with it. And one of the things I'm doing is trying to collect that information so that when we go forward and ask the next time, we say, well, look, we've had X number of visitors, or we've had X number of cars, or X number of pounds of extra pounds of garbage, or whatever that has increased this expense, so that's why we are needing the help. I think that some of the responses we got back was, yeah, that's nice. All the cities ask us for money, but until you show us, okay, specifically why you're needing this, it's just like in one year and out the other.
Well, I'm not going to go too far out on a limb on this, but there was a certain individual that was making negative comments about our request on social media.
Yes.
So will we have that ready for their next budgeting, which starts in the wintertime?
Yes,
Okay.
the problem was, I didn't get here until May, and their budget's pretty much baked and done by then. So
We've been asking for exactly that for years now, and not even prior to Larry Newsom, our prior city manager, was supposed to be working up these
Yep.
details. So it's been quite some time we've been waiting on that, 6 years. But can't blame that on you,
Yeah.
of course, but
And changes at the county administration, too.
just so we're ready, we know that their budget process starts way ahead of ours, and we're ready for it when that comes around.
Well, their process will start, I was told, in December, January, and that is when we're going to start ours this coming year.
Okay.
Now I'm used to that cycle. And, coming in and starting on May 1st and doing strategic plan and budget and all the other projects has been a challenge, I will say that. But we're still in here.
Fires along the way.
And a few fires here and there, but, we're still standing, and I think we're gaining traction, and it's a process, and as more information comes, and as we're planning ahead, those kind of things, it's going to start. We're going to get our letter in there, and we're going to get it in with additional data to prove our point, and then it will become up to the elected body to, have their day with that conversation.
Yeah, and I just, and I'm sure everybody already knows this, but just for the public that might be tuning in, we're not asking for any type of financial aid from the county. We're asking them to take responsibility for costs that we're absorbing that they otherwise would have. So for instance, sanitation. We have all the folks that come to our city from inside of county, which is a lot. They bring all their trash with them and they leave it here. That is a cost that we are now picking up that normally they would, had all that trash get left there, and items like that. And if we're gonna say lifeguards, our locals do not have a large need for lifeguards. It's just, they don't. Most locals go elsewhere. They don't even go to the guarded areas. The rest of county that comes here for day trips is in need of that. And so we're just asking them to pay their fair share of things that are in use, rather than we just want help. That's not what we're interested in.
And I just dug up the response. Yes, only one thing actually got granted, but the response to the rest of it, I thought, was a lot more positive than what we've received in the past. If you give us this information, never
Yes.
before did they even say that.
Exactly. We're looking, and to your point, Commissioner, one of the things is visitor data, right? Yes, some of the county residents come and use our beaches, and that's why we need more lifeguards, but there's also a lot of people coming in from out of state, out of town. And, those visitor numbers, if we're not capturing that data and using it in the right way to make these requests, that's part of the way I read that letter is, hey, give us the information. And so I've got the pier staff now kind of tuned into this, because there's a lot of people go out and visit the pier. We can pull information from the Funky Pelican dinner, their sales. We also have TDC we have different sources, and the idea here is, let's put this information together so we can form a more accurate picture of what's happening. Yes, we intuitively know, and we can make these arguments, but it's the data that they're looking for to show. And that's what I'm trying to get my arms around.
The TDC actually, and here again, I'm on the council there, and they do have that data, a lot of it, because they capture it by doing surveys, and individuals that are responding to your response in Flagler Beach, county, whatever it is, one of the things they note on there is what was one of your main attractions, and they have on there if it was the beach, did they visit the beach, or wherever they went. So I think we can, as you said, using some of the TDC numbers that they have already, and they're capturing that data. That's real data that they have from the responses and the surveys that they're actually gathering.
Okay, any other questions on this page? All right,
Page 3 already?
page 3, we're moving. All right, Commissioner Bellheimer.
Parking tickets. I know there's discussion about, from the chief wanting to get somebody to help with collection of delinquent or unpaid tickets. Is that something that's in process? Does anybody know?
That was a third party, right?
Chief, or
Yeah, I
Okay.
actually know. One of the things that we need to do to be able to get this whole thing rolling is getting it to where we can collect the parking tickets online. And, unfortunately, with the small staff and everything, we're having some issues with the credit card processor that we currently use. Like, we started this over 7 or 8 months ago, and that person that was doing it left, and, all this sort of thing. So, I have
Single point of failure.
yeah, single point of failure, not having enough people, enough staff to stay on top of something like this. But once we can get that worked out, it's just, a matter of getting a process. So the first thing that has to happen in order for this to work is for PD staff to be able to enter the tickets in to our system so that we're capturing all the revenue and then just writing off what is uncollected.
But that's something that's in process.
It's in process.
Trying to get it
It's
up to
just
speed.
I have a hard time when it's taken so long, but I was asking,
But we
I've
could
asked
in-
several times of what's going on with it, and it's just,
We could anticipate quite a bit more in
Mm-hmm.
fine recoveries, right?
and again, just being on that same note, it's like, one of the things I would love to do is change our credit card processing company. There's a lot of new things and new ideas out there, but again, the small staff, so hopefully when I get the rest of the staff up to speed and we can do some more of these things and find some better ways of processing payments on everything.
Is this the same system we're using for the water bills?
Yes, it's really the credit card processor. It's not the software that we use, it's just who we have to use to process our credit cards, which we've stayed with them because they work well with the software, but we have talked to a couple of different ones about changing, but just not had, again, the time to really get it together, see all the costs, analyze it, bring it to you, and what have you, but we are working on it.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I got.
Now, the other question I have is the last item down, funding from developers for fire truck.
I have that same question.
I'm just wondering why it's in the wrong year.
Oh, I must have left that in there. We've been, working on and off, trying different things in the budget. That's just something I left in there. It's it should just say other funding sources. I wrote that note in there so I would remember what I was doing.
But shouldn't it show the 63,000 that we're going to get?
We didn't budget it that way, because the fire truck is a decision module, so we decided that's the way we treated all.
If you decide to go forward with it, it'll
It'll
go
show
in.
up.
Okay, that's
Got it.
just
Waiting on
wondering
you.
how they connected or
Yep.
didn't connect.
Okay.
I just have one question.
Commissioner Bryan.
Yeah, Kathleen, where do you show the funding or the revenue that's coming in from the Funky Pelican? And I think I mentioned that the other day. Is that under miscellaneous?
No, it's in the pier fund. 'Cause
It's in the pier fund.
It's in the pier fund under miscellaneous, and
Okay.
it's about 140,000 annually.
Okay, that's why I was trying to find it, and it wasn't.
Any other questions or comments on page 3? All right, we're on police department.
Yep, now we're going into that was the revenue side of the general fund. Now we're going into the department's expenditures, and the first one up is the police department. So certainly open to answer any questions there, and then we'll look at the decision modules that relate to that.
Commissioner Mealy.
All right, I've got a bunch of questions.
All right.
And none of this is a challenge, so just questions. The salary, very first line.
Yeah.
Does that include, or again, is the same answer about hiring, the decision module about hiring the new police
That's correct.
officer?
The police officer isn't in that number because it's a decision module, and if you decide to go forward, then it would be corrected.
Okay,
So
And then-
while you're on that line, before you leave that line,
okay.
that percentage of increase then is contracted, right? That's in their union contract, that the raises in salary?
No, there's a raise in, what we did was we put in the inflation rate, what was it, 2.9%?
2.9%.
So we just put in a 2.9% COLA into the salaries that were already there. That's the only increase in there. There are no new positions in there.
Well, the numbers I'm looking at, it's like an 8.8% increase, from 880 to 957.
Oh, did I leave that? I'm
2021 amended was 880, and 21-22 proposed is 950.
No, that was the department proposal.
Right, it's the department.
That's the department proposal. The-
Oh, okay.
The city manager review is
Okay.
916.
Wrong line.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Most other places there, they say so.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Thank you
right.
for that clarification.
So then, I think that, I know the answer to my next question then. If we do hire that new officer, would the overtime then decrease?
Yes,
Okay, so that second number would also go
yes.
down.
Once you make these decisions and then we add it to the budget, then the right adjustments would go into the numbers. And then, of course, you get to look at it again, just to make sure, as we go into the August, September timeframe.
Okay. And that, of course, would affect then the FICA and the retirement. and all
Correct.
that.
Yeah, it kind of ripples once you put a number in there.
Yep. The whole next part. The amount asked for in your column and the department's column is way over the projected activity in all of these. Is there an explanation for
Okay.
that?
Well, okay, so the projected activity, you're talking about 207,719? Okay, and you're looking at that number and comparing it to the recommendation for the city manager recommendation of 339?
I don't know.
Yeah, when you put them all up together, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't, oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes, okay, yes.
Totals.
Right.
Find that.
But I was looking at each one separately.
Right, well, again, like I say, there are certain things in here that I didn't cut to the bone. But, we sat down with the chief and went through everything, and this is the number that I'm comfortable would take care of their needs. Could it be cut further? Yeah, but is that what you want to do? Or is having a little wiggle room in the police budget appropriate? I usually find that it is, but
Okay, I wasn't arguing it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to understand it.
Yep, that's what happened.
Okay. And then the vehicles, again, if we hire a new officer, it would require another vehicle, correct?
No.
No?
We had that conversation with the chief because I know how that goes. You know, you hire a position and then you have to have all the equipment and all the other things, and the numbers that we have here are good. No more vehicles get added and everything like that.
How is that if the officers take their cars home with them? How does that?
Chief, you want to respond to that one?
I would assume you got,
I think we
Just
have
an old
one
car.
spare, I think we have one spare.
We do, I've asked for 3 new vehicles in the budget, 2 marked and 1 unmarked.
I'm sorry,
I've asked for 3 new vehicles.
Yeah.
But that doesn't include a new one for the officer.
but you
We
have
have-
one that he or
Correct.
she would be able to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And again, I'm not challenging any.
No, look, this is what this is all about. We want to get the information out there, absolutely.
Okay, I'm done.
okay, Commissioner Valier.
What is the rotation on vehicles? Sorry, I tried to catch you before you walked all the way back there.
Yeah.
I mean,
When I started here, we didn't have one.
Okay.
There was none, so the rotation schedule now is an officer will keep his car for 8 years. So 16 officers, if we got 2 new cars every year, they'd have that car for 8 years.
Okay.
So the vehicles that I've asked to replace this year are a 2008 and 2 2013 Tahoes, all with over 100,000 miles.
2 Tahoes and what else?
And a Ford Explorer was Detective Liz Williams' old.
Okay.
White Explorer,
Yeah.
that's got over 100,000 miles, it's a 2008.
So it's an 8-year rotation?
Yes, sir.
And I will say that that's pretty darn good in this caustic environment here on the beach. I mean, to make it last 8 years that's a good deal.
And you'll see the Tahoes, we got away from putting lights externally on top of our patrol cars, because the minute you drill a hole in the top of a police car, rust is going to set in. And we had a sergeant that was riding down A1A holding his light bar on with his left hand at one time. So all of the cars, the lights are internal, which helps on the resale value as well.
I had one question.
Commissioner, well,
I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Bryan,
No, it's very quick. I didn't want him to go back to the seat and get back up again.
you might as well just stay
Where
up,
is it
Chief.
reflected in there? Because I know you budget for that rotation of the vehicle itself. So where is it reflected in here where you're actually saving for that or projecting the dollars for that, for the next vehicle?
Is it in infrastructure or
It's
capital?
capitalized equipment vehicles is the line item that's labeled there, 6.
Yeah, there's no reserve account.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's
I'm
put
just-
in the budget
yeah, right.
each time he buys it.
That's why I just want to see where it was reflected.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, I see it right now. Capitalized equipment.
Commissioner Phillips?
Just a quick question, Chief. License plate readers, where are we at with the license plates?
So we've come in way under budget on the license plate readers for the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the company that's doing the infrastructure is suffering problems with COVID. So we hope to have the project completed within the next 30 days.
Oh,
Then we
okay.
can install the readers.
Yeah, it'll be this fiscal year.
It'll be this fiscal
In a
year
row.
for sure.
Okay, good.
And we came in way under budget.
Yeah.
And you're putting 2 up?
We're putting them up at 2 different locations, yes,
Okay.
sir.
So if you came in way under budget, that money's already been budgeted. Can you get those, like the third one that you wanted that didn't make it?
No, because the problem is trying to find a location to put a new pole, because you can't use, if we wanted to put it on A1A, you can't put it on, obviously, the east side because of the dunes. So you'd have to pick a spot on the west side that's either owned by the city or the county that would be close enough to get to the road, and we ran into some serious problems there.
Median?
I don't think DOT would let us put it in that French
You
drain.
talking
median.
about the south side? Is it, city has a entry sign on the west side? Couldn't it be there in that?
That would be great for vehicles leaving the county, but not for anything coming in. And it's too far off the road.
Too far off the road, okay.
We looked.
Yeah, they,
I had GIS.
Too perpendicular to it.
yeah,
had GIS.
there's a sensitivity range for these things and they'll pick it up, but if
Ideal
it's too
is
far
that should be over
outside.
top of it, right?
Yeah,
Center.
the closer you can be to on, the better. But to be that far off the road, I think it would be counterproductive right now.
Okay, my second question, it doesn't have anything to do with this budget, but what is traffic calming? It looked like we used that in 17 and 18.
Oh, that was purchasing traffic signs, the things that you put
Oh,
the,
the variable
The
message boards.
boards and
The
things
variable
like
message boards
that, yeah.
that we put on the back of our cars to
Got it.
light up speed limit signs that we, put in the neighborhoods to let people know how fast they're going.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioners, Mayor, any other questions? I had one, what is our, so we're going to need to cover the decision modules, but what is the projected reduction in overtime if we were to bring on an additional police officer? Has that been figured out?
No, that'd be
It
part
hasn't
of
been
our
figured out.
homework.
Right now, we are so short-staffed.
Yeah.
Due to injuries.
Yeah, he's
and
got
sicknesses.
officers injured, and then he's got people on vacation and this kind of thing, and so it would be a number, it would be a guess at this point, so we would, between now and September, should you approve that, then we'll do that homework and bring you back what we think it would work.
Because that potentially could be a big play. You have 57,000 in budgeted overtime.
Mhm.
You have a cost of a police officer at 74. If a lot of that gets absorbed with the position, you have a pretty big win and not a huge impact.
True, but then you forget holidays and other special events and things like this that gets, yeah.
I've had 2 officers injured and 2 resisting arrests in the last 9 months. One in front of Johnny D's, one literally directly in front of the police department. And the individual that caused that injury came in last week to have her fingerprints done, and the officer that she injured was the one that rolled her fingerprints. He hasn't worked in 6 months.
Nobody ever said criminals were smart.
So yes, and then remember, some of that overtime also goes for the coverage with the deputies that we hire on the summer.
So really, for practical purposes, we can probably consider the impact to overtime minimal.
I would say, 5,000, 6,000, not a huge number, but something, and
so-
we'd be happy to do that homework.
Well, that's just to help us with like the big picture, just
Yes,
so
sir.
we can assume that overtime is not going to change much.
It'll change some, it won't change a lot,
Right.
yes. sir.
Probably need a year experience.
Probably to see where we're at. We're hiring our 15th officer, comes on board, Liz, the 26th? Next Monday. He's got 15 years' experience from Haines City. So he was a homicide sergeant over there. So we're getting experienced folks coming on board, which is great because I don't have to spend as much time in training them. I can tell you one of the benefits of funding that 16th position is going to be Detective Vinci. She's on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You get a second person that can come in that can alleviate that, where she can take a week off of being on call, that's going to help her out a lot. And you all know what a pit bull she is, so.
Oh, yeah.
So, City Manager, do you want to cover the decision modules while we're on this page?
Yeah, we could do that, or we could finish the PD budget and then go to the decision modules. We have one more for the victim advocate.
Okay, yeah, we can finish the second page and then
Okay?
hit our modules.
Yes, sir.
All right, questions about victim advocate page 5.
I have none.
Okay. All right, well then, let's go to the decision module.
That was.
I had a question. I just saw that workers' comp went way up for some reason versus previous years, but labor did not. If we're doing it as a calculation off of labor, how come the big change? They're under-
probably a typo, I would say. I probably meant to type 2,500.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It would be more like 2,500.
Yeah,
Yep, we'll go back and look at that.
that's all it is, I can tell you right now.
Okay.
Missed that one.
Okay, so we have decision module proposed one, which is additional police officer at $74,153. So, questions or thoughts on that decision module?
My only question was, and I asked this all the time and forget, how much do we have in unrestricted reserves? before we agree to take money out of them?
I would say roughly about 5 million.
5 million?
And let me just say, while that sounds like a lot, and it is, if you get hit with that big H word, storm, I was sharing with the Commissioner, Commissioner Cooley, that the way FEMA works anymore, a lot of the expense of these storms, yes, you get reimbursed for the initial wave, but you're on your own unless it's a capital expense, and then they make you take the insurance out. And they've come up with a new loan program where they'll loan you money over a 5-year period, but there's really not a lot of relief, and you got to pay your staff and pay all these other expenses even more than normal. So usually, I'd say 6 to 9 months in reserves is a wise position to be in, especially with us being right here on the coast.
And is 5 million 6 to 9 months?
What does it take to operate per month for the city? About right at $1 million?
For general fund?
Yeah.
General fund? So general fund budget has been holding pretty steadfast at like $6 million annually, so that would be, about $500,000.
$500,000 a month.
A month. So that would, I'm getting to the part where I write the MD&A to the audit, so that is where I usually review all that. But the last audit, we are like, our general fund unrestricted reserves are enough to operate 80% of the year.
Say it's almost a year.
Yep.
So if anything, we'd be a little on the high side,
Yes,
and we could,
it's an option.
right.
It's your,
Yeah,
it's
I
your,
just wanted to feel comfortable.
Yes,
that
ma'am.
If we take money out, we're still okay.
yes, ma'am.
Question.
Commissioner Vellner.
So this would give you 2 additional officers over what was, because you had 15 with 1 unfunded, is that correct, last year? So then you would have 2 additional funded officer positions.
I would have 1 additional funded position. I was approved for 16 positions, but only 15 were funded.
So
So this is
we're
the,
just funding, we're refunding the one that we took away last year.
Correct. And that one was approved in 2018, and for a myriad of reasons, it's never been filled.
It's never been funded.
Yes, sir.
So we're really not adding one, we're just going to fund it.
Yes, sir.
yes.
Something we agreed to
Yeah.
minutes ago.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the point I
And,
wanted to
and
make.
and the other thing is, the staff level, as I understood it, has not increased since 2005.
You're correct.
But then how did Captain fit in there? Because Captain's
He's one of
fairly
the,
recent.
he's one of the 15 as am I.
Counts the chief, the captain, and.
The 15 counts myself, the captain, the detective, 4 sergeants, and 8 patrol officers.
So you just did a restructure of staff, but you didn't change head count then? When
Have
Captain came
not,
on?
have not changed the head count.
Okay. That's what kind of threw me off a little bit.
All right, I just want to make that point that we're just refunding something that we've already agreed to
Right.
in the past years.
Okay. Any other,
And just one other comment, yes, we have a good fund balance, and yes, it's healthy, and that's good. But what I try to do is avoid taking fund balance, which is, like your savings account, one-time money, and funding ongoing expenses. So, while, yeah, you could do it 1 year, but you wouldn't want to keep going back to that well every time for an ongoing expense.
Okay. When I asked the question, it was about the roof, not about the,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, yes.
I don't know how we,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, the roof, the roof is next.
Well, I
Yeah,
was going
so-
by these, and roof was first.
Yeah.
we can put the additional officer on the roof.
And he wouldn't need office space.
With an
That's the
LPR.
roof.
How do you spell roof?
All right, so questions or comments that we have on additional police officer decision module?
So is there consensus that you want to include that?
Well, let's, I'd like, if y'all are okay with that, I'd like to do it basically as a roll call and just simple.
Works for
You
me.
good with that? Penny, you got heartburn?
Didn't they have a sheet? That's what, she had a sheet. Are they
Can't we
supposed to
just
tally on the
reach
sheet?
consensus?
No, we can't.
Yeah, there's a sheet in here if you want to keep the, I thought we had put that in there, that Sarah drew one up.
Yeah, I'll find it.
I have no
We'll just do-
issues with another.
We'll just do
with this.
consensus. All right, so, we're not doing a motion. So do we have a consensus on additional police officer?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay? Anyone opposed to it? All right? So we have a consensus on that. All right, next item, we have the new roof for the police department that the new officer is going to fix. Questions or comments about the roof? I have a couple. I'll let Shell go first. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Valier.
All right, talking $89,500 for a new aluminum roof with a 25-year warranty. And to date, we've spent $3,000 to $4,000 over the last several years. So the argument is, part of the argument is to offset some of the costs to, for repairs, where the repairs really haven't been anything astronomical. I just think that that's a big step, and
You're absolutely correct. However, let me just point out where the leak is. It's over the records department. That's what the issue is, and you have evidence and records in there that are potentially at risk. And yes, we've slowed it down and we've done all we can to keep it from leaking, but it keeps leaking. Is that correct, Chief? So, you're absolutely where I was, but then they pointed out where the leak was. And it's in the worst place in the building.
yeah, I get that, but roofs aren't designed to leak.
Or only
So
last 13
Somebody's
years.
not doing their job right, is my opinion.
Well, if you ask
I mean,
me,
is
we
this
should have had a
a
warranty on it
or-
when we bought it.
What type of roof is up there now? Is it just shingles or,
No, it's aluminum.
oh, it's aluminum now?
Did it never have a warranty?
Yeah, that doesn't,
What did we say was?
Rick is the subject matter expert on roofs, and you ask how to spell it, he calls it a rough. So I guess it's either R-U-F or R-U-G-H. The roof as it is now is metal. I don't know what kind of metal. I know that the one that was proposed is aluminum with a 25-year warranty. And again, Rick is a subject matter expert. The problem is getting anybody to fix that, because they didn't install it, they don't want to touch it. That's one of the problems, like Commissioner Belheimer brought up about the repairs. A lot of folks don't want to repair it because they didn't install it.
Yeah.
And, one thing I found out is a roof never takes a day off, especially when it's 40 yards from the intercoastal and 300 yards from the Atlantic Ocean. That roof takes a beating, so.
Yeah, we've tried, our guys have tried, they've, give them an A for effort, but it just seems like it just keeps showing up.
Right, especially getting in the season, so.
Yeah,
Okay,
can I
hold
comment?
on. Mayor Johnson was waiting on a question.
I wanted to
My
comment
first
on-
question was, so the current roof does not have a warranty at all?
No, ma'am.
All right, my second question is going to be, is how valid is this warranty going to be if we're going to have a 25-year warranty? If we don't even know if this company is going to be in business in 25 years. And what I'm seeing with insurance is insurance is stopping after 15 years. So do we need a 25-year roof, or can we get by with a 15 if we're already going to lose insurance on the roof?
That building was constructed in 2008, so you got 13 years out of the one that's currently there.
And do we have to also have metal? Shingle could be cheaper as a different option.
I only went with metal because that was on there before, and then
Okay.
the company that we wound up choosing, and there were bids that went up to $120,000, almost $30,000. But they wouldn't give any type of warranty on the metal roof. The only one that had a warranty was the aluminum one.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yeah, I just would like to point out that I don't think we should be chintzy with this. We had to build a new police department because we let the other one go. The building got moldy to the point where everybody was getting sick. Leaks promote mold. And as Chief pointed out, however many yards from the ICW and from the ocean and the salt air, I'm still a little sensitive to not protecting buildings after what happened in Miami. I know this building isn't going to fall down like the one in Surfside did, but they got into that position because they didn't keep maintaining it. If we've got a leak in the roof, we ought to replace the roof and not get into a position where our officers get sick from mold, where the equipment in the building gets sick from mold. So I think we should do this.
Okay, Commissioner Bryan?
I think my question was answered because I was going to ask how old the building is. And long-term, how long do we anticipate, or do we anticipate possibly moving the police station or even staffs and things of this nature here? So that was, but I mean, you just said the building was built in 2008. I don't know if it was older than that, and we might be looking in the future to possibly, grand scheme of things, building one building that accommodates multiple purposes. So that was the only thing I have, was just the utilization of the building long-term.
Okay, the comments I had on the roof are a little bit different. I am of the mentality, fix it, get a quality company like Tilton, who specializes in the roof up there. I know that Tilton could easily fix it. I was forced to become a aluminum roof amateur after the hurricanes. And I know that at 13 years, that's a half-life of a roof. And we, you know, if we've spent $3,000 to $4,000, we have not invested in that roof like you would do maintenance on a car or anything like that. It deserves more than that, but it is not needing a replacement. At less than half-life of aluminum roof, that to me, it's not a good idea. You just get a quality company out there who will do it, and Rick, correct me if I'm wrong, that if you send Tilton's guys out there, they're vested here in the city, you're not going to have any trouble. Have they been on the roof? Tilton? No. All right. And that's just one company, and there's others around here, but they specialize in that.
I have had a company that I've worked with over 30 years, had them come out, and when they started pulling things back, scraping off the lipstick that we've been putting on that pig for 13 years, their fix was replace the roof. Actually, their fix would have been to go in and replace a portion of the roof. Unfortunately, that is a seamed roof, and you can't do just a portion. The company that we had that installed that roof is no longer in business, and that building was inspected under the county. That's why I'm here now.
Rick, in your opinion, is an aluminum roof the way to go?
Aluminum roof is the only way to go.
The only way to
This
go?
close to the beach, you can't get a warranty on the Galvalume. They just won't give you one.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's see where we are on this one. So folks that are in favor of a new roof for the police department, is that right?
Throw another comment in there with it. If we were to, is there some way we can create a safety net to keep, were it to leak, that something could keep it from getting to downstairs? Just another thought.
Have you looked at it, Rick, you and Chief? I don't know, I'm just so new, I just don't.
Right.
I've been on the roof numerous times, and we've tried just about everything we possibly can. The roofing company that I brought up here from Edgewater, his thing was basically the same thing. A little mastic on it, and hopefully you'll get a few more months out of it. I haven't found anyone who has come up with an acceptable repair.
It's just, you know, to the mayor's point, you know, the company's out of business to put it on. So,
Well, and I know that, or at least logic-wise, there are options. The courthouse and the government services building out in Benel both have aluminum roofs, and they both get leaks just due to the size. Those things are stadium size, and they have companies that come out and fix them. They don't replace them every time they leak. That would be ridiculous, and that's just my 2 cents, but that's why we have consensus. Any other conversation on the roof? Okay, so, in favor of replacing the roof on police department, where are we at on that? Okay, so we got 3 opposed? You got to vote.
Does the mayor get to vote?
oh, opposed? Yeah, I being, you know, doing what I've done all my life, and that's fix things and make things last to their, throughout their span of life.
All right, so
I just don't, that's a big difference if we can get it fixed for,
all right, so you're in
Less than
favor
10
or
grand.
opposed of that?
I'm opposed to it as it is.
Okay, we have 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Are we gonna, is mayor part of this consensus, Penny, or city manager?
The one question you should ask is, you know, you can pay for it in 2 ways. You could pay for it out of reserves, or you could pay for it out of, you know, with a millage or a combination thereof. So I think the consensus at this point is 3-2 to go forward. The question now becomes, okay, how?
I'm comfortable taking it out of reserves as you recommended.
Well, I would say if it's, you know, that's the way the vote goes, I would take it out of reserves as well. But I don't know, is this absolutely our only option?
I've asked the
To replace
staff,
it with aluminum, why couldn't we go with asbestos shingles?
I've asked the staff to vet it, and they've gotten bids, and you heard the building officials say that metal is the right way to go, so.
Is that, it's not a flat roof, is it? Is it?
No, sir, it's pitched.
It's pitched.
Oops, sorry.
Tell them we're not at home.
Just checking, they're checking to see if I need
Commissioner Bryan.
a medical alert.
Yeah, the only other thing I would say is that, in light of the fact that we are talking about the possible repairs, I know that we don't have a whole lot of time here to approve this, but if you have a company that you said that was reliable enough to possibly repair it, and, you know, Rick has indicated that he has not talked to them, is it a possibility? Again,
Absolutely.
to get
That-
them to look at it and give us a final opinion before we come to this consensus?
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
I think it's
We
a
can
lot of
do
money
that.
also, but by the same token, I don't want to jeopardize records
No.
and people's health, because we're talking about mold and things like this once you start getting moisture. But I would at least like to entertain the idea of looking and say, you know, we've exhausted all options at this point.
Yeah, let me be clear. Once you decide on the decision module, obviously, we will plug that into the budget, but as between now and September, as the staff is vetting this, if we find a better way, we're going to do that, and we'll let you know when we come back. We're just looking for that direction. Is it okay to go in this direction? Because we were having this issue, and that's way above my pay grade to approve an $89,000 expense.
We also didn't answer and I don't know if this is a Drew question or what, but is mayor part of the consensus on these decision modules or not? Mayor doesn't vote.
She doesn't have voting power, she
But we're
has
not
veto power.
But we're not voting though. So we're just.
Right,
doing
so
consensus.
tomorrow, let's just say we play this forward, right? Okay, and this comes up, and we have the tentative millage rate. Well, she could veto a portion of the,
Right.
you know.
But we're just talking about consensus.
Yes.
All right, mayor's not part of consensus, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I need.
I have a question though.
Mayor,
It's still the roof. It's a 13-year roof. If it's leaking and the lifespan of the roof is supposed to be 25 years, is this something that could be filed under an insurance claim before you replace the entire thing? Is it an 89, I mean, at this point in the game, you're looking at, we could be facing the same problem again in 13 years and asking for another new roof of something that's supposed to be 25 years old. The company's gone back out of business. This could just be a bad cycle we're in.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're looking for the direction. We'll go back. We'll obviously have to vet all the options and opportunities to change this, shave it down, make it better. We're going to do that homework. But right now, this is the information we have.
Right, but we don't know if it could ever be filed under an insurance claim.
Oh, you can file it. I just don't know if they'd pay it.
Okay.
thing is, we're replacing an aluminum roof that didn't even last as long as a shingle roof. And then we're going to replace it with another aluminum roof. It just does not seem like a good use of money.
But it could have been the workmanship, too.
It could have been the workmanship,
Which is
but if that's the
obviously it
case,
was.
it wouldn't warrant replacing the whole thing.
Yeah.
You replace aluminum roofs when the aluminum starts to break down. And at 13 years, that aluminum is not breaking down. And that's when you replace a metal roof. If it's got bad workmanship, then you repair it. This is only Eric speaking.
Well, believe
from
me,
what I-
had I have been here, we would have had a warranty on that roof. And that's just part of your due diligence when you, I mean, Kathleen tells me it costs $1.4 million to build that building. You sure don't want to build a $1.4 million building and not insure the roof. It just doesn't make sense. So these are the kinds of management things that, you know, you're supposed to be paying attention to and get when you build a new facility. I mean, I've done that several times, and you just don't do that and not get good warranties.
Okay, so we answered the first part of that. You have a 3-2 consensus on the roof, and then the question becomes, now do we pay for it out of millage or do we pay for it out of reserve? We need to come up with a consensus on that. Thoughts or questions?
I said reserve.
Reserve?
Reserves.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Okay.
What about this solar panel thing that you have on there?
Well, I'm famous for going around with these New Orleans sayings, so it's lagniappe to me, a little something extra. In other words, does that sound like a good idea to you all for us to vet that, to maybe bring a little money back this way, or do you want to just say not worry about it?
Can you explain how it would bring money back to us?
Well, right now, we pay an electric bill, and the idea was if we had a good, brand-new, stable aluminum roof, we could, you know, put a solar panel up there and maybe get a discount on the power bill. If we could make that arrangement, are you interested in doing that while we're doing this? Seems to be the appropriate timing to do that. If you're not interested in it, we just focus on the roof and be done.
What's the payback timeline?
It would depend on the company that we would, you know, arrange. Right now, there's a lot of residential programs out there. There's not a lot of commercial programs. So we would have to do some more homework and vet it and bring it back, you know, as part of the budget process in September.
You know, Tesla makes roofing panels,
Yep, saw a commercial this morning.
solar.
Yeah.
There's,
So the roof could be the solar panel.
It's going to be a thing, and we wanted to know if you'd like for us to vet that.
there is a house on North 10th that is a Tesla house that's being built. But that's a completely different roof. That's not an aluminum roof.
Right.
And
So
it's
that-
residential, not commercial, as he was saying.
Yep. And then, of course, you have these Tesla batteries now that, you know, they're going into that market. And so it's just, the idea is, do you want us to vet some of this stuff to see if we have an opportunity once you put the roof up? You know,
Yeah, if you can get
Be
information.
hard to take a peek at it.
Thoughts or comments, so, all right. Any other thoughts or comments on that? All right, my thought on it is absolutely not. And I'll tell you why. You put a $90,000 roof on the police department, you don't put one single hole in it. You don't put anything on it. You don't touch it. That's my thought. The worst thing you can do is put a $90,000 roof up and start messing with the integrity of it. That would be a horrible decision, in my opinion. And that's one of the things that the roofers will tell you, don't touch it. You do that, guess what happens to your warranty? You put one hole in that roof, your warranty is done.
Well, I thought maybe he meant the actual,
They don't make clip-ons.
no, that's not what I meant. They actually, the roof panels themselves are actually solar.
Well, this is solar panels, that's different than a Tesla roof. We could make a decision module for a Tesla roof, which would be totally different.
How about we just explore what is actually available for a commercial?
Yeah, the thing is, this is a bid price of $89.5, right? So the question is, while we're in that mode, do we want to kick the tires on this other thing? And that was totally the question, so.
So for solar panels, are we 4-1,
No, I'm saying no now.
3-2?
I think it's just,
I think just for him to look into it,
It doesn't
yeah.
hurt. I mean, we can, explain that concern.
Yeah, I certainly don't want, I would never void the warranty. I mean, that's obviously a conversation we have right up front, so,
Okay, 3-2.
okay.
And
And that's it.
that's our modules, okay?
Yep, you're done.
Go to the fire department.
I'm sorry, that was 3-2 just to research the solar? Okay.
Yes.
Oops, sorry.
Unless you have a different vote, you have a different vote? Okay. Fire department.
Only one page here, so.
All right, questions or comments on fire department?
not till we get to the module.
Yeah, we're not on the module yet. This is just online.
Yeah, but I did tie, I have to look because I did tie a question to
Oh,
the module.
there is one question on this.
Commissioner Bellinger?
So, at some point, the fire truck reserve, the money going in the fire truck reserve had stepped up from 75 to 100,000. That was last year, apparently.
Yes.
And your column, after city manager review's been cut back to 76.5. So that's,
Yes, because we have that contribution coming in, and that's why you wouldn't need the 100. It would be utilizing that contribution towards the purchase of the used or the one-year truck, not the brand-new one. So the numbers, if you read the handout,
contributions going where? Into the reserve
In-
fund?
you put it with the reserve funds to be able to come up with the right amount to purchase the truck. If you go to the last page, here, you'll see we're at 406,759. When you add the 63,000, that gets you where you need to be for the purchase of the demo.
Okay, so then that, if we spend all that, we end up with zero in the reserve, and we start over again.
Correct. Because you have other vehicles, that are large capital items, so you would just start your fund again the next year.
Is that typically how it's done?
That's how I do it, yeah, that's how I've done it before.
Okay.
Yep. Unless we have a lot of extra money laying around, then we'd start the new reserve now, but it just doesn't make any
So
sense.
the reserve input of 76.5 includes their 63,000,
Yes.
correct?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you look, yeah.
No, we have, the cost is 546,000. We have 406 from the reserves that, at the end of this year. And then we're getting 63,000 from the housing developer, so that brings us up to 469, and we need 546,000, so that's the difference. So yes, we still would have to take $76,574 from the infrastructure reserve to purchase.
Right. So you've been making contributions of 100. The contribution goes down because of the contribution coming in.
So this is what's left?
Yes.
This is what's left too?
I thought that the developers were filling that delta of what we didn't have. That's how I thought it was presented to us.
Not really.
No?
They said 60.
No, they didn't say it was,
So where did that
I guess it was
It
how
was
much
a
they
very
were willing.
exact number that they came up with.
Yeah, it was
They
how
got it
much
from
they were
somewhere.
willing to give.
All right, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves. We're still on line items here.
Well, my line item question's tied to this and this, so
Yeah.
can't really do it separately.
Did that answer yours, Rick?
For the time being, yeah.
Commissioner Mealy?
It did answer my question. I wasn't sure if we were depleting the reserves by doing this, but I got that answer. My other question is, we're increasing fire support equipment reserve by 2.5 times. And again, just a question, not a challenge, but why? The last line.
Oh, okay. It went from 20 up to 49.
Mhm.
It's $20,000 for, I'm sorry, I'm trying to talk and load it at the same
It's okay.
time.
Take your
It's a
time.
type of gear that they need,
Yeah, I think
and that
it's
was
bunk-
something that we started as a new reserve last year.
The bunker
And it-
gear gets very expensive, and so I think what they're trying
that
to
what
do
it's
is a
for?
similar tactic is to what you use for the trucks, is because this bunker gear keeps getting more and more expensive, so he's trying to start a reserve.
Okay, is that what it's for?
I think
That-
so.
We started that reserve last year, that's the 20,000. And then the additional reserve of 29,167 is that one that we adopted a long time ago. We always put that much into,
Just hold it in reserve?
we hold it into reserve so that when the fire department needs to get a certain equipment, like,
Jaws of Life, or,
some of their equipment is kind of pricey, so when
Yeah.
they need to buy it, then we have that money in a reserve, so we're not increasing the mill rate the year that we are
Okay,
getting
I just
it.
wasn't clear on what kind of
kind of a-
equipment it was.
But that's
Kind of
what
a
the
way to
20,000
make
was
the
for.
current
Yeah.
year,
Well, that's what the 20,000 was for. Right now, this year, it's proposed at almost 50,000.
yeah, it's an increase, but you want me to provide you all a breakdown of the kinds of equipment, we'd be glad to do that.
Well, maybe could Bobby give us an overview?
Just be clear on support equipment. Support equipment itself is vehicles in boats, in jet skis. It's everything outside your pumpers or your aerial truck.
So the brush truck and,
Brush truck would be included, command vehicles,
Skis,
anything outside of your pumpers and your aerial. The additional 20,000 specifically is a 5-year reserve towards the replacement of air packs.
no, wait a minute. Are we still on this fire support equipment
Right.
reserve line?
The reason that it went up to 49 is because that 29,167 has held solid for years. The additional to 49 it's coupled with the air pack reserve replacement.
So you combined it.
We combined it.
Where are we seeing 29,
We're
one,
not seeing that in previous
It's
years.
just-
where is 29, 167?
It's in the capital plan.
It's in the capital plan, which we probably need to provide you a copy of that.
Okay, because I don't see that number anywhere. And Bobby, again, this is not a challenge.
No.
Just so I understand what the numbers are for.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I mean, it's one of your last line items in my budget every year is the fire support. And then, like I said, we started last year, or it would have been the year before, we started the reserves for radios and air packs. The radios were 16,000, a year in the air packs.
That's the capitalized equipment is radios?
Part of it.
That's the reserve that we did. Instead of paying the county wanted to charge us more.
For that.
That's what that
I just don't
reserve
know
is
what
about.
goes in which line, so.
Yeah, I mean, the way I'm reading the way the budget is now is the fire support equipment and the air pack reserves is bundled now at that 49,167.
So it's air packs,
And then any other vehicle, equipment, or boat, what have you, outside of frontline, fire trucks or fire engines, aerial truck.
that's what makes up the 49
Yes, ma'am.
vehicles other than,
City manager, just a suggestion, I think it would be very helpful. There's no way to see what previous years are, the way this is drawn out. We don't know if it's even going up, we don't know, there's no visibility to this. Does that make sense? Because I guess now combining lines that previously weren't combined, and there's no way
Yeah,
to see where
it's hard to do it when you change methodology. It's hard to make that comparison from year to year, so we'll give you a breakdown so you could see.
that would be great.
Yeah,
Because then I'm sorry, Eric, what goes under capitalized equipment then? That- And maybe you can't answer that till we see the whole thing.
Have you got that, Kathleen?
What goes under capital? I'm sorry.
Capitalized
I
equipment.
know, I'm sorry.
16.
Right, so we have the 16,000.
That's radios.
That's the radio
That's the
reserve.
radio.
This is the
Yeah.
radios.
15,000 for contingencies. We're putting the 76,000 into the fire reserve, that's in there. And then, the 49,000, and that's, I should have broken it apart, really. I should,
We'll give you a
29,000
breakdown.
and 20,000.
Okay.
Well, I guess
And like,
something,
if you look backwards, if you look on the history, you can see where we've purchased items, like on the fire, with the fire support equipment, we paid $65,800. I couldn't tell you exactly what it was for at this second, but, for probably a new vehicle. So that's how it works. And then we also used it last year, right? $48,000 for the capital equipment up at the top for the purchase of
The fire marshal
fire
vehicle.
marshal vehicle.
something that might give a little bit of clarity, if you look at the capital total line, and you go all the way back to 17, 18, and kind of skim across, you would be averaging out about what is being proposed this year. You all are just moving
We're just
line to
moving the
line.
accommodations
Oh, the
around.
difference here goes on the top.
Yeah. There's nothing new in the soup, it's just kind of
Right.
bundled a little differently, and
That
we'll give you
might help
breakdown.
for, anybody watching too, is if you look at capital totals, in 18, 19, 19, 20, it dropped a little bit, but then it's kind of ebbed and flowed, but it's averaging around 150. Does everybody kind of see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Just, at least that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
So the difference between this 45,000 and 16,000 on the first line then could be added to the 20,000 to come up with 49. Okay,
Well, it looks like,
or close to it.
right, we're just changing lines, but the total is
Okay.
staying the same.
Yep.
So all the bunker gear and everything, that would come out of the fire support equipment?
No, no.
No.
The bunker gear is still in operating supplies.
Still operating supplies.
Oh,
But the air packs, that's different. Air
Correct.
packs
Yeah.
are very expensive, and they have to be right on, or.
They have a 10-year shelf life. We got them in 15. We started the reserve in 20 for replacement in 25.
okay, thank you, Bobby.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments on line items off this page? The only one I had is something that just gives me heartburn a little bit is if you look at, it's about fourth from the bottom, reserve for contingencies. We're budgeting a reserve, but that doesn't necessarily make it a reserve. We're charging our taxpayers 15 grand for an unknown where there's not any accountability. We have a reserve for reserves. That is money that has already been paid by taxpayers that is saved. It's something that I have a hard time with. I don't like charging taxpayers for a reserve when we have a reserve to function as a reserve.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I've checked that, and my understanding is that most of that money goes for overtime, and so it probably needs to be relabeled. It's drawn on for overtime, is that correct?
Most of the time, yeah.
Most of the time, we went back and looked at the spending out of that line item, and it looks like most of the time it's overtime, so it needs to be relabeled.
It should for good accounting purposes and in transparency too, because when you, as a city, have a reserve, but then you're billing taxpayers for another reserve that goes to one department, it looks odd.
Yes.
But let me ask a question. I understand what you're saying, but first of all, we already have a $50,000 or $48,000 overtime line. So that needs to be higher than tell us that.
Yep.
But if we don't have a contingency line at all, and who knows what comes up specifically in the fire department, I'm not a fire person, so I don't know what can come up that we haven't budgeted for on another line. Doesn't that not look good either?
Agreed. So, I think, this could be a potential item that you want to lower, or, have us go back and give you some more details so that y'all can kind of make a decision in the next round.
So that's why you have a reserve though. And then the transparency of the process where they come to you or commission and there's documentation about here's why we need this money pulled out of reserve for this.
Yep.
If we charge taxpayers for a reserve on the front side, you've lost everything. You have no controls, you have no checks and balances, and it's just 15 grand for whatever you want. Not that it would be abused, but you lose all of your accountability of the funds.
Point well taken.
Well, isn't there a threshold, though, if it is in there for the amount that he could actually spend anyway? I mean, I know it's for overtime and all, but he would have to actually come before the city manager to request that be spent in
Correct.
the first place.
That's
20
correct.
grand,
It's
right?
20 grand?
20 grand, or a city manager has to come out.
That's his,
Okay. And that's him.
that's his
Right,
threshold.
right. But I mean, he still has oversight over the fire chief.
True.
I guess I'm just thinking in terms of like a hurricane and things like this, where there may be some, and I agree, there should be transparency and accountability, but I'm sure there are some examples of when that contingency was necessary, where the board wasn't necessarily able to meet at that time, or may have been emergencies. But I'm comfortable as long as it is transparent, and we have oversight from the city manager who's, it's not to say that the fire chief is going to waste money, but it is a matter of transparency and oversight to ensure the taxpayers understand that we have accountability of all dollars.
So one of the controls and things that support transparency on what we call budget line transfers, which is part of the charter, I believe, it's written into, that we as our city staff, of course, approved by the city manager, have the ability to move money within one department. And every quarter, when I provide the budget, the budget report, I always put in the staff reports, that huge, terrible-looking journal of accounting entries, and that's what that is. that's for you to go over. And we now have a second control that we have on that is that report along with any journal entries are reviewed by Mr. Whitson, and we, it's just part of our control. Those controls have always been in place, they just, with interim city managers and what have you over the past couple of years, but we do have, 2 controls on that, so it's transparent to you can look and you can see when that transfer happened, or anytime anybody wanted to have a report on such activity. But it's part of the charter that we report that every quarter.
Right, and you understand that, like, if I ordered a $10,000 printer and I had money in a reserve line, I can't charge that to that line. I have to take it out and transfer that money to another line item within my budget and then code it to that. So that's what Kathleen's talking about.
And furthermore, as your finance director, I do not allow people to transfer, say they save $7,000 on a piece of capital equipment. I don't say, oh yeah, that's fine, let's just add that to overtime and we'll be good. So if you look at the budget book as it's kind of sorted there, salaries and benefits, also operation totals, and then capital. So I'm okay as long as it's a transfer from, let's say, office supplies to operating supplies or to small equipment, because it's just in the same range. But if if it gets to the end and we have to do something like that goes directly to the city manager. And all of these line transfers are reviewed by the city manager each quarter.
Any other questions or comments on items? All right. We have a decision module on a fire truck. Questions or comments on decision module for a new fire truck?
I just had a couple of questions. I've actually, I tried to get some more information on the fire truck because I wanted to know how many miles was on it, because it is a demo. To ensure that we were getting a piece of equipment that was still new and not defective or anything like that. So it's my understanding that the vehicle is, even though it's a demo, it has like 3,000 miles on it, and it still carries the same warranty as a brand-new piece per se, but still saving some dollars as far as getting, I guess it's like buying a demo car. You're just getting a new product that has just been shown or whatever. So I was pleased to see that we could save some money by at least going that route.
Yeah, to your point, Commissioner, this came up because I just kept sitting down with Bobby. I was like, Bobby, do we have to custom build this thing? Can't we go shop and see if there's something else out there? Because I had done this in another city where we had actually went shopping and lo and behold, found a one-year-old vehicle that, met our needs, had all the same equipment, that kind of thing. And I said, well, let's kick the tires, try it. And lo and behold, he brought me one back. So he's feeling comfortable with it. I've done it before. And like you said, it's going to save us $25,000. So I thought it was,
Plus the
something
trips
we
to
should.
Wisconsin to make
Yeah,
sure that.
well, to drive it
winter.
back down here in the winter. But anyway, if it was just a technique I'd picked up from another community and it just, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and it worked. So that is an option. I wanted to see if y'all wanted to do that.
Any other questions? Commissioner Bellhamer?
I just, we went through this with the last fire truck, and then we were told that we would need more people, and we ended up with more people. Now we have 9 firefighters, but we need 3 frontline trucks. I just can't understand that. Why we need 2 reserve trucks when we only have 3 firefighters on shift.
because you're operating 365, 7 days a week. It's a 24-hour cycle. You know, car wrecks happen at 2 a.m. on Sunday mornings. I mean, these are the kind of things you just got to be able to respond to the different situations that get thrown at you, and there's no time off.
Yeah, but we,
And ISO has standards that's set, and we're trying to protect the insurance rates. And that's the other part of this. I mean, if it was up to me, I'd keep using this truck. But when ISO comes to you and says, hey, you know, you got to change this out or your rating's going to drop, which means then that homeowners are going to pay more in fire insurance, that's when I have to pay attention to it.
When does it have to get changed out for ISO?
It's in the packet. Hang on just a second, let me grab that.
it's already past its longevity
It's
as far
past.
as they're concerned. It says it's 25 years old, a decade older than an FPA recommends for frontline service equipment.
And
So
on
if-
next review,
If
that's
we
when
went
they're
another
going to
year,
give us.
how would that affect the, I don't understand how that affects their score if we've already surpassed its, what they claim it to be usable.
Right, you've got lead time to deliver the product, and then you have the review coming up from ISO. And so, yeah, you might be able to kick this can maybe one more year, but as your manager, I'm recommending we do it now.
If
We've
we
got
wait
the
a year,
money.
we lose the benefit of purchasing a demo truck also, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're not going to hold out for a year.
I'm just trying to look,
Doesn't
you
mean
know,
there could
it's a
never be
tough
another one
situation.
either.
Well, it could be, but I'm also looking at the functionality of the one that we have. And I understand, you know, there are maintenance, there are things that we're doing to keep it functional. And it's my understanding, again, talking to you guys here, that it's not going to stay around forever. It's a reserve that, once you purchase the new one, you have another one that's just sitting there in the event that it has to be in the shop or it has to be out on a call.
Right.
It can be serviced, but it's not 100% operational.
Correct.
It's leaking, and it doesn't retain water.
Yeah,
I'm just looking, you know, it's just trying to, I'm not
These
trying to
guys
judge,
have to
I'm just trying to look
operate
at the different things.
365 days a year, 24 hours a day, and if a truck can't go and there's an accident or a call, you got to have something ready to go. And then ISO will come in periodically and do their review, and if you're out of sync, then they will hit you with a lower rating, and then that translates into higher costs for your homeowners. And as the manager, I'm proud of an ISO 3, and I'm recommending to you how we keep it. And this is my suggestion after visiting with the fire chief as to how I think we best can do that and save money all at the same time.
So if we get another brand-new fire truck, which one's going to be, I don't get it. They fought so hard to get the ladder truck because they wanted that to be the front line, first one out. And now if they get a new one, does that mean the new one will sit while that one will still be, I don't know, I don't understand why you need 3 fire trucks for 9 firefighters, so I'll just leave it at that.
I know we talked about this a long time at the last budget meeting. Can we have Bobby yet again come up and explain the types of equipment that you have and the new asset you're asking for?
Come on up.
So just to be clear, Commissioner Phillips, you're asking to what we currently have and what I'm asking for in replacement? Okay,
Talk a little bit about the ladder truck as well.
sure. If I can start from the front, when we broke last year, the commission was more than generous enough to up the reserve to $100,000 a year until we got to the point of we could pay for the truck in full. So the original plan was there was $406,000 plus in the reserve, do another contribution of $100,000 this year, and there was a delta of $63,000. That's where the developers came in. and they were going to pay that delta off. So the truck would be in essence paid for full this year. Mr. Whitson asked me to look at some other options. There were 38 trucks that were spec'd across the nation in demos to where we found the one that he's speaking to you about right now. That came back, so when we saved $23,000 off the original truck that would be built from 569 to 546, the reserve or the contribution stayed the same from the developers at 63,000, which would make the reserve less contribution into the truck reserve this year from 100,000 to 76.5. So there's that. The truck that we're looking to replace is a 25-year-old engine, and that truck is in a reserve status. But as Mr. Whitson hit on, we're not immune to mechanical breakdowns. We don't have the luxury to say we cannot operate. And there had, at one point that I'm not thrilled to say, I did have to take a loaner truck from Palm Coast in the time that I've been chief. Those trucks, you don't know when you're going to need another truck. So in addition to that, we have brought up ISO, and the savings that are passed on to our residents are through that ISO rating of 3. The current truck that we're talking about, as far as replacement, we have put a lot of money into it over the years. Not so much anymore because we don't really rely on that truck as a responsible piece of equipment for us. Currently, to what Commissioner Bryan was talking about, if we needed to use that truck on a fire, we could pump water to that truck from our water supply in the city, but it does not constantly hold water in the tank because, once again, the pump packing has gone bad on it, which is not astronomical, but it's another $1,000 repair. To me, it's bad money over good to keep putting money into this truck. So I don't know if I'm answering all your questions, but with the request that Mr. Whitson has made, we've researched multiple trucks, we've researched a demo truck. The money that which the board requested it be pay in full, it would be at a less of a cost than we were even discussing that last year. I don't know if I've answered all your questions or not. Yes, sir.
Just tell them how you're going to use the truck. Once you buy the new truck,
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot
how
that
is that
part.
going to
Yeah.
go into the rotation?
The new truck would be the frontline pumper, but the idea of it is we're not saying that the ladder truck is not going to be utilized anymore. In fact, basically, the fire crews would stack their bunker gear between the two trucks. If they've got a fire that has vented itself through the roof, they know they're getting in that aerial unit. If they've got a medical call and we're trying to preserve miles on that ladder truck, and they're going to use our newest piece of equipment, it's got less mileage, it's got less time on the depreciation plan, and the ladder truck would still be accessible to us. The engine that we have now, which wouldn't be scheduled to be replaced, engine 11, 2028, it would move to reserve status. Again, keeping the 3 trucks as ISO is what our rating's based on.
So you're spreading the use out over all of the trucks in order to maximize the utilization over the years?
Looking at that 20-year window, yes, sir. So we're buying some preservation for the ladder, but still have the accessibility of the ladder when we need it for, high-angle stuff or elevated water streams, what have you.
So instead of taking out the ladder truck like you do right now, you take out the other
We
truck?
take the new pumper when we took delivery of it, as the, first line, unless the ladder was dictated.
Correct. So again, these guys, they operate 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I mean, they never know what kind of call they're going to get. So they're trying to preserve the options and the rotations of the vehicles.
Bob, are the trucks you're looking at all have the extra compartments for your vision of eventually turn into advanced life support?
Well,
Is
yeah.
that why the cost of this is so high?
That doesn't really have anything to do with the cost. I mean, any of the trucks that we spec'd out had extra compartment space, but that, even if we're not talking ALS, that's just future growth for any equipment needs that we may have. So we are maximizing the space with the compartments, yes, sir.
And you've got enough accessory equipment that
Well,
Or is that part of the price of the truck?
the truck would come stocked.
So we had 3 trucks now, that one isn't stocked or something, or?
We have a ghost truck, yes, sir. The one that's in reserve, if we have to move something, if we have to use that truck, we'd have to move from another truck.
Be the last one that you used.
So we're adding equipment for a third truck as well.
It's incorporated in that, yes, sir.
Question. So if the new truck will be used for, we'll call it, just for layman's terms, anything except aerial operations, and then you would keep the ladder at the house unless you needed it, how come they're not doing that with Engine 11 now and leaving the ladder at the house?
But because that's the same thought process as far as the wear and tear and depreciation of a vehicle. Engine 11 is a 2005. So we want to move that as far into the reserve status as we can. Right now, it sits up in a backup status. If the engine, or if the ladder needed maintenance or it went down, we do utilize the engine. But we, again, trying to buy some preservation for these trucks when they go in that backup or reserve status.
And Engine 11 just recently got, well, a year or two ago, got a new engine or something, right?
It's had some work done, not an entire new engine, though.
What's the trade-in value of it?
On this, the 25-year-old truck, we're $2,000.
Yeah.
Just asking.
Scrap.
Find some bald tires and put on it.
So it wouldn't make a lot of sense to do a $1,000 pump packing repair,
Yeah.
so.
Any other questions about our decision module here, or comments?
So we're not only replacing a reserve truck, we're also adding more fire equipment to stock that truck.
Yes, it would come fully stocked,
If
yeah.
if they had to pull it out of reserve, they can't move their stuff to the next truck. You gotta buy all new.
No, I mean, we have to buy equipment anyway. I mean, we have to, I mean, there's a certain shelf life for all of this stuff. They use it all the time. So it makes sense to buy it when you, when you get
Can't
the truck.
use it all the time if they've got it on 3 different trucks.
Well, it's rotated. I mean, you got to understand, these guys, they can't not go. I mean, and they can't predict what kind of calls they will get.
I think his question is, can you buy the new truck without the equipment?
Oh, I don't know.
Because you said it comes with it, and I think Commissioner Bellingham was saying, if you're buying the new truck, you're buying new equipment, but if the truck comes with the equipment, then
Yeah, fair question. I don't
it's
know.
like getting a radio in a new car. Do you take it out just to? do you
Well,
vote?
the one thing I would say to that is that's never been the goal of the fire department, to buy the truck unequipped.
Okay.
The thing about it, and Mr. Woodson spoke to it a little bit, is, you know, when we move to a different rig, which can happen pretty regularly, and it's not that we're thrilled to do that, but when we have to make that move, we want to do that in a matter of minutes. To totally take a truck down and to go through the checkoff list and the entire board to move all the required equipment to one truck to another, at points can take over an hour. We don't really have that type of time in emergency service. So the goal was, even if the reserve truck was minimized, that our frontline 2 trucks, being now the ladder and the new pumper, would be completely equipped so they could move to either truck within minutes. And that's, you know, as far as our response times and everything else would go, that's the thought process behind it.
How much is the equipment that's typically on that truck?
Where we're at, and this would include extrication equipment, we're sitting there in the $70,000 to $80,000 range without having my book right in front of me.
If we don't have three of them fully equipped now, then we're adding that extra money to it by equipping all 3 of them with fully.
That's correct.
So if you were in a position that the frontline engine didn't start or whatever, you hop in the second one, and then if that one breaks, then you have time to move this. That's all right. I'm not a firefighter, so I'm not going to get too deep into it.
Yeah, minutes count.
Kathleen, help me understand, I heard you mention earlier that we're going to be taking money out of some fund to pay for this. What was that you were speaking to?
So the money that we've been reserving every year is, it's just like we're moving it from one reserve to the other. It's the infrastructure surtax, which is the money that's the extra the extra cent that we're charged on sales tax. So one good thing about that is that everybody that visits supports this community, not just taxpayers. That's where that money is coming from. Now, that money is restricted to where we can only purchase certain things. I don't have the whole list behind me right now, but I know it has to be a capital asset. We can't use it to buy or to get cars and things like that. It has to be a capital asset with more than 8 to 10 years of, expected life. So what we've done every year is take $100,000 from that reserve and add it to a reserve for the fire truck. And that's where the $76,000 would also come from that. And that reserve, off the top of my head, is right around $1 million, maybe a little bit over $1 million, the infrastructure surtax reserve, even with the $400,000 sitting in the other reserve.
Right, so it comes from the sales tax, and it's restricted by the state of Florida for certain expenses, and this is in line with that expense.
Right, but we don't have all the money saved. We're pulling from a reserve to still pay for it.
Just from the infrastructure.
Correct.
Yes.
From the
We're pulling the $74,000 that's in the budget right there.
And that's including the money that got donated from developers.
Right, we haven't
Correct.
received that money, but
And if we waited a year, we would have all the money to pay for it without borrowing from a reserve, correct?
you're not borrowing, you're just moving.
Well, taking it out of reserve.
Right.
No, you would have to take it out of reserves.
It would come out of the same
That's what I
fund.
was going
It
to
would come out of the same fund. We're paying for it the same way. If you waited a year, you're just not going to save the $25,000 because, that option would be off the table.
Normally, we are budgeting $100,000. That's what would be here, but this year, we're just budgeting enough to make the purchase.
So this last bullet that's on the decision module, delay authorization of new engine order until earmarked reserves are high enough to cover entire cost. That would happen next year, right? Because the earmarked reserves, which is the saving for the truck, would be high enough to
Yeah,
cover.
if the commission so desired, that's an option.
However, we don't know if that truck will be there.
We know for a fact it won't be there.
The demo. Right, we know that demo wouldn't be there. We would have to, plan on another truck, which would be like $20,000 more.
Right,
Not
potentially.
necessarily, doesn't mean there
Unless you
won't
find
be
a
another
demo.
one next
Right.
year.
Or more.
It goes either way. What other questions or comments?
The only thing I remember that I thought we kind of reached a consensus, and we got the same people on the commission now that we did last year, that we were going to continue with this until they had the money to buy it. Maybe I'm wrong by remembering that, but I thought that's what the consensus was last year.
I remember getting brought up, I don't know if it was a consensus, but
I don't remember.
I agree with that thought process.
But last year, we didn't have the extra 63,000 offered on the table.
That's coming
We don't have
regardless.
We didn't look at a demo, so just a couple of things. I don't think it was a consensus.
So it looks like you jump on it now, you save 2025. You wait till next year, you have the money to pay for it without taking from reserve, but then you are not saving 2025 you could potentially pay more, or you could try to find another demo. It's kind of,
Which could potentially be more, too.
could be more, could be less. You know, the way things are going, it probably won't be less.
Nothing is less.
Right.
True.
I'm comfortable with knowns. We know how much this demo is. We know that we can save $25,000 out of our ISX fund. Bobby's comfortable with this truck. Bobby, I don't think it's a big savings, but I'm imagining it uses less fuel than the
I don't know
ladder.
about that.
If you,
I mean, it's got less weight, so naturally it's going to use
Alright,
less
so
fuel. And
less-
they have the DEF components on these trucks now, so they try to, maximize fuel savings, but obviously it uses a lot of gas. It's a
okay,
bigger.
I know that's not going to make a big difference,
Yeah.
but
How big's the water tank on this one?
This is going to be a 750-gallon tank,
Then we got what,
a 1,000-gallon tank on the one that we have now.
and the ladder's got what?
It's got a
450?
450 gallon tank.
So it's double the ladder, basically.
Yes, sir.
So it's going to be heavier than the ladder.
Well, you got to keep in mind, the ladder's got all that aerial equipment up top that adds a lot of weight to that vehicle, a lot of weight.
Question, if we lose the ISO rating of 3 and it drops down to a 2, do we have an idea of what that cost would be on our residents? Because in the big picture of things, you look at $76,000, you divide that by the 5,000 and so residents, you're looking at $15. If there's more of a difference in $15 on their insurance, it's a good investment.
The ISO, what Mr. Whitson is talking about, every household is different, obviously. So what you're looking at is the fire portion of your homeowners and policy with an ISO rating of 3 is looking at a 30% savings is what you're looking at within your homeowners policy. And it goes actually the other direction,
it
so.
would be a 4 if we got
It would
one.
go, yeah.
4.
I think, I can't recall exactly, but I know last year, I actually called my insurance company to ask the difference, and it was significant.
More than $15
Yeah.
per resident per year.
Yes, yes.
It should say on your insurance bill. It should actually be spelled out.
I actually called 2 insurance companies to find out.
Yeah, if I could make just one last comment, I didn't really relish wanting to get involved in this conversation. But sometimes a manager has to make tough decisions and tough recommendations, and I'm recommending you do it.
You don't think we can hold out here?
Nope.
Chief?
Could I just add one thing? I don't want to step over bounds here, but when we're talking about having the money in hand to purchase the truck, I guess the question is for me, are we going to make a contribution to truck reserves this year if we bought the truck or not? And if we were going to make a contribution, it was settled upon that we do 100,000. Well, we're not going to do 100,000. We're going to do 76,500. So if we're going to make that contribution to reserves, then the money's there. The money's there with what we currently have, with the donation from the developers, what the city would contribute down. So we're really saying the same thing, just don't really think we're looking at it the same way.
I think you're right. That is correct. Because we would set aside $100,000 every year.
And it's still coming out of
I said that about a half
Yeah.
hour ago.
Yep. I mean, just really, at the end of the day, I'm making this recommendation based on 3 things. Number 1, you retain the ISO insurance advantage for your residents. That's the primary thing. Number 2, he's correct. You make a lower contribution than you normally would. And number 3, you get the truck. So when I looked at it all, I was like, let's go ahead. And I didn't really want to get involved in this conversation because I understood that it was heated and controversial last year. But sometimes a manager has to come in and sort through things and make tough recommendations. And I think this is, at the end of the day, in my opinion, is the right thing to do.
And with the contribution, you're not taking from that reserve, you're not borrowing ahead in
Yeah.
any way, shape, or form.
It
You
really
crossed
made
the
it an
threshold, you
easier-
have the money.
It made it an easier decision, it really did.
Okay, let's get this thing moved along. So, questions, or can we get a consensus, yea or nay?
Fire truck.
Okay, those in favor of truck, got some hands? So we got 4-1? Okay. All right. Beach department.
Not the use of facilities.
Yeah, could we take 10 minutes?
All right.
Clear your head.
Restaurant, so let's just do 3:30? Okay, mic's off.
Oh!
Everybody can turn their mics off. I got it. I had to check it, yeah. All right, we are on Beach Department, page 7. Questions or comments on Beach Department?
Just one.
Commissioner Bellhumor.
William, what did you say the COLA was? 2.5?
2.9.
2.9, yeah.
I've just,
But a lot of these folks are part-time, so I don't know how, did we apply that evenly?
We didn't do it to the, I don't have it in there for part-timers.
Yeah. For part-timers, we didn't apply that.
so I'm just seeing that the salaries when we go to these different departments are up different percentage rates, such as the beach department's up 4.4, planning and zoning is only up 0.34.
Your mic's on.
Sorry about that, Penny. But that, it seems like each department's up a different amount, and I'm just curious why these salaries are more than they were before. Are they just, when we've got 2 other modules for pay raises as well?
Well, yeah, the other modules have to do with the wage compression and then the issues associated with the mandated state wage increases over time. So what you have here in this particular case is you have some full-time people and and a lot of part-time people. So that's why these numbers are up and down. Because over the years, I guess they've hired different levels of staff. I mean, right now, we're at 24, but I don't know what we were in years past.
Sorry, I was trying to work on this while y'all were talking, so, okay. Well, with beach, I can explain it because we budget in a lump sum for, the lifeguards. You know, it's a lump sum, it's not each person, this is what they're making, you know. Because it's seasonal. Other departments, there may have been some, let's see, what other department did you ask about?
Well, planning and zoning is only up
Plan-
a tiny little bit,
Most all departments are up.
and commission's up 2.8, which is in line with the COLA, I guess. William helped us out. Executive went down, but.
Yeah, some of them are because of, we don't have the engineer, Mr. Whitsam's not funding the engineering, the engineer position. We may have done some changes, some of our salaries are split between funds, and even though I don't show that on the salary schedule, because it would make it way too confusing, it's, you know, it's just, some salaries are split between departments, positions have changed. That's,
Yes, and
The answer.
let me just kind of pile on there that, okay, like for my salary, for example, because I work with a lot of different departments, it doesn't make any sense to keep it in one line item. So part of it goes to solid waste, part of it goes to the utility department, part of it goes to finance or you know, different areas. So we just kind of divided it up a little bit differently because of where I spend my time.
Okay.
Okay, and so that's why you may see the number go up and down is, you know, maybe over the years, other people have figured that out, that, you know, the ratio of a position working in a particular area may shift around, especially at the executive level. And then you've got other situations where they're seasonal, they're part-time, you know, in your case, in the case of the commission, you should see the COLA reflected in there, so.
So all these salary increases are COLA along with
Yes.
the combination of spread and other,
Correct.
okay. All right, that's my question. Thank you.
Will we be receiving when, we be receiving, when this is all done, like we used to get all the salaries in each department?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, because through the year, I find that a handy thing to have. I have a couple of questions, if Rick's done. Under travel and training, there was a rather enormous increase.
For which department?
Beach.
Yeah, I think what happened was COVID the year before, and then now they're going to be stepping up some of their training and their certifications, is what Tom had indicated to me. I don't know, Bobby, you can speak to any of that, but that's, and then there's, competitions that didn't happen last year. Right now, he's gone to a competition, so that's
Well,
part
that
of.
might be, the competitions is what I thought it
Yeah.
might be.
You're spot on. That's it. He did juniors a couple weeks ago. He's away now with some of his full-time guards, and now that we're coming out of the pandemic, he's a lot more involved with training and travel, so.
But it's mostly those,
It's mostly the
competitions.
competitions and the certifications and things that they want to get done now that they don't have COVID.
okay, and we don't need an ATV this year? Or-
No, I think that they, I talked about that. He has one in there. But we talked about how they rotated in terms of the investments in that.
All right, so he bought, I'm going to guess, like 2 of them last year? Judging from what was spent?
I don't know, Kathleen can check
He
that.
did buy 2, yes. He
Okay,
bought 2
and
this
s-
year.
Well, it says that 18,000 is projected.
Yes, he purchased 2 this year.
ATVs or jet ski or something different maybe?
I can find
He
it.
bought 2 new ATVs this year, and he's got one, I'm sorry, no, he's got them.
Just recently got
Yeah, it's not been too long ago. And then he's got one scheduled for this year, trying to look at that 3-year rotation mark for the ATVs.
Because I know that the 2 that were bought right after Matthew or thereabouts were pretty much done, so.
Yeah, so that, this 8,000 goes towards when we need another one. Okay, thank you.
Any other
Yeah, I wish this beach environment was a little more forgiving. It just makes you replace things quicker than you would normally want to.
Yep.
Well, now when you have to drive them through salt water.
Yeah.
I think now he'll be on a good rotation too, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Does it make sense to have any reserves for beach equipment? Looks like we haven't done that in a while.
We haven't done that in a while.
Just kind of throwing it out.
I'm trying to think if there is anything left in that. I'm just working on this one calculation then.
How you doing, Biz?
Came in on your golf cart. I see you came in on your golf cart, that's why you haven't helped me.
Call out I had is, I noticed that the additional funding we got for lifeguards is not reflected, or we're just spending a lot more money on labor.
I think we need to go back and that's part of the, we get this thing out here, and I'm learning the budget as we go, and so we will need to reconcile that and make sure we have all the numbers right before September, but it's not going to make a lot of difference. It'll make some.
Which line are you looking at there?
Just the labor line, we got the additional funding for county, and I noticed that labor, which is second line for lifeguards, which is other salaries and wages, is still going up with more money being contributed from county, which seemed like the wrong direction to me. But you said you're going to tweak that.
Yes, I'm going to look at that, and then, of course, there's other decision modules later in the day that, again, there's a lot of pressure to go the other way with wages out there. And so one of the questions we're going to have to answer, maybe not this fiscal year, but next fiscal year is, do we need to go up on the part-time labor rates because of the competition for lifeguard staffing, with other jurisdictions. So we'll just have to, I don't think it's a big critical issue this year, but for sure next year, we're going to have to look at it.
So with 2 ATVs being purchased, why are repairs so far up? Wouldn't they go down?
Well, he has more than just the ATVs. He has some jet skis and some other things. Can you look at, she's trying to make a calculation, and then we can go back and look at the data of purchase orders. She can actually tap in and look at the purchase orders.
It's just
Keep
a
in mind,
lot higher.
Eric, years prior to last year or so, these things were not getting any general maintenance. So I don't know whether he's got a maintenance plan in effect now for trying to make these things last as long as possible.
Chief Pace already knows it's coming.
Yeah, he's implemented a preventative maintenance plan over the last year and a half or so with Orman Outpost, so he is doing some major PMs and putting some more money out. In addition to that, in addition to the ATVs, jet skis that Mr. Woodson's talking about, he does have that pickup truck and the Jeep that he'll have maintenance on those as well, and I think that's, I'm not sure, but I think that's in his beach budget.
It's not any more than projected from this year, is it? It's actually less than projected from this year.
Yes.
Any other questions on beach? City manager, you good?
I'm good.
Okay. Planning and zoning. Comments on planning and zoning?
I don't have any.
Jane?
I don't have
Oh, none?
Just when we get to the module.
City manager, you have anything for planning and zoning?
No, sir.
Commission? I didn't skip any modules, did I?
Well, this is one.
Wait, hold on, planning and zoning had one. Add full-time code enforcement officer. We have a decision
Actually,
module on that.
with the building department.
I forgot to look down there.
Oh, it must be buried.
Yeah.
It's towards the back,
Where is it?
the building.
Is
It's with code enforcement.
Unfortunately, there's no page number on that.
It's,
No, these don't have
no
it.
page number, but it's 53698,
Oh, what are we looking for?
There you go.
Actually.
the actual. The building department is the one that would go with,
Almost everything.
would be page 9.
About 6 pages from the back.
After that.
2 pages from the
That's 6, 5 or 6, maybe.
There's the decision module, and then it goes
So-
with the
so-
budget.
Okay, I'm sorry, tell me what you're looking for and I can tell you.
We have add full-time code enforcement officer at
Here we
$53,690.
go.
So that's page 8 for the budget.
Yes,
Oh, and you're trying to find the actual decision module in the
Correct.
packet? Yes, it's way towards the back of that. I'm sorry, I did not have time to number that.
Okay, I do have a comment on that.
okay.
It's on the options, it says add a full-time code enforcement position for 53,698. And then when I looked at what the part-time code enforcement was 36,449. So we're really not increasing this by $5,300, 53,000. It's
No.
really
It's
17,000.
the net between the two,
Yeah, so it's 17,249.
Yes.
Which is, according to Mealy math, 0.21 tenths of a mil.
All right.
It's a-
Well, is that in addition to the part-time, or is that in place of?
Okay, it's in place of, because the situation we have, as I understand it, Rick, is that Bobby is going to stay with us to December, which is the first quarter of the new fiscal year. And then we would need to hire someone, either part-time or full-time at that point. So if we bring somebody on a few weeks ahead, we could have the overlap between the new the person leaving. So it would be kind of you already have money in the budget for the part-time. It would just be, the increase would be, as the Commissioner said, to add a full-time if that's what you wanted to do. Or if you wanted to just say, look, we're happy with part-time the way it's been, that's also an option. I just keep getting a lot of questions from the commission about code enforcement, questions from citizens about code enforcement. And so it just seemed to me to be the right time to have this conversation about whether you wanted to increase that level of effort or whether you wanted to leave it the same.
But the dollar amount is a little bit misleading. It's really only around
Correct.
15,000 or something.
Net-wise, yes.
Or is it Shane?
17,249.
And you had a nickname for that. You called it
Mealy math?
Mealy math, that's right.
Now, that was the right amount. It was the how many tenths of a mil, and I
Yeah.
think I got that right. It was 0.21.
Okay, so we need a questions, comments, or consensus, or no consensus on this.
Let me have a comment. I believe we need a full-time code enforcement officer, and
Yep.
if a person's out there full-time doing this, might very well pay for himself. This is one of the things I hear continuously from constituents, that they have issues with
Yep.
I agree.
what's
Yep.
being done.
100% agree.
Just a quick question, full-time, would they work Monday through Friday? Because I think Bobby works on
Well, they
weekends
better not.
sometimes.
They need to work evenings.
Middle of the night.
We would just have to take their hour, yeah, maybe we give them off a day in the week and then they work
Surprise-
Saturday or
surprise
whatever,
Saturdays and
we would just move it around. You never would, it's like the IRS, you never know when they're gonna show up,
Got it.
you know?
Okay,
When I worked at the steel plant, sometimes we would work 10 days in a row, but then we would have a 3-day weekend or a 4-day weekend on each end of it, so.
no, the reason I asked is I just like having somebody out there on the weekends.
Yep.
Not all the time, but, couple times during the month.
Just so people don't think they can get away with stuff on the weekend. Yeah.
I mean, like the crane I saw that showed up on Palm Drive on
Yeah, that
Sunday.
one.
Like
Yeah, like
Thursday
that.
evenings when we get done commission meetings and I can't hear myself think. All right,
That was easy.
hands for this one?
Yep.
Consensus?
Yes,
Commissioner Brown, okay, everybody's good, you're unanimous on that?
yes.
All right,
So the exact amount, we'll have to do that homework and plug it in, but the consensus is go for full-time position.
correct, yeah, we'll just need to tweak the numbers, because it won't be an ad of $54,000.
Public screaming for it. I think we owe it to them.
Okay, page 9, commission. Any questions about line items for commission? And we also have a decision module after we get done talking about line items.
That's the one about the insurance?
Correct.
I'm just looking at the 340% increase.
Under repairs and maintenance. Penny, repairs and maintenance, there's a large increase for commission.
Could have been.
Where the hell is this module at?
Repairs and maintenance for the commission.
But it didn't.
Snacks.
Snacks.
If you look at the numbers, it didn't go up 3.
It looks more like a swing. No, that wasn't too far back.
Commission repairs.
It's,
Repairs and maintenance.
Oh, I see, it went way up under our new proposed, I see what you're talking about.
Floors.
No?
No.
No, that's not
I
that
mean, it
bad.
went up, but
Yeah,
not
it's just kind of-
340.
Not 340%.
I didn't look at the percents, and the amount it went up didn't set up an alarm for me.
Mm-mm.
Replace microphones.
Penny's been real frugal and hasn't spent what
Yeah,
was
I
in her budget.
don't, I'm wondering, is that,
Typo?
do my two notes add up to the amount, Kathleen? Was there something else dropped in there? Is it a typo or something that you removed?
2,200.
Yeah, no, you have,
Yeah, that's why it's such a big, it's just small numbers, but
Right, big percentage, small numbers.
You didn't spend any, but this is what, around
I
that
put
number
in
is
there
what you.
the 700 for any equipment if one of the microphones goes or something. And I have 1,500 for the floors
twice a year.
to do twice a year.
Okay, so it's just small percentage, but it's a big
When
percentage.
get done this year, I was getting ready to call them to come do them.
Yeah.
But it's about $750 each time they come. And I have them do this floor, the bathrooms, the foyer, the kitchen, the other floors over on the
Yeah.
other side that are, all this stuff.
Any other questions or comments on,
Do we
Line
still
items.
give to the TNR?
No,
And do you
made
still
the
wanna leave, like-
decision to, well, you do, it's not under this.
60,000.
We just don't do it in-house, we just make a donation to them.
Oh, okay, but it doesn't come out of our budget.
All right.
The TNR program, Kathleen, that comes out of general government or commission, that would be under promotional if it did come out of here.
What is it?
The trap neuter return program, where we just donate now, the 500.
Oh, yeah, that would be in promotions. Did we put it in?
But
Yeah.
is it,
what promotions has
Yeah,
items?
yeah, it would be the $500 to the feral cats, is that what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one.
That's under.
Promotion, it's in commission budget under promotional activities.
Okay, thank you.
So part of being a commissioner is we need to trap, neuter, and release cats.
Or make a donation so others can.
Right, we no longer, that is one thing that we did away, because
What'd you say,
before, we were handling all these invoices and.
Oh, I know.
paying
No, I
it
didn't
and-
mean that we should actually
Yeah,
be doing
so
it.
it's better, now all we are doing, we gave them the balance of that fund, and all we are doing is giving them a donation check instead of us collecting all the donation check. Yeah, it was, we somehow got in feral cat business.
Okay, but we are still giving them the 500 and
yeah,
it's
I-
coming out of
That's in there.
promotion.
That's where it would come out of.
Okay, any other questions or comments on line items?
Yes, it's in there, okay.
No? Decision module time. Decision module, provide health insurance for city commissioners and mayor at $64,800. Well, I should say up to. That would depend on who participates. Okay.
It was just a number, to worst-case number.
So this would be the highest number.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, and we're still at the estimate stage. We're estimating for health insurance for an employee is annually is $10,950.
Question.
Health and life, our life insurance is about 150 of that, so.
Question about this stuff. These are the same benefits that city employees are getting now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there is a decision module coming up where that is changing. If that was to change, this would follow suit?
I'm assuming it would, yeah. I mean, the idea is this number represents what we think the worst-case, highest cost would be projected. If we were to say, okay, everybody wants the insurance and it's the highest number.
And is this I don't know anything about health insurance that the city offers. Is this health, vision, dental, or is it
Just health.
just health?
Do we offer dental or vision?
Do city employees
Yes.
have dental and vision?
If they pay for it, yeah.
Oh,
And
they
this
pay?
is just for yourself, it's not for a spouse or
Correct.
family.
Yes, this is self-coverage.
So-
Or is it family? Individual, okay.
So dental, vision, city employees are paying on their own?
Mm,
Really?
Yeah.
The city doesn't?
mm-mm.
Oh. Private sector, I got spoiled.
I said the wrong question.
Question.
Do any of our part-time employees get health insurance?
No.
That's my my only question.
Ain't nothing part-time about this job, other than pay.
Part-time.
Right.
I'm just going to say that I'm opposed to it. Supposedly, none of us take these jobs for the money or the benefits that might exist at some point. I think it gives a poor image to the community. That's my feeling.
Do we know if other cities offer health insurance to their elected officials?
I personally don't know. We can certainly do that work.
Is county
The county does, Palm Coast does not. They're also considering as well. But I think on the opposite end, I think you could actually potentially get more people. You look at, in some of the other decision modules, it was talking about increasing pay to get better quality. Falls in that same line and that same argument.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah,
When I first got on the commission, I think we made something like $2,000. And we had a resident, a very vocal resident, get up and say he wanted to raise it to $7,000 and then add the cost of living each year. Because of that we would get better and more people to run. That didn't work. Not that we didn't get good people to run, but it certainly wasn't for, now it was going to be $7,000 a year. And anybody who runs for a job for $7,000 a year is, that should not be the reason you run.
Question, Jane.
I just think that you should want to represent your constituents out of, this sounds very Pollyanna-ish, but out of the goodness of your heart for the interests of the city, and not because you're going to get benefits or a decent salary.
So, question, you said it presents a poor image
I
to
think
want
so.
benefits. Yeah, I mean, can you explain how that presents a poor image? Well, I guess I'm confused by that.
I think it would say people are going to run because, oh, they didn't have health insurance before, but now they can get health insurance, and that's why they're running. And that should be not the reason. That's the way I look at it. So.
Commissioner Phillips, did you have your hand up?
I don't. At first, I was thinking it wasn't a good idea because I was thinking of myself. I don't necessarily need it, but I'm not going to be a commissioner forever, and I think it would be nice just to set a precedence for future individuals that go onto the commission. Health insurance is expensive. It's for individual, so I'm kind of on the fence, which isn't a definitive answer, but kind of on the fence.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Bryan?
No, I looked at it as well, and, I mean, excuse me, I mean, I have Medicare and I have Blue Cross as well, but by the same token, I'm just an individual. But I think because we don't get paid that much, I think any added benefit is a nice perk. I mean, we don't get travel. I mean, so,
You do.
we do. I never got travel.
Well, you never put in the forms.
I guess I never asked for it. Okay. Well, at any rate,
Well, but traveling as a commissioner is not a perk.
I never really look at it as an expense. I mean, I just do it. And I look at the commission as the same thing. It is contributing to the neighborhood, I mean, to the community, and we're doing a community service, but by the same token. I think you should be compensated to some degree, and if that's just a little added benefit, it's not huge, but it's something. And again, I think to echo what Commissioner Phillips was saying is that, I mean, most of us have pretty good insurance and all, but there are other individuals that may be, considering running in the future, younger folks or whomever, who may not have any. And I think I don't think it's that much expense to have a little added benefit to being a commissioner.
So, my thoughts. Commissioner Erickson, how are you? Good to see you. We always point out celebrities when they come in. My thoughts are, there was a time during my first term that I was considering not running again. It is a very big challenge to own a high-volume business and do this at a level that you're supposed to do it at. And this being a commissioner you don't work part-time hours. no matter what. It's a full-time gig, and there are times that I put more hours in being a commissioner than I do running my own business. And I talked to a number of people, and once I explained, the checks and balances of it, nobody would want to do it, at least in my sphere of influence. And it's not that you're doing it for the pay, because you're not, and it's not that you would be doing it for the benefits, because you're not, but Commissioner Bryan, to your point, it is, you are in an organization that offers health benefits to their employees, and why would we be exempt? We are employees. It doesn't make any sense to me. Employees should have benefits. I personally don't have benefits. That would be a perk for me to want to do it. I know that there's other people that have said the same thing. If you're taking time out, a large amount of time to do something that is not for the pay, it's if you're volunteering for something, so let's say you're doing some type of groundskeeping or something like that, then it's not expected, but the group organizing it is probably going to try to supply some bottled water, some gloves, some things to just help the volunteers out. To me, this falls in line among that same thought process. It's, you don't become a commissioner for health benefits. Your term's 3 years. By the time you get it, it could come off again, but it is a thing going. We acknowledge you as an employee, we acknowledge what you're putting into this, and it's only fair that we offer you benefits that we would offer a grounds guy. I don't see why I would be holding a position as an employee of the city for less than that. And it's not really about you're doing it for the benefits, you're putting it all equal, if that makes
Are
sense.
we considered employees of the city?
We get a paycheck from the city, we're an employee.
I never thought of myself as an employee.
I mean, we are elected officials, but we are also employees of the city. So that's my 2 cents. Is there any other thoughts or comments on it?
To answer your question, other municipalities do offer that. And as county commissioner, I had the same benefits as a regular employee. And I think it's the same in St. Augustine and St. Augustine Beach.
I can tell you that, higher than neighborhood level, elected officials are not doing it for the good of, just because it's the right thing to do. You look at how inflated and ridiculously overpaid a lot of those elected officials are that are doing it for those exact reasons, especially at the national level.
I was thinking here, where we have nice people.
Right, but we also,
Same people.
but we also have practical people at the same time. So, all right, so let's look at consensus on this. The folks that are in favor of doing insurance for commissioners and mayors, you got hands on that? Well, mayor doesn't vote.
Bring me over, I'm
So
giving
you
you
have
2 cents.
3, and then the folks opposed. Okay, so we got 3-2 on that. Okay,
So what happens when we don't need it?
you don't use it, the amount goes down. So this number, this 64.8, could potentially be 15,000.
Yeah, just out of curiosity.
10,950.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, how many of us, I don't need it.
We would budget for it, and then if it's not used, it would just go back down.
Goes in general, right?
Correct.
Right, to Commissioner Mealy's point, how many people would use it? That's why I was on the fence. I have retiree medical right now. I pay a lot a month to have retiree medical from my prior job, so I don't know if it would make sense to do it.
Yeah, because then you
But-
lose it, and if you're not a
Yeah,
commissioner.
you lose, yeah, exactly.
I can't leave mine, because I could never get
Yeah,
back
I'm not
into
sure I
it.
can leave mine either, so.
But I think that when you submit a medical claim, they're usually are your primary, your secondary, and, and other. So I think it's, the primary takes precedent, and then it goes down the line as to who pays it down the line. So it may end up where you may not pay something in that respect if you're talking about 3 different insurance coverages.
Well, I'll just say one last thing. I didn't take on this adventure to ask for things. So I just think it sends the wrong message to
Did you say venture or adventure?
either one.
Whatever's proper.
Either one works. But
And again, this number comes from our current coverage and current system. If, say, we decide to go to a different model, like we've been talking in concept and theory about, that number changes. So what we did was, okay, if everybody took it, that's the number under the current system, because that's the only number we have to work with.
And then the last point, I guess, is that if you don't really want it, you don't necessarily have to take it.
Correct.
And then would open enrollment be during the time, like the November timeframe when it's open enrollment, or?
See, is it January or what's the? Go ahead, Liz.
Or is it December? November,
Well,
December.
Medicare is
No,
December.
our open enrollment, it goes with our fiscal
Oh,
year,
no,
so
not-
we normally do at the end of August and September with the new year starting October 1st.
Well, that makes sense.
If somebody was elected, it would start, you would get benefits just like any other employee. It's 30 days, it's the first of the month after your first 30 days, and there would be an initial enrollment at that point.
Okay, and, for any of the folks that don't agree with doing the job for things like that, then obviously just don't take advantage of it. The getting insurance for folks now that are in the workforce has become more and more of a challenge. And being able to offer that as a perk can be a game changer for a household. I speak from firsthand experience on that. I'm self-employed, and the cost to insure myself is astronomical. Are you insured? I don't know if Mayor's insured or not. I've shopped. It's just easier to just not do it and roll the dice and hopefully nothing major happens. And that's why it has become so important, because the marketplace for insurance is crazy. And that's why city staff is looking to make changes for, its own city staff to be more competitive, because back in the day, insurance wasn't a really big deal, and because the costs have gone up so much, it is a very big deal now. You all good on this? Everybody's,
Yeah, we voted already.
all right?
3-2. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, without what you just added, you're at 5.4816, which is 2.5% over the city manager recommended rate.
Okay,
I'm not even going to write that down till we're done.
Okay, I know, but I promised you some sort of accounting as we go, so.
Yeah, this is like picking options for a car or a house, and then when you add it all up at the end, you start choking on it.
There you go.
All right, page 10, executive. All right, and city manager, if you could just take us through that top line, because there was some significant changes to it. If you could just explain why, so everybody is on the same page. Page 10. Proposed budget was 127,005. After your review, it went down to 74,600.
Yes, sir. At the bottom, there's a note that said that city manager, I left 70% in the general fund, 20% in the utility fund, 9% in sanitation, 1% to the stormwater fund, which you usually spend more time than that. But anyway, the idea is that you have a cost allocation that represents the different subject areas within the city that I've moved my time and attention to. And it just seems appropriate. In fact, I've done this in other communities quite a bit. Allocate your salary cost to those different funds because you're working with those issues.
All right, questions and comments on executive line items? And we also have a decision module after this.
We used to do this, splitting people's jobs up, and then we decided not to split people's jobs up. And now we're back to splitting people's jobs up again.
We've been splitting them up all along.
I
because
thought
it-
we had agreed not to anymore. Less.
I think we just didn't show it in the book because it was so confusing. But you have to do that because,
Yeah, it makes sense to me, but I
Yeah.
couldn't remember why we didn't. So it was only just not shown in the book.
I wasn't, because to show the positions all splintered like that in that salary, I just put, like because finance is one of those departments that's split. So I just put our full salaries as if we're coming out of one fund, so that it's easier for somebody looking at our budget to understand, as opposed to saying, 70% of me is in the general fund, 10% of the utility manager is in there, it's just got confusing. There was just different ways to do it. I know when I first started working here, they used to do a gigantic transfers from the general fund, from this fund to that fund, just based on lump sum things that somebody, came up with. So since we have, I still want to call it new software, even though we've had it since 2012. But since we got software that actually, all we do is, it calculates it for us on our payroll, when we do payroll. So it makes it life not only easier, but it's also more accountable because we're not just taking a number that's hopefully true,
It's 9 years that we have that new software.
Yes, it is.
That takes a while for it to get unnew. So, yeah, this is a common technique, and yes, there will be a chart where you can see what everybody makes. We're not trying to hide anything, but in terms of how you budget and where, the executive spends their time, it's all over the place.
All right, no questions on line items?
No.
All right, decision module. Creation of is that what you got the question on, the
I do,
module?
yeah.
All right, creation of
Right
an
there.
administrative assistant to the city manager position, which is 77,412 plus 35,000 for publication. What is 35,000 for publication? I was wanting to get layman's terms for the public. While they're looking that up, Commissioner Belhumeur, you had a question.
Yeah, I thought we had a job title for administrative assistant.
So I thought too, I thought it was already in our budget.
Okay, let me see if I can explain this. There is a position in this year's budget. What was happening was that this Liz works HR and risk management. The position was budgeted in her budget as, working in that arena, but the city manager would utilize that position. It's was budgeted at 30-something. There's no way that someone making that level salary can keep up with me
Okay.
and be involved in the. I'm all over the board. I'm dealing with complex federal grants, procurement, rules, statutes, laws, negotiations. It just would be impossible for a person at that level to really be of assistance. So my thought in creating the decision module was, okay, we have that much. What would we need to put together in terms of a position that might be able to also deal with other issues like grants, There was a desire, quite a conversation in the strategic retreat about, getting more grants. Well, I agree with that. However, once you get the grant, you got to manage it. There's all kinds of reports that are due. There's all kinds of follow-up that are due. And so it's not just as simple as landing the grant, then you have to manage and administer the grant. So there's all those kinds of things, and then this issue of communication keeps coming up. So if I get someone at a fairly senior level, they could handle those kinds of responsibilities. I could delegate those kinds of things. And then there was conversation about better communication with residents. Well, do you want to do that through a newsletter that would go out monthly in a hard copy? Or do you want to do that through some sort of electronic mechanism, which would be cheaper? But then I worried about the older citizens who might not ever get that communication. So that's why I thought, well, we'll just throw it out on the table and see what the commission would want to do. I'm not saying I don't have the support that I need to do the job that I have. What I'm saying is if you want more of these things, grants, communications, extra initiatives, I got to have some support that's able to keep up with all of that, because I'm slowly beginning to be overwhelmed, and it will take me longer to get back to you and do the things you want me to do. I'm not incapable of that, but I'm just going to have the support to do it at a level that, can turn it around in a timely manner. That's the thought.
Any other questions or thoughts? Are you still on yours?
I got thoughts, yeah.
All right.
One of the first things I told William, after I knew for sure he was coming on board, was that we had this position, that there was an assistant, and I had hoped that he could take advantage of that, take full advantage of that. But I get his argument that you need somebody that's going to meet the standards to keep up the speed with you, and I totally understand that. And I think a person like you just explained will make you more valuable in the end. So between the two of you, I think miracles can be made. So in that case, for the position now, as far as the newsletter, you're absolutely correct, and you haven't been here long, but there have been a lot of people screaming for a long time about communication and not knowing what's going on. So I would be a proponent of now, if you did a print version, that you would have an electronic version as well, right?
Correct.
So it could still be plastered on the website, plus,
Right.
what would you do? Would you mail it to, like, utility customers or something?
Yes, sir. The example that's in the decision module
Right, I
is
saw
from my
some
last city. They mail that out with your utility bill every month.
Okay.
And that's the kind of information, and there's a position on the staff that used to work for me, that creates that newsletter, and all the departments feed information into that person, and then they, know the graphics and the software, and they put it all together, and they put it in a PDF, and then they send it to, someone, and they print it up, and they send it out in all the utility bills. And so that's how that happens in that particular city. I've done it that way in another city when I first started in eons ago. And so that's one model. Another way to do it is to say, okay, we'll create the PDF and, the information that we want to share with people, and we'll post it to the website. We will do a, what do they call this, chimp mail thing. If you sign up for our mailing list, we can send it around in different networks. You know how the internet is really involved, and we could figure out different techniques electronically. My concern with that is that some people just, they're going to want that paper, and they won't even look at it if you don't give it to them that way.
They'll look forward to getting it.
It's 6 to 1, half dozen the other. I mean, because it is changing. But the question is, how is Flagler Beach? You know the city and the citizens better than I do, so I just thought I'd throw it
The ones that are
out
complaining
there.
are the ones that aren't on the internet, because they can navigate around and find some information.
Yeah.
But it's the people that don't have that skill that.
Webby.
And I really like the format of
Yeah, I
what you
liked it
gave
too.
us as an example. So if it's anything like that, I'm for the whole module.
Bobby, does Cox still do, I think it was Cox doing it. A few years ago, I had said that I had seen a fire department newsletter.
We had, and
You were doing it for-
it was actually Lieutenant Forte. Truth be told, once we got in the pandemic, a lot of that all went to the wayside, but to
I haven't
what
looked at the website lately.
Mr. Whitson is talking about, coupled with our weekly reports, if he's got a monthly going out, we can keep current fire department information generated out there.
Thank you, Bobby. I haven't looked at the website in a while to see.
And along with the infamous Flushing report.
I have 3 comments on this one. I come from a background where I actually owned 3 magazines previously. I printed, developed, distributed everything, so I have a lot of knowledge in print. $35,000 for our city is a phenomenal price. I worked the numbers, I still don't know how you can put it out at that price, but have you considered even adding advertisers to offset that cost? Because that's something that we've always done in the past with magazines, and it basically breaks it down to a 0 cost to the city as an option.
Is that appropriate for the city?
I asked
I
that,
put it out there
I
as
asked
an
that, I think it's a good idea. So I vetted that with the city attorney, because I had thought of that. And he said, yeah, you can do that, but if the KKK wants to take out an ad, or our friends
You
that
could do something
fly
with an
the-
LBTR. They have to have an LBTR to advertise or something. You could add a,
I'm just saying that it becomes a First Amendment federal issue, and it may not be worth our trouble.
okay. Then I
I'm just
also
saying.
had, there's a magazine distributor company called Into Publishing, and this is exactly what they do. They come into communities, they print the magazine, they vet the advertisers, and it's at 0 cost for the community because it's a for-profit magazine. That might be something that we look into for the city. And then the third, I thought about adding a caveat in order for you to receive the magazine, you have to sign up for the email and the agenda on our city website. So we can put that
I
out
think
there.
the latter 2 are very good ideas. When we put the publication out, if somebody wants to put an ad in there, some organization that we would have a concern about, we run into a free speech issue. If somebody else does it as a magazine and they want to, cooperate with us and we feed the information, that we certainly could do that.
What do you think about the caveat? If you want the newspaper sent to your home, then you have to sign up for.
I think that's fair.
That
People who don't
eliminate
have-
your people who don't have it that are complaining that Rachel
Yeah.
and Jane said.
Well, it might, there's always exceptions, but at this point, if you're operating with 0 internet at this point,
Yeah,
There are lots of
one of the
people.
things is,
There are.
we're trying to get people to sign up for the Code Red and all these other things. You live in a coastal, right on the ocean. Signing up for these kinds of things shouldn't be a big deal. And it's a fair trade, in my opinion, but again, you all know the community better than I do, so I'm just throwing the ideas out there.
right?
I think just doing an old-fashioned newsletter mailed to the community, I don't like the idea of advertising. I think we open ourselves up for all kinds of trouble, possibly.
If we could find a vendor that wants to do it, I'd be willing to consider that. I agree with you.
But if it's going to be and ultimately, if that's the way it goes, I'll go along with it. But I think if it's going to be a city publication, it shouldn't have any extraneous things.
Yeah, that's the distinguishing thing. Because what if this magazine decides they want to have advertising for the Pink Pony Strip Club or whatever down in Daytona? We would, and it's our information in there. We couldn't object to it.
That's,
I mean, it's really a great idea. It's just a shame that we open ourselves up and expose ourselves to those
there
issues.
are already several local, there's Destination Flagler, there's a couple other, I think Parent Magazine still puts out something, and a couple other related magazines that are great for community activities, so you know what's going on. But as far as this is a city publication with the water department's doing this and the fire department's doing this, I think we stay clean by not doing any advertising or anything else. And that we mail it to everyone, because you could sign up online for it, but the people, or unsign up for it online. But then the people, again, we still have quite a few people who do not own a computer.
Another option, do we have enough content for a monthly publication, or could we start this out quarterly?
That's a good point.
That is totally up to you all. I think quarterly would make more sense to start with and see what kind of feedback we got.
I agree.
And then if it became an issue, then yeah, I think we have plenty of content for a monthly, but it would consume more and more of someone's time. And then, of course, we have to think about the bulk mailing permit and then the cost of the printing.
All right, I have some thoughts.
But there'd be so many current things going on that you want to get the information out on and not have to wait 2 months down the road to get it out.
You're looking at 12 days, even if it's current. If you give me the information today to print.
We're getting way into the weeds on the concept of this. This is just about an admin position and, also potentially a publication. I'd rather just save time and not work it. The thoughts I had is if we're going to have an admin, they need to function as a public information officer also.
Yeah, I had that comment.
Our information moves too fast, monthly, quarterly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't get out fast enough. A public information officer can handle, I wouldn't want to get locked into a publication. I don't like the idea of mailing publications. Newsletters just get thrown in the trash as junk mail. If people don't have internet and they want to pick up, then you put a box right out front here, just like we have for our utility things in the alcove. I can tell you this, people scour the earth for penny savers. They will find them somewhere in those boxes. So where there's a will, there's a way. If folks want a printed newsletter, then it'll be right here in the alcove.
What about
In a
handicapped
free box.
people who can't get up here?
You absolutely can get there. We have handicapped doors.
But you have to have a way of
No,
getting here.
Well, I mean,
There are
You would-
people
you-
locked in
you're
their
right.
houses.
but to spend tens of thousands of dollars to mail it to the entire island,
We're spending tens of thousands of dollars to give you health insurance. Why can't we take care of our,
to send you information
Yeah.
that was good 3 months ago, I mean, if you want to, you can. But a public information officer is going to be much more effective. I would not be okay with this position without having public information officer under that umbrella. That is the gap for the city, more so than other job responsibilities, is if we need anything as a city, we need somebody to handle. We can't have our chief of police doing this anymore. He needs to focus on being a chief. And that's my 2 cents on the position. I would much rather focus on position responsibilities, let a PIO come up with suggestions, rather than us try to design a newsletter that's going to push out information that's 3 months old. Those are my thoughts.
I agree with the PIO, I had written that down as well. I don't know how much fun the chief actually has putting together those things on Facebook. I think it might be getting old for him by now. But again, you're counting on people actually looking at the chiefs. And I've seen complaints. Why is the chief putting things out on his Facebook page? That's supposed to be about the police department. You know, people are going to complain no matter what we do.
Oh, no, I've heard that for years, is why is our police department one of the only means of information from the city? I've heard that. And we can talk about the splash page, when you look at City of Flagler Beach, but that argument will only last you up until about 1999. And after that, we got to start getting with the times.
All right, so the two questions we have are, do we want to fund this position, including it being a PIO? And do we want this publication?
Well, city manager, can this position do that effectively and be a PIO?
Initially, yes, but if say we land more grants, that kind of thing, it'll be harder. But I think initially, yeah.
Well, we're only budgeting for 1 year.
Yep,
Yeah, if it doesn't work for this year, then we'll look at it again.
yep.
Now, a question about this amount. You have already budgeted 30-some thousand, right?
I projected that, yes.
So is this total amount, the 77,412, is this the same scenario as the full-time, part-time code enforcement?
No, we didn't budget anything. I guess what he's saying is there's a position in Liz's budget for the assistant.
No, we don't, I took all of that.
You
off.
took all of that out. Okay, so yeah, so this is the raw number.
The only thing that's under salary, judging from this number, is you.
Right.
Or the, how many?
70%.
70% of you.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I don't know which 70% it is. but-
Yeah. This year, and
So, again, with any of these, we are adding them in
Right,
later.
anything that was a decision module, it was not included in this budget. So, yeah, even though I know we did have that position, but I didn't include it.
Because we didn't fund it
Because-
last.
So that 30-some thousand was backed out of the HR budget?
It was split between, if you're referring to what happened between last year, the current year that we're in and this one, it was, yes, it was
Yeah.
split. The job was actually split between HR and executive.
I do see a decrease in human resource. Liz, that's what that decrease is? Okay. Okay, so we would be adding 77,412 back in. Okay.
And then additional if you wanted to do the newspaper.
And Commissioner Bryan, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm kind of getting ahead here, but we're talking about positions here, and I as well head down a PIO. And I'm looking ahead a little bit to the creation of the volunteer coordinator, and I've spoken to the city manager again about the possibility of combining functions. And if we're looking at, again, the volunteer coordinator position, which kind of parallels with public information, this kind of thing here, is it a possibility, if you have this position and you also have this one, is that something that we could possibly look at dividing these duties up, moving that over to this position instead of, I'm just looking at how we can split up some of these duties, because if you got a volunteer coordinator, that kind of works with the community and communications and public information. And I'm just here again thinking out loud as to, is there a possibility we could have that function under this person as well, or in addition to or something? I don't know, just.
yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. If you're talking about the volunteer coordinator is more oriented towards a PIO, right? The position I was talking about here could do the PIO, but the focus was going to be on management, scheduling, grants, that kind of thing. It's a different type of position. But yeah, certainly the person you would hire would have to have the flexibility and knowledge to do all that.
The reason why PIO got brought up is because you have the publication on this one.
Correct.
Right.
That's how we got
And
wrapped
the
up.
reason I did it that way is because all the information generally tends to flow to the manager's office and then back out. So that's, could we put it somewhere else? Yes.
Well, yeah, if we do as Ken says or suggests, they would still have to go through you.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep.
So I like that idea,
right,
moving
let's-
that to the volunteer coordinator.
And I apologize for jumping ahead, but I was looking at, the functions and possibly splitting them or moving them or something.
Well, we got to get past this one first.
Right.
Yeah, Penny's just pointing out a detail that's important, and again, what we're doing here is getting the concept, these numbers or estimates mean when they come back to you, we may have to tweak them because she was sharing with me about the need on a social media situation for us to archive it, okay? And there's a cost to that, so, and that wasn't included in this number, so, there'll be adjustments as we go forward to this, even though this is the projected number, it may end up a little different when you see it again, just because of those types of things.
Okay, can we do this? We've got this administrative assistant for the city manager and the volunteer coordinator. Can we say, these are the things we think should be done? City manager, you break them up amongst these two, because I had added the idea of finding more of the illegal short-term rentals.
Yep.
That I would want one person to do.
Yep.
And you actually, under the volunteer coordinator, wrote about grant coordinator on that page. So can
That
we
is true.
just say, these are the things that need to be done, one of these two people should do it?
Yeah, and the only decision I need from you all is it two positions or one?
Right. Let's stick to this one. The assistant to city manager. And
Well, the only reason I did that was because maybe the PIO could be with this other position, rather than here.
I wouldn't want to see his administrative assistant be overwhelmed with other things and keep that person from truly giving him the
Well,
help
the
that...
volunteer coordinator is, because it's also the grant coordinator, at least on this piece of paper. They all have to go through him. He's the boss of everybody. So all I'm saying is, we want a volunteer coordinator, we want a grant coordinator, we want an assistant to the city manager to keep track of all the things he needs to keep track of. There's all these things we want done. Can't he be the one to decide if we approve both of these positions? He can decide which one is the better one to do that, do each of those things, rather than us.
So what
he's
they're,
deciding that by default anyways. He's the city manager.
Well, but,
We don't instruct staff what to do.
but the way these are written and
Yeah.
the discussion we've been having, that's exactly what we.
Yeah, they came up in silos because of different ideas that got expressed throughout the strategic planning process and different forums. So the question is, two positions or one? You make that decision, and then I'll figure out how it works, okay? And what gets assigned to what? And then the newsletter, whether you want it or not, makes a difference in the total budget allocation.
But if you're bringing on anyone that functions as a PIO, I think to talk about a newsletter is premature. I think the PIO needs to do some research and figure the best way to get the word out.
It's up to y'all. I mean, I'm throwing the idea out there. I don't know the community as well as you all. I don't know what'll work here. It was just an idea I saw work somewhere else, and if it doesn't work here, then fine.
All right, so let's do this. We will make 3 decisions.
Yes,
One on the newsletter.
Yes.
One on the coordinator for volunteers.
Yes.
One on the admin.
correct.
And then after that, getting in the weeds on who has what position, we're going to
Yeah.
let you.
I'll deal with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first decision, assistant to city manager position, that's 77,412, not with the 35,000 publication attached to it, just the position by itself,
yes.
Yes.
Yes, sure.
okay? So you have a consensus on that, city manager? Next, well, let's not jump to the next position yet, because we haven't really got into that. Let's talk about the publication. $35,000 for a newsletter style publication. Who's in favor of that? So we got 4-1. All right, so those are done. And then the other position will be coming up. That's labeled in under another
Yes.
page. Okay.
I don't think it's on a page.
It's actually associated with the building department, but if you want to go ahead and do it now, that's fine. It's the volunteer coordinator.
It's in the building department?
It's labeled. It comes up.
Okay.
We're going to follow up all that.
All right.
Oh, does that make sense to somebody?
Yeah, it's under page 15. We can jump ahead.
I was going to say, would that destroy your OCD if we went to?
I'm trying to keep this
My eyes started twitching. I think we'll be okay.
Okay, I'll hold you down.
I know. I may need to change my water out for something.
Okay, gotcha.
All right.
You don't mind
Okay,
being
gotcha.
teased, do you?
Oh, no, that's fine. So we are done with executive, and we're going to move on to page 11, city clerk.
Oh, I thought we were going to page 15.
Do you want to jump ahead?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, see, you got
See, today-
Kathleen going.
Well, that's what I just
I'm
said.
just kidding. You can do whatever you like.
Page 11.
All right, page 11.
Page 11. Page 11, city clerk, questions about line items. Any? Penny, I did have just a question on the capitalized equipment. I was just
Yeah,
wondering
I'm going to do that right
about that.
now.
That was really it.
I was just making sure.
I saw just numbers bouncing around here. We got nothing budgeted for numerous years, and then there's proposed of 65, then it dropped to 30.
I think I have proposed for 2 new servers, and Mr. Whitson's, let's do 1 and put 1 off to the following year.
Okay, so that's what that is. It
Yeah.
went from 2 to 1.
Right.
Okay. Jane?
Yeah, there was considerable increases over things in this
Mhm.
professional
By all means, yes.
services and
Yep.
blah, blah. Of quite a few, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them.
Under contractual
And,
services?
well,
you mean?
one was professional services, contractual services, repairs and maintenance, printing and binding, and memberships and subscriptions. So just,
Kind of walk them through that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So what happened, when Larry was your manager, he had moved a lot of items from general government into my budget that had to do with support for our computer, software services, contracts that supported them, maintenance agreements, things like that. He moved all over into my budget.
See, the
And-
clerk is beginning to be your IT department, because you don't really have an IT department. But all the IT stuff is flowing through the clerk's office now.
so is that, without you going into too much detail, Penny, is that basically why you're taking over more of the IT stuff?
Yes, and there were some additional server and SLQ licensing. We had to purchase some additional remote licenses and additional Microsoft licenses it was partly due to COVID, but people are retaining those and still continuing to work from them. The Microsoft licenses are about $9,000 a piece. I went from 78 to 95 now. The remote server maintenance contract licenses, they're not exactly cheap. Had to get more of those.
And that's an instance where we had CARES Act money, and now we don't.
And now we don't, yeah. Okay, that's good enough.
Travel and training, if you notice, that hasn't been used because of COVID, but so Janelle and I will start going back to conferences again.
Okay.
And I believe I added, I'm trying to pull my notes up here, so. Is there a specific line you had a question about?
The ones I read off, but you kind of answered.
And that's a majority of this. I'm just trying to see the big membership subscription dues. I think there was a big jump there, and that was the Microsoft licensing. The antivirus certificates, those also went up with the additional licensing. A lot of increases for that, yes.
All right, that you don't have to go through every single one. But one specific question. you've got that camera up there aimed at us, and people who are watching can't see who's talking back there.
Well, they can. That's what camera 2 is, behind you and the podium, and they see it. But you see, I'm taking notes.
Well, I
I'm
know.
watching what's going on.
I know, I'm
and
not criticizing
trying
you.
to move, so I'm trying, I do what I can. I mean, if I catch it, sometimes it'll stay just on the podium and not on you. So I try to pay attention to it as best I can, but
No, I know, and I knew that was the answer.
you can send me to school to learn how to use my feet, and then maybe I can get it off.
I'm not being critical.
Penny.
What I'm asking is there another way of doing this so that you don't have to learn how to use your feet?
Sure, but that would be an increase to your mill rate, so
We could hire people to do that for us.
you can,
We used to have it filmed, remember?
correct?
I just, as long as we're kind of on that subject, I'd like to see sometime in the 21st century, us get to the point that the entire public doesn't have to turn around to view.
Yeah, that too.
And that's something I can look into, and if you recall, I had that a few years ago, put that on, and it was around, at that time, that's been 3 or 4 years now, it was around $65,000 in, so I'm sure it's increased more. But that was, display monitors for you and for the audience. That was monitors on the podium, so you'd stop getting paper agendas. Everything would be loaded up into it. You could scroll through right there and go along with it. And that included the tablets to email you, uploaded on your tablet, however. That was a lot integrated with the projector, and it could all be done from
So
here.
is that something that could be done in phases?
It
Or
probably
we could do,
I could do the projector and the TVs. I'm
Right.
sure I could, yeah. And a lot of that, the more I'm doing this and the more I'm learning about it, some of that could be done, by us. Would it be as pretty? I mean, would it be maintenance molding or professional molding, hiding the lines? No knock to maintenance, but, they're great at fixing dune walkovers, but don't let them near any Formica.
No, I just really like to see us do something different with our presentations where everybody doesn't have to turn around.
And again, the people who are watching online apparently don't see it.
Right.
From what I'm hearing.
And it's the view, I've got the views over here. I mean, I can put it on that desk, this desk, the podium, or you guys, and I can zoom in on you guys. But, it's just, it depends on what I'm.
I know you've got too much. I wasn't trying to dump it all on you. I was trying to see if there was some.
I
Other
used
way
to
of
stress
doing
about
things.
it. I don't anymore. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Okay,
Give me
maybe
more money. I can do
somewhere in
more.
the future, we can,
Suggestion?
before we hit 2020,
Commissioner Brown?
2030.
I'm always looking for free labor. So here again, and it's just a pie in the sky, but the younger folks are pretty techy. And a lot of high school and college students are very techy, and they're like internships. I mean, that's a
Mentioned that.
consideration.
We've mentioned that many times over the years.
Okay. Well, I'm just throwing something out there, because, here's again, this is an opportunity for some students to earn credit, and some of them can come in here and run the whole program and, just teach us something, really. So it's just an idea, just to throw it out there, the possibility of getting some interns in.
I know Palm Coast did use interns. I don't know, since COVID, I don't know if they're still, but while they still have a acting city manager, you could ask
I'm
her.
totally for it. I think it's great. When I was in Port Orange eons ago, we actually got $250,000 from the local cable people, because I negotiated the franchise. And I
All right,
took
well,
that.
give you a year to do that.
Yeah, and
You don't do that anymore.
I took the $250,000, they don't do it anymore, they outlawed it. But anyway, I took that $250,000 and we built a TV studio. And a complete commercial ability to create infomercials, video the meetings, play them back. I mean, it was pretty cool. I don't know what they do with it now, but we actually got college interns to run it for us. We just bought the equipment, and we had people that we would train to come in, and it worked like a charm, so it can be done.
Just something for us to think about.
Okay.
Maybe we can gear up towards doing something like that next year.
Okay, I just want to point this out. So we're on page 12.
Right.
This is 42 pages long, and it's going on 5 o'clock, just a reminder.
Actually, page 11.
Yeah, that's true, I already flipped the page. So we're going to have to speed things up a little bit. All right, so we're done with city clerk, right? Human resources? Any questions on line items with human resources?
By the way, just in full disclosure of where you're at on your millage rate, after the administrative assistant discussion that we just had with the paper and all that, 5.7036. All right.
I won't panic till we're done.
Okay.
Anything on human resources?
No.
Okay. Legal?
Nope.
Drew's probably not here to speak on it, but I noticed special counsel was going up by a lot. Are we planning on something going on, or?
No, that money's in there because I think we had a federal lawsuit going on that had to be dealt with, and I know that the insurance company has a few things going on. So we just kind of held it back around that level. So,
Any other questions or comments on legal? Okay, finance?
The only question I had was, there's nothing for audit, but it's like in all different departments.
Yeah, I don't know why that showed up there. Audit, I always budget audit and, yeah, I've got it budgeted in general government.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
yeah.
Oh, you know why it showed up there is because, the James Moore, I had to pay them an extra $2,500 for getting our assets lined up. So since I didn't have anything left in general government, I just took some of my travel and training because it kind of helped me, travel and training, getting the assets. But one thing they did is one of the reasons I was all for it is because they put the assets in the BSNA, which is the software that we use, and usually auditors put it in their own. So anyhow, let's keep going, but that was just a good $2,500, I'll just say that.
Okay, but now the audit's in
The
general
audit
government.
is still in general government, which
Okay.
is coming up next.
Questions or comments on finance?
Does this include the other position we added?
Yes, it's in there still, But again, mine is split up a little bit, so.
So what's the 13,000 extra in salaries?
Talking about the addition going on.
Yeah,
Is
we went
that
up,
the
we
COLA?
went, well, one of the things was last year's budget, we had, the assistant to finance director budgeted at like 38,000, 40, something like that, and, we can't fill the position at that rate, so we had to go to the
That
top
explains that thing. Okay.
of the rate.
Any other questions on finance? Okay, page 15. This is your
Yay!
page. We're here. Okay, so general government. Questions about line items before we get into decision modules? It looks like our peer insurance went up by $30,000. Am I reading that right?
More than that.
This is the insurance for the city, for
It's
the
just
Not
general?
but
general fund. I think we still,
The pier is a separate fund.
No, that's right, it's an enterprise fund.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is just regular city insurance?
Yes.
that, yeah, and just the general fund portion of that.
Are we needing to shop around? Or does this fall under your
It went up,
concept?
exactly,
Okay.
thank
Dune
you.
walkovers.
Dune
yeah.
walkovers were added.
Yeah, and we're actually photographing and geo-referencing everything so that, God forbid, we get hit by one. That's the kind of stuff FEMA will want to know right out of the box. So,
We've never
So that's
insured them.
because FEMA gave us money for dune walkovers, now we have to insure them. The
Yep.
same thing happened with the pier.
you got it. Ain't nothing free.
Okay.
Just a quick question on insurance. When was the last time we shopped insurance? Is that something you do?
I don't know the answer. It is, I know that's something I always do.
For the general insurance for the city, we use Brown & Brown as our broker, and they do shop every year.
Now, city manager, you had a concept you were working on concerning insurance. Would this fall under that, or it's totally separate?
Totally separate, but while we're talking about it, that had to do with the health insurance. And as you heard from the presentation yesterday, it's how you buy the insurance that really counts. So that would involve whether or not this commission would like for me to explore self-insurance and then buying the reinsurance and the other pieces of the product separately, which basically you unbundle it, because what is happening out there in the market is you go to Blue Cross Blue Shield or Aetna or these people, and they say, oh, yeah, that'll be another 10% on top of the 10% you paid last year, and it's a package. You just buy it all, and whether you use it or not is immaterial to us. We're just going to raise your premiums. So, we want to keep doing that, or do we want to explore other ways of buying the health insurance and possibly lower our costs? I don't know if we can or not. I will not pull any punches that I have a silver bullet, but I really believe that a guy like John Davis, whether it's him or someone else, can help us do that.
Well, insurance companies are in business for a reason. They make a lot of money. And if you go self-insured, you save a lot of money. Commissioners, Mayor, any thoughts on our city manager pursuing self-insured?
I think you should pursue it. I don't think we should budget for any changes for this year, because it's going to take a while to get to what the program should look like. But yes, I do think you should pursue it.
Yeah, obviously, I don't have time to do it this year, so.
We have
It was a
consensus?
very interesting presentation yesterday, but that's going to take a
Oh, yeah,
lot of work.
it will.
Just through the, I was always associated with the counties, but through the League of Cities, do they offer any kind of self-insuring?
They don't. They sell you the package like the big boys
Okay,
do,
all
and yes, there is some economies of scale with partnering with our brethren,
Right.
but they've found a way to just package it and sell it just like the other big boys. So I don't think there's any definite
I
advantage
think
that
we
I know
looked into
of.
that at one point.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
before we were insured through the counties, we were self-insured.
Now, one thing we could do, again, this is going to take more time, but the Flagler County and the school board have clinics. Maybe we partner with them. Maybe we use part of the WIC line to create our own clinic, and then, have the employees or whoever we want covered go there. And then if they have other issues, then we buy self-insurance for above that. I mean, there's a way to layer and stack this stuff, and, that's what I'm talking about. I would have to put together a whole model, but that's part of the equation. Maybe if you're willing to kick those tires and have me do that research, I'd be willing to do it, because I think there could be cost savings there.
My answer is yes.
Sure.
Okay, so we have a consensus on that.
Okay.
All right, then we have any questions about general government line items before we go into modules?
I just have one question. and
Commissioner Bryan?
Just want to know if there's a reimbursement. On the new roof at the golf course, for FEMA Matthew, $24,800. Was that paid to the insurance company, or did we pay for it, or is there reimbursement, or what?
Oh. That was from 2017-18.
Oh.
So it was,
We just
We
completed it.
no. This is in the history. I kind
Oh.
of detailed out
Oh,
what
okay.
was
Yeah,
in
it
the
was
history.
just sitting there, so I was just wondering.
So yes, it's money that we recouped from FEMA.
Okay.
There was a couple of different roofs out that way.
But we did, well, the way the FEMA model works is you have to file your insurance, and then they take it up above that level.
And this year we will see a good increase to our reserves because we're finally getting to collect the revenue for Matthew for the dune walkovers. So that's going to be good for us.
Okay, anything else for general government line items? Okay. Decision module, RFQ for IT service provider. It's a possible increase over county by $10,000 to $70,000. Any questions or thoughts on that?
Which one?
The
This is our RFQ for IT. While y'all are thinking about it, I don't think we're ready for it to move forward with that. I think we should explore, do a little bit more homework before we put it on the table.
Well, that's what I was going to recommend that. The second says to put an RFQ out, if we can see what's available out there, because can't make any decisions based on.
Yeah, it was a wild guess as to, it depends on who comes to the table, how bad they want your business. I mean, all kinds of factors we don't know, but somewhere in that range is probably where it'll be, but I don't know. Unless you put out the RFQ, you won't know.
I wonder if James Moore would do some tie-in, they do this.
Yeah. That's
And
Yeah.
since we're using them for our audit, I wonder if they would give us a package deal.
I
Probably
don't know.
not, but it sounded good to me.
I don't know.
We do have to add
I remember,
10,000, I
yeah.
believe, yes, we have to add 10,000.
I don't think we should really move away from something that's kind of worked without
Yeah.
knowing, really doing all your homework or having time to do all your homework. And I don't think you've been able to do that yet.
No, I think that's one of the things we should look into. You spend this year looking into it, and
I hate the service, I'll be honest with you. I
I
don't think the
understand that.
county does a very good job on the IT front, and I'll say that publicly. I'd say it if they were sitting in that chair.
Have we talked to county admin about that?
I have not, but I will, and I think that putting out an RFQ just to test the waters wouldn't be a bad thing.
I think both those. Because we are
You don't always
paying,
know what you're getting either.
Right. We are paying $60,000 for service. If we're not happy with it, we need to make it known. And, the.
I'm not happy with it. Are you happy with it?
Maybe we should send Penny to go talk to them about it.
Yeah.
I'm happy that I don't have to do it, but there's been many disappointments.
Oh, just trying to watch a meeting sometimes is a disappointment.
It doesn't hurt to get a quote.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a consensus on no, but continue to pursue. Is everybody agreeing on that? Okay. Next decision module, we have creation of a volunteer coordinator position, $54,889.
so again,
Thought we already done that.
Eric wouldn't allow me to.
Yep, this was our third question. We have arrived.
I will restate what I think I said before, was that we would take his administrative assistant job and this job, and maybe there was a third one in between there, all these new people, if we could just say, these are the jobs we want done, city manager, you divide them up.
Yeah, just create a job description for each and.
I see two positions and multiple duties. So I think we're all saying the same thing. You just take those duties and decide how he's going to advertise the position, getting with Liz based on the requirements that we have. I think we're saying the same thing.
Not all of us.
Okay.
I'm a monkey, I'll monkey wrench it.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll let everybody talk first. Do you have anything?
I just, I don't think we can check off on all these modules. They're getting up in the millage rate now already, but I think we need to reserve some of these for advantages to our residents. So there's a couple of them that I'd like to see make it, but I don't know that this one's maybe a little bit premature.
How about if we
Yes,
don't
that's right.
call it the volunteer coordinator, but call it the grant coordinator, because we're always being told there are so many grants out there by the public to do this, this, and this. Plus the other job that the communications, which we're always being told by the community we don't do well enough. Maybe just retitle it.
I don't think we need to do it all at once, that's all.
My opinion is we need to move the city forward. We're lacking in so many things. If we hire these individuals, they can assist everybody that's so overworked and can't get things done. I mean, I know this is a lot of money, but I think the value we're going to get for these individuals is going to be tremendous.
Yeah, we dump everything that didn't go anywhere else on this one.
Well, what if we were looking at the assistant and possibly funding that position and not doing the volunteer coordinator until the assistant gets in place and helps the administrator with what he's doing, and then they can say, well, these are the kinds of things we've sorted out and decided maybe next year that we need to bring on a volunteer coordinator. I mean, we don't want to overwhelm the person that's coming into a system either, but by the same token, you know, we're kind of stepping into this little at a time.
It's
So
kind
that
of where I'm at.
So we're not really obligating this position of $54,000 right now, but just kind of taking a baby step. It's not even really a baby step. It's a giant step, but one step. And then we can maybe look at this next year for another position.
My thoughts are, we need to grow into it. We have a consensus on a assistant that would wear multiple hats, that I think that needs to evolve. I don't like the idea of a paid volunteer coordinator position. I would think that the volunteer coordinator position should be a volunteer. We have folks in that Flagler Strong group and in other groups who would probably gladly be a volunteer coordinator position or liaison to the city and function at a high level of skill for no charge. I would, if I was to do it, I would like to let the admin / PIO / grant, everything else evolve and make some decisions in the next year or two and see where that goes. I also don't know if there's really going to be enough volunteers and enough total horsepower this city can bring to keep a volunteer coordinator position at $55,000 a year busy enough to where it's a good investment. That's my point.
That's why I was thinking, first of all, he did write in here about being a grant coordinator as well. I agree with you. If all it was volunteer coordinator, I totally agreed with you. But to be the grant coordinator, and again, my idea about tracking down the short-term rentals, and taking away, or not taking away, but reorganizing some of what that other position, the city manager assistant,
PIO.
or the PIO, somehow make this, I don't know, if we had done it in the order I wanted to, I would know. I'm taking from your Now you're gonna be really screwed up.
See, if our city manager had an assistant, this would be in better order.
I think this one's yours. Anyway, the new positions that we've got, I don't want to keep turning pages around. This is what I said before. We're going to have, I don't know, this many new jobs to do, divided amongst those people. We approve the positions. He decides who's doing what. And the things get done. If we're going to do things half-heartedly, I don't think that we should bother doing them. If we're going to go for grants, we desperately need somebody to be in charge of them. Over the years, we've run behind on grants because we haven't had the right personnel to take care of them. And again, people keep saying we need a grant for this and we need a grant for that, and as William said before, it's very easy to apply for them. But then who's going to monitor them afterwards? So I'm back to my old idea of the new positions, call them whatever you want.
Right.
So,
It sounds like, basically, we're looking at a 2-head count. Potential add. We could call them 2 assistants. Doesn't matter. PIO, whatever, we'll just call it, do we want 1 person or do we want 2 people? Is basically what I'm seeing on here. And then those jobs would get divvied up, as
Correct.
our city manager sees. it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So this decision module, in layman's terms, you could just say, do we have a second person to help with the workload? Is kind of how I'm seeing it. And Eric's 2 cents on that is I think we do 1, let it evolve, because we'll be doing this again next year. I think it'll take that long to evolve. That's just my 2 cents. Any other thoughts?
I'd say we do 1, let it evolve, and then look for a volunteer coordinator to work with the assistant.
but then we don't have a grant coordinator.
Well,
We don't know. We might. Right now, we have a grant coordinator without even hiring anybody.
We do?
Somebody's doing it. We have grants.
Yeah, and they're not being kept up with the way that,
well, by then, maybe we'll have enough grants for someone to keep up with, because we still have to apply for some, is that correct? I mean, I know it takes work to apply for them as well.
Yeah, right now, we're using, engineers, consultants, and things like that
Okay.
to do those applications, but you're right. I mean, they're getting done, but I'm getting concerned that,
So we're paying the contractor to do that.
yeah. So, I don't know, I would say
Okay.
the 1 position, try to see how it works out and go from there, but at some point, there will be that tipping point that you're no better off. You have these single points of failure that I keep talking about, and it's because you have people on the staff that are wearing 5 and 6 and 7 hats, and it gets to a point where you can't get it all done.
and Penny's doing some of it,
Penny's a great example of that.
yeah.
You got free time.
Don't get her started.
Yeah.
Come on now.
All right, so, creation of a volunteer coordinator position, we'll just call it a 2nd head count. Hands for those in favor. We got 2, 3, okay, and opposed? Okay, 3-2,
Got 2 positions.
okay. And we are on page 16,
Where's our
maintenance.
millage rate at now?
Hold
Mr.
on.
City Manager.
Well, right now, it's, before we add that, it's at 5.7036.
I mean, I don't even think we've said no to anything yet.
They're all so good.
That's right, we said no.
No to IT.
Well, we said yes to the county IT.
I know, I need a new cell phone, it's getting tired of calculating. Yeah, there you go. Hello?
All right, maintenance, page 16. Any questions on line items and maintenance?
You up to 16, page 16 already?
We're,
Flying.
we are on our way to 42.
We told you arguing.
Over 15.
So maintenance doesn't do any travel or training?
Not much.
Okay.
Not unless we hire another person.
That was my only question. Can we move on to page 17?
All right? I don't
Yeah,
see
Bill's
anything.
usually pretty frugal with
Yeah.
his budget.
Okay, we'll close maintenance. 17, roads and streets.
Okay, judging from other pages, you have restricted for street lighting, restricted for paving. And then in the decision module, we have to make some decisions. So these monies here do not reflect the decision modules,
Correct.
correct? Okay, so big increases without the decision modules.
I will say that these decision modules, like, for example, the first one on the lighting, it has a revenue source. We're just talking about what we do with that. So it wouldn't be a millage increase, correct? On the lighting, Kathleen?
I'm sorry, what?
On the the lighting.
The lighting, okay. So the way we had the lighting
Good
set
deal.
up, earlier this year, we decided, you all voted on making that money that we get from FDOT for the 58,000 that Commissioner Bellumer was talking about before, we voted to make that a reserve. We've always just let it go back into the, unrestricted reserve. So at the end of this year, we would have about 32,000 in that reserve. So then, I think, I can't get to the page, but I think it was 120,000
Yeah.
to do the lights. Okay, so we
Yeah.
got like 32,000.
The question is, do you want to do it like right away all at once? We'd need more money. If you
Right.
wanted to stretch it out over time, you wouldn't.
Well, y'all are jumping way ahead in the decision modules.
Okay.
But the restricted for street lighting, is that kind of what you're tying into that? And that's money that is,
We get that from FDOT.
so it's
So it's
earmarked
not-
for that?
Yeah, and it's not millage. So the question is, if you wanted to add to it, to do it quicker, then it would be a millage impact. If you didn't,
But the
Essentially, we're getting paid back before it's all over.
well, we're getting paid to do the lighting, and what we're trying to do is make sure that that money has an impact. And the only question is, do you want to add to it?
But the 58,698.
That's what's coming in this year. So the short
It's
version.
coming in, but it's being budgeted, though.
Right, because, we would use it for the repairs and maintenance. So the way, I know, sometimes budgeting gets confusing.
Well, this is money coming in.
No,
But it's not. It's
no,
budgeted
that's
money.
the
That's what I'm
This is money
wondering.
going out,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's money going out, sorry.
Yeah,
So basically we have enough money in this budget to do $90,000 worth of lights. But if you want to do the whole bridge one time, it's going to cost $120,000. And in order to do that, you would need to use $32,000 of unrestricted or increase the mill rate, that amount, to cover it.
okay, I wasn't even talking about the decision module, I was
Oh,
talking about
okay.
in the book.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, my first question was, this does not reflect the decision module, and you said yes, it does not reflect that.
That's right.
So, under paving, it went from 74.2 to 107.140, and lighting went from 25,000 to almost 59,000.
Okay.
And I was wondering why.
All right, well, the first question is paving. Paving is, we've always budgeted whatever we receive from revenue sharing as what we would use for paving. So that went up because we got a big increase. Now that COVID is over, we're getting more money.
More money's coming in through
More money's
sales
coming
tax and
in.
the state cost share and stuff, revenue
Okay.
share.
Okay.
And yes, you're right, so
Where's
technically, we shouldn't have put the whole $58,000 in there.
Oh, okay.
This is getting confusing
I
though,
should've
because
picked-
we're saying more money is coming in. I mean,
But we don't see where that
right,
is.
this is just budgeted money.
So what I'm trying to say is, if we were just gonna not factor in exactly what we're getting from FDOT, but look at the last 3 years, we spent 12,000, 17,000, 27,000. This year, we spent 25, so I would have just budgeted that at probably, Mr. Whitsom and I would have discussed it, not me personally, but it's about 28,000, right? Mr. Whitsom?
Yes.
So this should say 28,000
Right.
instead of 58,000.
Right.
Yeah, because if you put it on this line, we're charging our taxpayers 58,000.
Okay.
It's,
It's too much to explain, I think.
to say it's coming in, I guess the question is if it's coming in,
Coming in from the state.
Yes.
but why wouldn't it be reflected in the budget? This,
It is.
when this goes through,
We're bringing it in and then we are budgeting it for an expense, and it's kind of revenue neutral.
Where do we see that it's coming in?
On general, page 2, page 2,
I'm sorry.
page 2, right in the first section, intergovernmental, 58,698.
It does get confusing
I'm
because.
sorry, page 2 of, the only part that I numbered was the back section. That was the only thing I was able to get numbered.
Right at the beginning, Jay, on the second page.
So, according to what I'm looking at here, if we put all the lights on at one time, we're gonna have to pull $32,000 from somewhere.
That's
Correct.
it. That's it.
So why don't we just pull that from reserves and we'll get it paid back as the revenue comes in future years,
That is an
correct?
option. That is an
Yes,
option.
we can do it that way.
Let's just keep it out of the millage and do it from reserves.
Yep.
That's my thought.
Well, I'm sorry, I was busy looking for, if it's coming in from the state and going out,
It's coming in from the state
and then going out,
and we're putting it in the budget.
I see it now,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay. So what he's saying is, okay, instead of using millage to do that, if you wanted to do the bridge lights faster, we would just pull it out of reserves, the difference.
So this 58, that income would go into reserves, and we would spend it from there, or we would show this as money?
Well, over time it would, yes.
So it's like you're borrowing from the reserves to pay up, to get the lights
Yes.
done, and then you put it back in.
And when
once
the
state
FDOT gives
sends
it
in.
back to us,
Yeah.
Put it back in.
It may take a year or two,
get
but
paid
we would
back.
get it, we would definitely get it back.
So so what's going to end up happening is I'm going to change this line right here, that's 58,000 to 120. And then that
Oh, we have
will
to
be
approve that.
transferred in. When you look at that budget summary where it says transfers and use of restricted, that's where that is shown. It's not shown
So
on
you're
the
going to put
page.
120 here to reflect,
To do the whole,
if
if you
we
want,
wanna do all
that's,
the
if
lights
that's the
at
way you
once.
guys go.
Yeah.
You want to do all the lights
but
at once.
if we do that, we need to make sure that if we're putting 120 on that line, we're not changing mill rate, because that'll be a wash.
Won't change the mill rate, we'll transfer money in.
And
Unless you say change the
Yeah.
mill rate, then we will, but
let's,
it sounds like there's a better way.
let's get through these line items so we can get on these decision models.
and the
Okay.
same for the paving?
Supposedly that's money coming in somewhere.
Yeah, the paving, we've generally taken out of that same pot,
Which pot?
the transfers in,
No, the paving comes out of.
out of the
We've always
FDOT contract.
budgeted to whatever we're going to receive as revenue sharing, which is state taxes from the motor fuel. We've always budgeted that as paving.
That's where the money comes
And then
from.
if we don't spend it, which the last few years we have spent it, but if we don't spend it, we used to encumber it so that maybe we could do a big section.
Okay.
So again, it shouldn't affect the mill rate because, okay.
No. The 107,000 for paving does not affect the mill rate,
Okay.
the way we budget.
Any other line item questions? All right, first item, accelerate street lighting program for bridge. If we go with what Commissioner Belhumeur suggested, it would just be a net zero. All right, we're going to borrow from reserve, we're going to replace the reserve.
Yes, that's what we want.
Any thoughts or opinions on that? Do we have a consensus? Hands? Okay. So we only have two? Are you all good with it? Okay.
There's a third one.
Okay, so
I'll hold two.
4-1.
How's that?
Okay. So we're 4-1 on that. Okay. Okay, the next one is pave parking lots, add maintenance and public works buildings.
Hey, next year, you got to put page numbers on these.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're not in the
Place.
same, I'm now,
We created 2 positions, please.
I'm putting it in the order now that
Where's
we're
the
talking
parking
about
lots
it.
at? Further
Okay.
improvements to city park.
This is 85,500.
Wait a minute. Oh.
This is paved parking lots and maintenance
Okay.
and public works buildings.
Wrong one.
Thought you had it nailed, huh?
You had the other parking lots without a page number.
All right, how far back is it?
Almost to the end.
Yeah, it is towards the
So it's
back.
past the recycling
Yes.
stuff?
Your two options are you can install 2 new asphalt lots, which will cost $85,500, which is 1.1 tenths of a mil. Your other option is use paving dollars currently budgeted, that's at 107 we talked about. That'll leave 20,000, which could be encumbered to the 22-23
I like that
budget
one.
for a large paving project. Or another dot that's there is it gets pushed to another year.
I don't see that one.
No, I added that.
I knew that. Yes.
All right, thoughts on this one? Commissioner Belhumeur.
We had some money in the budget this year for paving Public Works parking lot. That did not get used, I'm assuming.
Did we have
So
it?
does that have any effect on this number?
No, that, if we had money, I don't remember having money for paving parking lots. We used that money to do the parking lots around town. That's
Remember
what
the
that
city-
money
Now,
Yeah.
it was specific for Public Works.
Yeah, I thought
To
I
pave
remembered
their
something.
parking
I
lot.
thought I remembered something about that.
All right, well, let me see.
I-
I'll look
I
at
vaguely
last year's
remember that.
capital plan, see if I see it. But anyways, let's go on. If we don't do it, then that money is just gonna go back into the general fund reserves.
So this is not an extra cost.
It's not extra.
So that one's not on the table for this year, city manager? So, okay, so that money's going back in, whatever was there last year, and I
Correct.
don't remember what that was.
Right. So I
But
mean,
you're
if it didn't
talking
get
about
used, it
doing
goes-
both Public Works and
Correct.
maintenance,
All
right?
that area that they, in front of their buildings out along there, yes. And we are also looking for grants to, do the stormwater and do a bigger project, but
Why don't we just use reserve to do that? Outside, because you got the 107, there's still a threshold of $20,000. You just pull it out of the reserve.
I agree.
Commissioner Ryan?
No,
Okay, that's a yes, okay.
Yes,
Um,
this is long.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, moving on. So we got, so I saw 2 hands over here. Commissioner Belhumeur, are you going to vote? Yes, okay. So you got a unanimous on that. Okay. Okay, groundskeeping team, or landscaping maintenance.
It's just like going back to the old Parks Department that we
Yes.
used to have.
what has happened is
Where's this?
back in 2008,
The front, the back?
Back.
you know, when the recession hit, the city had to cut its budget. And it did that and started using a contractor and using the money it got from FDOT to fund it. Well, it has now since way exceeded what we get from FDOT. And we basically are depending on that contractor to do all this work. Well, the bottom line is they're not getting all that work done.
No, the service has dropped.
Yeah, the service is terrible from what I hear.
Yeah.
And so the conversation that I've had with Alan is, hey, we could cut that contract completely, save that $190,000, roll that money into creating the old parks group, and restart it again and have our own level of service. And just for a little bit of money extra, you know, I think it's 30 grand difference, and you would have a better level of service.
I'm going to tell you the same thing, though. Why impact the budget?
Because it's an ongoing cost, it would, if you create a department, you don't want to create them one year and then not have the money to fund them the next year.
But you could, there's not an equipment play there?
The difference is, there's $190,000 that we have been budgeting ongoing for the contractor whose work has been less than stellar. If you create the parks department, for lack of a better term, or maintenance crew, the difference is about $20,000, $30,000. So you would have to budget for that ongoing, and whatever increases happen in the future.
So,
So it's not something you could pull out of reserves. You could, but then you'd have to look at, well, what do you do next year?
Now, as you said at the very beginning, reserves should be for one shot.
Correct. Usually you match the expense, like a capital expense is a one-time thing and it's one and done, out of your savings account or your reserves. Ongoing expenses really are for ongoing revenue streams.
so where is our budget for the landscape company that we currently have?
It's in there.
It's in there
Contractual
in
services.
contractual
It's under
services,
contractual services?
and part of it's in the CRA. So some of the money comes out of the CRA, some of it comes out of this budget.
Okay,
So you
so-
put that together.
Under roads and street, contractual services? I see 120,000.
Yes, that's part of it, and the other is in the CRA, which is that same section,
Which is 72,000.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the 120 plus the 72, mealy math. 192, thank you, Penny Math. So you're really only talking a difference of 17,000? No.
No, it's a little bit more than that in the
25.
decision.
25.
25 is
Okay,
what
yeah.
we said.
25, 30.
This is the department that was eliminated back 2010, 11.
Yes,
what the
when the
old
recession
tractors were,
hit,
right?
my understanding is when the recession hit and you had to cut your budget,
Yep.
just eliminated this group and went to a contract. And then over the years, the service demand has come back, but the contract performance has not.
Sounds like a good job for volunteers.
Question,
No.
I'm not spreading
Commissioner
any more
Phillips?
out.
Find people to work for real money.
quick question, Mr. Whitson, does this include the vehicle, any vehicles that they're going to have to?
Yes, I asked that question, and we apparently have saved back some equipment. We would have to buy some small equipment, you know, some mowers and edgers and things like that. It's all outlined in the decision module. But the vehicle, I think we have.
Oh, wonderful.
I was going to say, they got a trailer, but,
Yeah, and they got a trailer.
or I mean, you got a trailer in here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we have to buy the trailer, but the vehicle, they said they had. That's what Alan told me.
So 25K impact to budget controlled by us. Commissioner Belheimer?
I'm looking, you got employees, weed eaters, KM 131R, is that a mower? I'm assuming?
Yes.
Two of them at $780?
Mhm.
Okay. That's pretty cheap for
That's pretty
a
cheap.
mower.
I don't know where Alan buys his stuff. I'm just, I
Well,
got
know
these
he's
numbers from
he's got
him.
his guys running around Dixie choppers, and I know they're considerably more than that, so.
We have equipment currently, and plus, William said that we
Would
got
those,
backlog.
would those be put into this department? Since Alan would be
Yeah,
given a break
I would
on that?
recommend that all of this roll under Alan, since he handles the streets and he has the experience, and so this would just all kind of get created under him. And, yeah, this is a tight budget, all right, but it's, not that much of an increase over where we are.
Okay, my next question is, for employees at $15 an hour, how much are our guys getting paid that are?
That's part of another problem. We have some issues there, Liz, with people not making that. So,
I don't think a new department should start out ahead of
There you
people we
go.
already have in place,
so that would affect this number,
okay?
depending on what you make decisions on these other modules, so it kind of has
Another
that
thought
ripple impact.
is, where are we going to keep this stuff? Where's home base for them?
Be Allen's operation.
That's where they kept it before, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, but they kept all that equipment in the building that Tom now takes.
Oh, I got you.
And believe me, there's not a square inch left in there.
You also got that giant building across the bridge.
Yeah, but you don't want to bring your mowers over here every day. I guess if you got them on a trailer.
Yeah, you gotta transport it around the city.
Okay, it's just a question. They got to have a home base somewhere.
Any other questions or comments on our own landscape folks as opposed to outsource? Okay. You sound like you got a question.
Now it's just another 25 grand, but just so, just so they don't start out ahead of our guys that are already in place.
So,
Okay.
this number, basically, we can make an assumption, city manager, that rates of pay, et cetera, like that's just gonna be based on competitive wage, and this would be the max number. Okay? So take this in-house, maximum 25K impact to budget. Show of hands on consensus for yes, and unanimous, okay.
And I assume this will help take care of the problem we have with our right-of-ways not being taken care of, and our
Right-of-ways,
sight lines-
parks,
sight
all-
lines and street.
Yep,
street
sight
lines.
lines, all of that. Alan and I discussed the whole thing, and he said, we'll go back to the way we used to do it.
Guess who's in charge of it now? Green shirt right there.
So,
Yeah, okay, so, page 18, library. No decision modules. Any questions about library? Comments about library?
no, but I will say that I appreciate Melissa and the work she does, and she's helping me with the American Rescue Act Task Force, so she's
Oh, great.
a definite asset to the city.
We have no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm. All right, last call for questions, comments. Page 19, museum. Just think you waited all that time for that. That's the easy way out right there. That means you have a good budget. Yep. All right, museum.
No questions.
All right, Kenny, questions about where we're going to keep their mowers at?
What, the museum?
Yeah.
Some of them may need to go to the museum.
We got some stuff right
Historic.
Room is City Hall for that.
Some of them, historical artifacts.
All right, moving on, page 20, recreation.
Um,
I had a couple on recreation. Anybody have questions or comments on recreation?
Yeah, I just wanted, there's big increases in repairs and maintenance, operating supplies.
Mhm.
Actually, there's two lines for operating supplies, or, I don't know, or an unlabeled line that had a big increase, whatever that line is.
Okay, let's take first line.
Those are my questions.
So repairs and maintenance. Who wants to take that one?
Because that went up $3,000.
I know that we've been looking at the WIC line, for example, the playground over there. Just one of the slides was $2,000. So, it's things like that, that keep coming up. And so we just put some extra money in there.
So this is where the WIC line, or the playground repairs?
Yes, this is all the repairs. I mean, it's just such a caustic environment, and so we just put some extra money in there. And again, I'm hopeful that if we get if we get the effort organized to put in the new playground, we won't need this money. But at this point, I didn't know that, so that's why it's in there.
Okay.
I'm going to be talking about that as well.
Okay, and just a question though, for Kaboom's going to take a little while to get off the ground and rolling. No?
Well, we're hoping to get it done next year.
Next year though.
Yeah.
But what about pulling a little bit, can you pull a little bit from reserves to get our parks at least respectable? It's going to take more than 13 to get our parks respectable in preparation for the Kaboom.
Sure.
Absolutely, Commissioner Phelps. Next.
As you know, I've been tasked to look at our parks. Our parks are severely neglected. We have no money in the budget. I'd like to ask for some very high seed money because I've done a lot of research on what it's going to take to bring at least WIC line up to code. I was out there this weekend and I actually called Mr. Whitson afterward. This little tiny girl just face planted off of a ledge. We've got things that are tied. It's just very unsecure. So I've reached out to 5 different playground companies, one of them being Kaboom. I'm not sure we're going to be able to use Kaboom because of our status in the city. I've called them, they've not returned my telephone call, but I've talked to 2 other park companies. So I'm going to be getting catalogs for us all to look at, et cetera. But I'd like to ask for at least $50,000 in seed money to get this up and running. I've got a team of people that are working. We're going to try to look for grants. We're going to try to look for, maybe do a GoFundMe account, do some fundraisers, but especially WIC line, it's in bad shape and it's going to cost a lot of money to redo it.
City manager, can't some of that money come out of reserve for one-time shots or replacing
Yeah,
some of those?
absolutely. It's that's what it's for. It would be a good use for it. And $50,000 to do design work and planning and that kind of thing is very reasonable.
When we go to the conference, we can look around at the vendors.
Yes.
And
Okay.
they're always playground people.
Are there? Okay,
Yes.
wonderful.
Yeah, so I'll be sure that you're not going.
Yeah, and I'm kind of a big fan of this spongy surface.
Yeah.
So that kids aren't falling on hard surfaces, so.
Yeah, I actually,
This is all a year down the line stuff, though.
we're having a survey done. There's no survey to date, so Leah's going to be contacting somebody to do a survey within the next couple weeks, I'm assuming. And then we
A
need
survey?
procurement, a survey.
A survey where?
Where the park is at WIC line, we don't have a
But we've
survey.
Got Silver Lake. we got-
bunches
Right.
of,
We're looking at our records and documents.
Rick just hit me up.
Yeah, we're looking at our records and documents, and to the extent we don't have the survey data we need, we will be obtaining it.
okay, so it's more
it's a
than one
cost.
survey.
Oh, yeah. there's
Oh,
more
yeah,
than
it's,
one.
I've asked them to look at the whole complex.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we need to go to procurement to find an architect to draw it all up. Then we have to pick a playground vendor, so there's a lot of work to be done. But I just wanted to see if this commission would be willing to put some money into the budget to get this going.
If we can take it out of reserves, yeah.
If we can take it out of reserves.
So, what you got, Commissioner Bell here?
All right, I think I brought this up at a commission meeting. I was approached by the Business Bureau they were looking for something that they could raise funds for and help out with as far as the city went. And I was asked what suggestion I may have, and immediately said playgrounds. So I don't know what their thoughts are on that, but they were definitely very ambitious and
Right. It's just, we're gonna need about 100, I'm thinking 100 grand just for Wick Line.
Design?
No, design, product, everything. So, and I know that FB3 is more than willing to assist us, but I don't know how, and it's great to have organizations help us as well, but I feel these are our city parks, we need to pony up something as well, otherwise I don't think but I'm talking to Rotary, I'm talking, the TDC unfortunately doesn't have any, it's not a tourism thing. I've talked to Johnny a little bit about this. I mean, FB3 doesn't have money, you're right, it'd have to be fundraising.
right.
So whether they do their own fundraising, or we do a collaborative effort.
But as far as getting the wheels rolling, you're looking for the possibility of pulling something, getting money from somewhere.
Correct.
And my suggestion would be reserves for the time being.
Right, if we pull design money for the soft cost, the planning, all of that out of the reserves, then we can direct the donations in the right way.
Yes. I didn't want to just jump into donations without having city backing.
That makes sense, yeah.
How many parks are we talking about?
Well, Wick Line, I think being the largest, we've got the one at Silver Lake,
Then you got the one under the bridge.
got the one under the bridge,
You got the one on Palm.
On Palm
Drive.
Drive.
So I thought just, doing it in phases.
I think we used to.
Ever considered having green space in one playground? Children, they like to play with each other, and I know Wick Line's the one that all the kids want to go to, the one at the end of Palm Drive, no one's there, there's only there used to be 4 kids that lived on the street, majority of Flagler Beach kids don't even know that park is there. I used to visit the one on Palm Drive when my daughter was younger, and really, the kids stopped going when the tall slide was gone. And then it was, let's just go back to Wick Line. So instead of spreading out the dollars, maybe just dump them into one area and have one awesome park in the city.
Yeah, I talked to the neighbor over by the, underneath the bridge. There's a teeny tiny little park. He said, Palmetto, he said he never sees anybody there, so.
But he blamed, if it was Billy Egan that it's stuck with, he claims if we fix it up, that there would be.
That's the one that has the total of 4 kids that live on the street and no one knows that it's there.
There are more kids that just moved on Palm Drive. Yeah, it's actually quite a few right there by the park. So I've seen more kids actually on the swing there.
I guess we're kind of talking about two different things. So the Kaboom thing is a little bit further down the road, and seed money coming out of the reserves is fine, but I really think that we need to spend more than 13, which is on this line item of this budget we're looking at right now, for this year to get the parks that we have cleaned up. Take out even future plans. Just getting the parks, the grounds up to snuff, we'll use that money up and more. And so I would like to see us.
It totally depends on the improvements you want to make. For example, just creating this grounds crew and to clean everything up better is going to help. But then if you don't have new mulch or new equipment or, additions to the park, but you can make it look good, but
Right, so when you do the Kaboom, we can make these parks nice and have them ready for the arrival of the Kaboom, which would kind of be the next phase. So you go in and you get the parks cleaned up and the grounds respectable. And then by the time we get that done, then Kaboom's ready to start dropping equipment in. But can we take out of our reserves and get some of this cleaned up sooner than later? Because we're in multi-years of talking about this. You still with me? He's not with me.
I was asking her a question. Yes, you can do that. So in addition to the 50, if you wanted to pull more, I mean, it's up to you. You've got a pretty healthy reserve.
Our parks are in dire straits.
Ugh, they're awful.
And it is this, we're in our third or fourth year easy of talking about this, and nothing's changed.
So do we do that, or do we just do this in phases? We zone in on one park?
Well, we can zone in on one park kaboom-wise, but what we have currently as assets needs to be at least at the level of respectable. And it wouldn't take a ton of money to make Silver Lake and Palmetto and Palm, to make them at least someplace that you wouldn't be, embarrassed to be at, if that makes sense.
And would you add any playground equipment to Wickline at that point? Right now, someone's going to get
Well,
hurt.
that's where Kaboom comes in.
But that's where we need the money for a kaboom-type organization.
Right, but we're talking two different things.
Right.
Like,
There's also a second phase to that over there at the WIC line, and that's the exercise portion of it. And that gets utilized
Yes.
a lot.
Yes, yes.
So I don't know what condition that's in, but as long as we're replacing stuff, if any of that needs to be replaced.
Right. We talked about increasing the footprint after we look at the survey to include.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to see that exercise
No.
phase go
No, because they
away.
do use it.
Silver Lake has exercise too.
Yes.
So Commissioner Cooley, you're in like groundskeeping is one section of the parks, and then equipment is another, almost two different.
Well, it's the same thing as if you're building a house. You have to do the groundwork and prep before you can bring in the house. So the groundwork prep for these parks, we can bring in now. And we can get those parks cleaned up. I mean, they're at the point where you just can't even walk in them. They're dirt and roots, and you got overgrown grass and brush everywhere. So you get every park grounds up to snuff. In the meantime, while that's going on, Debbie and the Kaboom folks are doing the architecture planning and all that. And then now you have a park that is already in good condition grounds-wise to drop new equipment in.
So
And-
how much are we putting for the equipment out of,
We
pulling out
think
of the
you need to
reserve?
gear up on that.
But we don't have to budget out of reserve, do we?
If you pull money out of reserves, you need to put it on something.
So we make this a line item?
What do you think you need to gear up?
50 grand.
50 is good for the
Yeah.
soft cost and design.
Yeah.
It's not going to touch any kind of
Equipment. I
equipment.
mean,
A
obviously
slide was $2,000. The roller slide was
I
$2,000
know,
just to
it's crazy.
replace.
It's crazy.
Why don't we do this,
Well,
since
you
we have
start-
the conference coming up, and we might find some other
Okay.
places, and this
Yeah,
is just
I'll
going
tell you what,
around.
pull the 50, do the design work.
Yeah.
You can always come back and do equipment as
Budget
you need
amendment
to.
somewhere down
As
the
a
road.
budget amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
no,
we're
that
going to
was-
use the 13 for cleaning up the park, the playgrounds, to make them
So that's going to come out of reserves?
nicer than they are
Yeah.
right now.
50.
Okay,
Just pull
I'm
it out of
okay with that.
reserve.
I just, giving us the 50,000 to lay all of the groundwork.
And if it's Kaboom or some other company
Yeah,
or
I'm sorry, I'm
whatever,
trying to-
okay.
Exactly.
So this 13,000 is going to clean up the park,
That's one of the things they agreed.
Okay.
and
Roads, right?
then we're going to
Streets,
put
Allen's-
50,000 for
Allen's
you to
gang?
work with,
To get it,
get
okay.
some kind of design going.
Okay, perfect.
Well, that's his pet peeve.
Okay, we got like 3 different meetings going.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you catch all that?
I think I did. What I'm hearing is pull 50,000 out of reserves to do the design work. We're going to let the new parks maintenance crew come in and do the cleaning. If they need funds, there's some funds in here. If we need to add more later, we will. And at this point, then we can get everything ready to go and approach these organizations about donating money for improvements.
Debbie can continue with her research and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we
Okay.
have consensus?
Yes.
Okay. Page 21.
Bathroom?
All right, we're done with the general fund.
Yes. Could I take 5 for a bathroom?
Let's take
And
Seven?
So let's
He's
just
gonna
go back
be
at 10.
generous.
We'll come back at 10 after.
Five is fine.
Yeah, 10 after, y'all can turn my Page 21, CRA.
I had asked the question before,
Microphone.
since the rest. Since we're done with everything in the general fund, should we discuss the increase or?
Kathleen, we're at 5.7 something?
Yep, we are at 5.7036. That returns about 15,000 to the general fund at the bottom line.
So we're balanced plus 15,000, so basically balanced.
Is that with backing out all the stuff that needed backed out for some of these positions? Where you have like,
There's some tweaking that needs to be done, but it's pretty close, yes.
Wait a minute, it was 534 and now it's down to 507?
No, 5.7.
Oh, 5.7.
So actually up 0.3 of a mil.
Oh, okay.
That mealy math.
Yeah.
I'm going to regret saying that.
So
Which is how much of an increase?
0.3 of a mil or,
About 3.5 cents a mil. It's, the mill increase from where we started is.
Hello. The increase in mills is 3.5 tenths, so that's always confusing to say.
Yeah.
We're up 6.64% from where we started as the mill rate.
About $280,000.
yes, if you take
Yes.
that figure and multiply it, yes. Now, again, we're tracking that, and under the Trim Act, the highest you can go with 4 votes is 5.8 something. So you're getting close to the top and being out of money.
Or we're halfway done.
But we've been through all the things that affect the mill rate. No, you didn't do salaries. Oh, we didn't do
No,
salaries.
the biggest thing is the salaries.
All right, so then there's no point to this discussion till we
Well-
do that.
There's a point to the discussion, but yeah.
what page is salaries on?
Well, let's do CRA
It just-
first.
It's the
Right.
decision.
But I'm wondering what page,
It's on each of the pages.
It ripples through the whole
It was through
thing.
the whole, there's no one.
Yeah, I should have numbered those, I'm sorry, kids. If you go to the decision module, the 2.5% merit increase across all the funds is 147,000. In the general fund, it's 65,000.
so none of the numbered pages have decision modules for
No,
salaries.
because I would have had to do a lot of work
There
to
are
split
three
it amongst
separate.
everyone.
Yeah, there's a split. What we did was the decision module on salaries and then showed you in the decision module how it would split out among all the funds.
Well, before we get into,
So we could do CRA first and then go back to that if you wanted to.
all the enterprise funds that don't affect mill rate, we should be doing separate. And I'm looking at right now 4 decision modules that will affect mill rate that we should probably just tackle. We got 2.5 merit, 1.5 salary, just salary minimum, and health insurance.
Oh,
And those all affect
oops,
mill rate, so we should do that before we get into enterprise funds.
I agree.
So, the 4, just so y'all can pull them out of this mess, is 2.5 merit increase to salaries, 1.5 salary range consideration, adjust salary ranges for minimum wage increases, and health insurance benefits to city employees. Those 4.
Mr. Mr. Chairman, if I could make a suggestion that might make this simpler for you. I talked to the HR department about this, and, we would love to do it all, but I just don't see fiscally where it's possible this year.
No.
So, out of all of those, the most important one is the one that deals with the mandatory rate raises and increases that the state, is going to start ramping up and requiring over the next several years. That's $311,705 if you just take that bite all at once. If you phase it over 2 or 3 years, you can lower that amount and just do it a little at a time. That would be my suggestion. It's just a suggestion. If you want to have the discussion and go into the details of everything, I can do that, but I just thought I would make it, given the hour, a little bit easier for you.
Well, the 311,000 is for a total of 6 years. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is if you met all of the salary increases, going up to the $15 and across the board, that's what it would be if you did it all at once. Is that correct, Liz?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
It's also adjusting the salaries under 50,000.
Right, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Then there's two aspects of it, is that anybody that's over 50,000 obviously wouldn't be involved. It would be, we would look at the employees on the lower end of the pay scales and deal with them. So, basically, you could do it all in one bite if you wanted to budget that much and raise the millage that much, or you could do it in 2 phases or 3 phases. But at some point in the next 5 to 6 years, we have to bite this bullet and do these things because of just mandatory laws.
Well, we can tackle this one first, because there are 3 separate proposed raises in here. Since we're on it, let's just cover it. Do we have any employees that the year 1 starts, even applies to? We have folks making
Yes.
less than $10 an hour
Yes.
outside of sanitation or just in sanitation?
Liz, can you come up and just kind of give them a feel for this? I have a few examples, but why don't you know the data better than I do, because you've been working with the employees longer.
We do have, I want to say 4
Microphone.
employees, part-time.
Yeah.
4 part-time employees that are under 10. So that would definitely, we'd have to definitely increase that. The rest are over that first year.
Does this apply to, in the law, does it apply to part-timers?
Part-timers?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's-
anybody.
Okay.
But if you were to just follow the law, this is a couple of part-timers. The amount is negligible.
Yeah, again, what we're dealing with here is, there's no doubt that wages are going to go up based on mandatory laws. The question is, how quickly do we want to go up, because we're in competition with a lot of other organizations for talent. So do we want to keep dragging our feet and kind of, not attract the best employees, or do we want to do it quicker and have a better shot at retaining talent? I think that's really the issue.
Can we break this into thirds?
Yes.
Okay, now
That'd
tell
be
me,
my
I'm
suggestion.
sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Brad.
Well, we're talking about, $1 a year for 6 years, and if we broke that into thirds, we could accelerate that.
Yeah, we could do it in half
We
the
could
time.
break that in half the time.
Correct.
So we could be up to $15 in 3 years.
Correct.
I like that idea.
Okay.
That's what county's doing as well,
All
in
right,
the
really?
3 years.
But we don't necessarily need to do it in 3 years. This job offers benefits, which a lot of don't, which changes the game.
Well, I was walking around the other day at Buc-ee's, and you can start there anywhere between $15 and $17 plus benefits. I saw a sign the other day at Dairy Queen, $15 plus. I mean, Target. I'm just telling you, you know, I want to be at least as good of an employer as Target or Buc-ee's or Dairy Queen. I
But
mean,
all those examples you cited are part-time. But I get your point.
I mean, my point is that we're in competition.
They're not all part-time, though. The city of Palm Coast, all of their full-timers are $15 or more. Target, it's part-time or full-time, starts at $15.
But Target is not bringing on $15 an hour employees. The only ones that they're bringing on that are full-time are managers, which are making more. Entry level, they're not offering anybody. I know numerous people that work there, unless you know of a different Target. They, unless you're management, you're not full-time. That's the game they play.
What level of employees are we talking about? Are we talking about the maintenance individuals, the sanitation, or everyone?
Well, we have quite a variety. We have, it affects sanitation, a few admin positions, maintenance department,
Utilities.
public
pier.
works, let's see, the pier, building department, water plant, sewer plant.
Okay, all right. I'm just trying to get a sense that everyone else
Yeah.
understands, you know, the type of employees that we have here and the skill sets that are needed. Are these, in some of those positions, are those positions that are, excuse me, in levels where they can accelerate or move up? So they may be in training positions as well?
Well, a few are. We don't have a lot of movement in maintenance. It's
Right,
maintenance
right.
workers, sanitation drivers. There's really not a lot of movement there.
Water
Public
plant, sewer
work.
plant. They don't have to really far to go.
Well, water plant and sewer plant, they can move up with different licenses as they become, change. Public works, there's not a lot of movement.
Question, are full-time employees, do all of them receive retirement? Or okay, all of them do, so that is an added benefit over like a Buc-ee's or a Target or one of those places that we have.
We think so. But again, as they keep pushing the envelope, and then the state of Florida and the U.S. government keep piling on, it forces the wages up faster than we want to go. I mean, I don't begrudge anybody a salary increase, but it's just getting to where if you want employees that you can depend on, we're going to have to look at what the rest of the market offers.
And I'm not opposed to the 3 years. I think it's
Yeah, I
reasonable.
think the 3 years.
3 years, fine.
I don't know how the millage
So,
breaks down on that.
What is the actual number if we do it in
So
the half the year?
in 2 years or
Here,
3 years?
well, you do it in 2-year increments. Like what Rick mentioned, where the whole thing's.
Oh, okay, so 3 years to get there is 40, for the general fund, it's 47,806, 30,650 for utility, 72,11 for sanitation, and 18,240 for the pier.
Sorry.
30,645.
All right, can you start all over again? I'm sorry.
Come on. 47,806,
For the general fund.
30,645, 7,211,
Now you're going to do that, 7,000,
211,
okay?
18,240 for the pier.
All right, so basically it's a third of what that was.
So it's 4 funds: general, utility, sanitation, and pier.
The only one that affects mill rates, general.
General, yeah.
General.
Everything else is enterprise fund.
Correct.
So your true impact's only 47,806.
If you do that model, yes.
So if we did it in thirds, so it'd be the ones earning less than 10 or less than 11, that would be less than future years, right?
Everybody under 50,000.
What we
Yeah,
had,
go ahead and tell them exactly how.
what we did, we took the full-time positions, the lowest paid, took the amount between that per hour and $15, came up with a dollar amount. It's $5,408. Then we just added that because if you only do, we have such a large amount in that under 30,000, under 50,000. If you just raise one segment up to 15, you're compressing everything. So what we did is took that difference and added it to everyone under 50,000 to raise everyone up. You can't really put a new hire someone and put them at $15, and then somebody who's been working here for 6 years is at 16.
Yeah.
We'll lose people.
That's the issue. You got people that have been here 5, 6, 7, 8 years. They're making $14.62 or $16.46, and then you bring somebody in that's real close to them in wage, that's going to make for unhappy campers.
And I mean, just the example, I know we have a full-time person that's worked here 8 years, and they're at $14.62 an hour, $14.46 an hour. So if we bring people in at a higher rate, they've worked here 8 years, and they're a dependable, good worker, it's just,
I noticed they did that with the teachers too, where they said that every new teacher should make 47.5, but there were very experienced teachers who weren't yet making 47.5.
Correct, yeah. So
They didn't
we'll
think of
have
that.
to have the administrative flexibility to work these things out, but that's the concept, is we're trying to raise people up and not create compression or conflict with people who have been here.
Yeah, that was my concern all along, that, you know, you have to scale all the pay grades up to keep that spread.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
So if we had, like, basically per fund allocations, then we could take a look at that and spread it in ways that we think will help move people up and not create conflict.
if you wanted to just allocate a certain amount of money each year and then raise like that whole segment up, it wouldn't be the huge jump, but it would be just moving them up over a 3-year period. You
Yep,
could definitely
okay.
do that.
Yeah, that would be the approach.
Okay.
Okay.
And that is the numbers, back to what Kathleen was sharing with you, by taking the whole pot, the 311, and breaking it down by fund and then doing it one third, one third, one third. Those were the numbers she was giving you.
Which is the 47.
47 for the general fund.
47,
806.
806, yep.
So, and that's what millage rate was.
A minute, did I? I'm just thinking of one thing, we kind of did this at the last minute, you know. Did not factor in FICA,
Okay,
so.
so
Have to
on
increase
salary range,
by at least-
ranges, the options we have are, we can do it in phases, which would bring it down to 3 years. This year it would cost 47,806. We do the whole thing in one shot with a cost of 311,705. Do you have any thoughts or comments on that?
Well, now that comparison's not fair. The 311 is for all the funds together. What we did with the
In one
general
shot.
fund was 143 down to 47.
Right.
Yeah, so, because we're not comparing 311 to 47.
Yeah, so I think you get the point, though. We still have to decide on those two different things.
Right, but they're coming up with the millage rate for if we do the 47.
Tenth of a mil is 87?
79.
79, okay.
I'll give it. It's
Okay.
about
Do we have any
6
thoughts
points.
on the two options? We gotta keep this moving.
I'm for spreading it out.
I'm for spreading it out.
Okay, 3 years, there's 2 for that. Debbie? Okay,
She's going to give us the,
That's my suggestion.
well, you already have a consensus.
We're running the number right now. Hang on.
Leave it 13. Should I do more? Just a little bit more.
All right, well, you're running that. We have 2 other options that we need to consider here. We have
they're
2,
not going to be paying attention, so you might as well.
Yeah, just 1 second. Sorry.
all right, get out of here until 1 in the morning.
Probably.
All right, so that brings the tentative mill rate is 5.7656. Returning about 15,000 to the general fund.
5.7.
7656.
5.6.
I'm sorry, 5.7.
656.
656. Okay.
Are you all ready to move on? Yep. All right. 2.5 merit increase to salaries.
I've already said you're out of money. My recommendation is that you focused on the most important decision module, and the others, it would be great to do. I would love to do it, but from my point of view, 5.8 something is the highest millage rate you can even
5.88.
set
Yeah.
because of the rollback. So I think you're out of money.
Except that we're not giving any raises to those who make over 50,000.
The COLA. That's it.
The COLA is it, yeah.
Oh, there is a COLA built in?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you saw it on every single
It
department.
was
Went up.
2.9.
Oh, okay, that was, it's too long ago.
Oh, and I will make it very clear for the record, the city manager, I never, ever propose a budget that includes me in that. So that's all employees except for me. I've included no raise for myself, nor do I ask for one.
Want to get some back?
No. I have a contract.
I had to ask.
Okay, so 2.5 and the 1.5 salary changes are out. Is everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Page 21,
You don't have any money.
we are in CRA. Any questions or comments about line items? And while you're thinking about questions, we have 3 decision modules. We have improvements to city parking lots, decorative lighting for CRA, and fund a CRA director position. Or if we're going to change jobs, we'll call it a third person. Let's make it
I
simple.
do have questions on these. Not,
Not line items?
on these.
Okay, so let's go into the first one then, since there's no questions on line items.
I have a question on line
Okay, Commissioner Phelps?
item. Grant program,
Yes.
that's right, 70,000, I apologize, what is that?
That would be $70,000 available for the CRA to give out to small businesses in the form of grants, I would need to work with you all or the director, should you decide to create that position, to come up with a criteria for how you would give that away.
We should have one from the last one we
Yep,
used.
you could take the old program and resurrect it, or, like the idea that I had in Panama City, it was so effective when we had these small paint grants for $1,000, and we just reimbursed people for painting their building, and it really made it
Yeah, that's
look a
basically
lot
what
better.
we did.
So, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically what we did with the houses, or the small, really small
Sure.
businesses.
Yeah, we did it for residential and we did it for commercial.
Yeah, we only had two really big ones. Most of them were 2,000 reimbursed paint, fix up the facade. And then we had two 10 or 20,000. Yeah, fins and, yeah.
Commissioner Bellinger.
How much money do we have in CRA now?
About 350,000 in reserves.
And we'll be
That was
at,
at year end. I had that page, I'll have to find it.
This is new money from the TIF, the projected here, but then there's funds in the reserve.
yeah, well, I mean, we've got the balance now, right?
Right.
Which is 300 and some, you say?
Let me just I can pull it up in a minute.
She's pulling it up.
but
Hold on.
Give me, you want to talk about something else for a moment?
And we'll be adding 372 to that.
Correct.
Okay.
And then spending it according to this plan.
Okay.
All right, well, while she's pulling that, let's try to get something done here. Improvements to city parking lots. We can either leave them alone, put concrete in, put open cell pavers in, or put asphalt in.
No, no, and no.
Okay, other thoughts on that?
I just had a question on the asphalt. Is that the millings, which is ground up asphalt or asphalt paving?
Straight up asphalt paving, isn't it, Rick? Isn't it straight up asphalt paving? Yes.
Okay, all right.
All right, any other thoughts, sir? Commissioner Bellinger again.
Yeah, we just went through this and it was vetted through different means, whether it was going to be asphalt or other ways of doing it. And we decided it was too costly. And we're going to get the parking lots to where they didn't puddle up and people could park there. And then we were going to go into beautification of those lots. And I don't think we can step around this for the time being.
Yeah,
And
I'm
move
not,
forward with that. There's one issue with what they have done, though, is the grass is growing straight through it. I don't know whether that's something that we just have to use with, call a baseball team and have them come fix it.
City manager, are they even done with those lots? Because I know the one by Anchor
They are.
is
They have met the specification, and that we've inspected them, and they've signed off, and we've paid the contractor. So it is what it is.
I'd rather see us step around any current pavement and work on the beautification of the lots and.
yeah, I agree.
And signage to get to them.
Okay, so we have two people no to everything. Third no.
I go along with Commissioner Bellinger.
Unanimous no.
Wish I could find that.
All right. Decorative lighting. City manager, can you explain this one a little bit better? Because I'm not sure what lights are beyond repair, which ones are being referred to and all that.
Well, if you notice out here, there's these lights that have the maritime look to them. And I guess they were replaced about 14, 15 years ago, Penny, or they were installed about that time.
Yes, and it was very difficult to replace the ones that are there. We had a hard time finding them when
Right.
they'd fall off.
And again, the maintenance crews are telling me that these things are about to the end of their life because of the environment around here. And so, the question is, do you want to hold on a few more years, or do you want to go ahead and bite the bullet and replace them?
And if we're replacing them, are we replacing with same or something better?
I think that decision is yet to be made, but
It says to replace with LED fixtures, which with
Lower maintenance.
lower maintenance and last longer.
yeah, I mean, the LED part of it is a given. It's just how would the fixture look? I don't know.
Right.
But I think they were put in 8 or 9, maybe even 7. I mean, to be right on A1A and still be up. That's impressive.
Yeah.
The ones
Yeah,
that
but
have been
there's still kind of pot metal things, I believe, so if we could get composite fixtures, they would last even longer. But it says here 17 fixtures, so I'm guessing that's all that particular style.
Correct.
Like-
It's all the ones that have this maritime look to it.
I say yes, we need to pretty this place up a little bit.
Yeah, I think this would be a great improvement.
Does that include the labor as well? Excuse me, or we're going to use our staff to do that?
Well, we would order the fixtures, and I don't know whether we would be even involved. I mean, have somebody come in and do it for us, and
It was done as part of the CRA improvement project. I think it was phase 2, probably,
Yeah.
maybe 1.
I would rather
Okay.
contract
or
for it.
somebody. Yeah.
Well, that's why I asked, I mean, I didn't know if the 45 was going to include that, or
Well,
is
our
that,
maintenance aren't electricians.
Right,
so
I know.
They're not certified.
I mean, I wouldn't want them up there. But that's why I asked, I didn't know if this was,
It could be more. You're right. It could
Okay.
be more.
all right,
So the fund balance right now is about 390,000
okay, all right.
For the CRA.
for the CRA.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
And
I
we
mean,
nixed the 232 expense, so-
The
so
what?
we good with this one?
All right, so this one, they're.
Is everybody good with this?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we
And
need to
not
fix
do
these
this
videos.
improvement.
Commissioner Bellhummer?
Yeah.
Okay. CRA Director, 77,412.
What page is that?
There's not a page number. It's just there.
I know.
It's toward the back of that bunch, Rick. It's
Behind,
Yeah,
the-
about the 4th page from the back of those smaller
Okay.
pages.
got it. Thank you, Pat.
All right, thoughts on this?
Yes.
The difference between when we used to have a CRA director and since then is enormous. And staff has worked really hard, I'm not taking away from them, but to have somebody dedicated to the CRA, absolutely.
Absolutely.
In my mind, this number seems high, 77,000.
I
But
agree.
it's not.
Yeah.
Not high.
You don't think it's
No.
high?
On CRA, it's actually low.
Very low.
That's
Is it?
including your
Yeah, we're
insurance, your benefits.
It's got
yeah,
everything all together is not,
Yeah, all
is
those
not
all those
high.
positions include all of that.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
The
all right.
base, I believe,
I
was
retract.
50 on that one.
Yeah, being the
That was why we had to get rid of the one we had, because as fantastic as she was, we didn't have money in the fund to pay a decent, and it wasn't like this then.
Right.
But it was,
Yeah.
for the time, high.
Yeah, there's ebb and flows to these CRAs, and I've been a CRA director, and there's a lot to do if you want to stay in compliance with all the rules alone, much
Yeah.
less all the other things that need to be done.
Well, just look at the difference of what we've been getting. Back in 17, 18, we got 226,000. Now we're up to 372. So at some point prior to that, it was next to nothing. that we
Right.
could get.
Oh, yeah, we had to borrow money from the
Yeah, I
general
think
fund.
our property value in CRA district went up about 10% from last year. So that's a general, a good increase. Plus then we get the money from the county based on their mill rate, which is over 8, so.
Okay.
Okay, so
Does Karen want to come back?
I don't know. Wouldn't be a bad move, I don't think.
Okay, so hands-on folks that want a CRA director position, okay, and I'm opposed to it, but it's 4-1. All right,
But that's different.
is there any other, we were doing all this while y'all were supposedly working on something that you wanted to share? Do you remember what it was?
I already shared
You already
it.
got it? Okay.
Did you miss
So we
it?
got.
It was the fund balance
balance of
for the
CRA.
CRA, which was $390,000.
Got it. All right, so we
We
got,
have the fund balance plus this amount of money to budget, so.
So just a quick recap, while we do, adding those two things, the decorative lighting and the position, we would only be pulling about $15,000 from reserves to do that.
Yes.
are you pulling that every year?
No, that's,
Just,
if we were doing all, we had a surplus of what, about 80,000, so that basically covered the position, and then the additional is the difference between the 45 and what was going to be returned.
Yeah, you won't have that capital expense every year.
No, unless you do
So-
capital projects.
So wait a minute. So
that
you're
doesn't have
saying
anything else.
with the
Doing everything you asked
existing
for,
CRA balance is what?
Right. If you look at that,
390,000.
Right.
And we're going to add another 372 to that.
But
Yes.
we're also going to spend 280, if you're looking at this
Yeah,
budget right
but
here, that's
After you budget and spend, the net is around
Okay.
80-something.
86,000. So then we added 77 for the finance director, for the finance director. How about a CRA director? Yeah, CRA director, and then the balance and that is also because my spreadsheet is adjusting what goes in from the city to the CRA as we adjust to. So that's why it doesn't work out perfectly. But basically, in a nutshell,
Okay.
we have to use a little bit of reserves to do what you just asked for.
Page 22, building code inspection fund. Questions or comments?
No, just that the staff's working on a fee increase.
Yes, I'm assuming, based on the conversation, that it's okay for us to present an analysis of where we are fee-wise compared to our surrounding neighbors and maybe propose some increases. The fees that are projected here do not include any increases.
But I have no questions.
Okay. Any other questions?
No.
Page 23, building code inspection. The only question I had was I saw an 11% increase in salaries.
Let me look at that.
One of your employees are under that $10.
No.
But we weren't.
That wasn't
approving
supposed to be,
that
No,
yeah.
it's not in here. Sorry.
What was that?
Hold on.
It's not neat.
We're looking, hang on.
203 to 224, huh?
Sorry, I should
Oh,
have
no.
known this right off the top of my head.
I know, I can't remember. I usually can, but, oh, come on.
We're talking about is this figure here.
Okay, hold on. I think I'm there. All right. Building official.
From 182,
Well.
just a projection to.
Oh, the 182 is the projection because Mr. McFadden wasn't, he was doing the interim city manager for a while. I think that has something to do with
So
it.
you got pulled out and then put back in.
Right,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
All right.
That's why it dropped.
Uh-huh,
Yep.
uh-huh,
Oh, right.
yeah. Yeah, that's just the projected, but,
Still $20,000
yes, you're
higher.
right. I see, from 203. I don't have my headers on here. That's not good. Sitting with this.
This is the project.
So it's going from 203 to 224.
Yeah.
Take a look at something else. And
It's like dates on these. I'm not watching.
Maybe I made a mistake. Oh, it's 206 plus half a Bonnie. I'll definitely have to get back to you on that. That one's
We'll just
a
make a
little
note
tricky.
that we'll need to follow up on why that happened. It's probably how they're counting the employees.
It might be, yeah, and that is exactly, you know what it is that in this current budget year, we had the customer service only in the general fund, but she actually does permits too. And so when they did their report, that has to go on our website from the permitting and building department, they were using that a half full-time employee. So I had to put half of the customer services budget salary into this budget, and which is also explains why the other one went down in planning and zoning. See?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does, because I was curious why planning and zoning had no real increase.
Right, it had a decrease. And
So this is an enterprise fund anyway, right?
Exactly.
So they're living
That-
within their own means.
Exactly, and that's why we are going to take a look at the permit fees to make sure we don't miss the ship. If we have these developments coming at us, we need to raise them up possibly to compare with our surrounding neighbors.
Any other questions on building code inspection? Page 24, Peer Enterprise. Questions or comments on Peer Enterprise?
What changed from, this is a new page, what's different?
so what changed was on the one that was in your original book, I missed adding in the operating expenses and a couple other small ones, which amounted to about $50,000.
Because
I
I'm
didn't-
seeing the same numbers. Oh, now I see now. Okay,
Yeah,
I got it, I got
operation
it.
totals should have gone up about 50,000.
Yeah, I got it.
I didn't pull those numbers forward.
And those are what kind of expenses, Kathleen?
The operating supplies are what Buzz uses to purchase items for resale mainly. That's what was the big cost.
For example, he's been selling the heck out of ice cream, fishing bait, all that. I mean, our sales are off the charts this year compared to last year. And so that accounts for some of those expenses.
Yeah, I think we had our highest month last month.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's the highest month since we've.
It was nearly
since I've been-
$50,000.
Yeah, it was like 50. Yeah, so.
So we'd like to have a few more months like
If we
that.
could make it, yeah, if we could do 50,000 a month there consistently, that would be sweet. We would not have any
And
issues.
I also like to commend the commission because you listened to the staff. Before I was coming on board, I heard these discussions where you guys said, yeah, let's give the extended hours a shot. Well, that has actually helped the bottom line quite a bit, extending those hours. So this was good stuff. And we have some other plans that we have in motion, adding lights and other kind of things that'll help our revenues as well.
Does that include possible increases to fees?
Actually, I haven't looked at increases to fees here, but I would be happy to do that because I noted when I went on vacation, I went out to the Navarre Pier, and it was $7 to go out on their pier. Ours is $6. So, I mean, I think there's a little wiggle room there, and $1 here and $1 there, multiplied a few thousand times, kind of helps out. So I don't know, if y'all want me to look at it, I'd be happy to.
I think we'd had some discussions about that
Yeah,
throughout the year, really.
yeah, we have.
I mean, I would like to see it, you know. I don't think the fees have been raised in probably 7, 8, 10 years.
Oh, gosh, I think it was 2007.
Okay, I think we need to seriously look at that.
Okay. Made a note.
Yeah, and when you say that extending the hours of the pier
Hi, Charlie.
helped bottom line,
No, please,
He can show up anyway.
please do tell them. We've invited them.
so when you say it helps bottom line with the bait shop, is that bottom line? I mean, we've seen a change in top line sales, but when you add in all the labor and everything, is it helping bottom line?
I believe it is, yes. You have any comments on that, Buzz?
I definitely think that it really helps, because when you got a lot of people coming out, getting off work, if they know the pier can stay open 12, they'll come 6, 7, 8 o'clock. And that increased our sales. And then if we went back to midnight, our sales went through the roof. And last month was almost 52,000.
That's top line sales. That's the
Right,
bottom line.
and we gotta, but you look at what these guys are doing, they're bringing in more money, so.
A lot more money is
A lot more money than was spent by extending the hours.
Yes.
Do we know that?
Well, we were only
We're
talking about
assuming.
another hour of labor, hour and a half of labor. I mean, at $10 an hour, that's not a lot.
it's the people that come at 6, 7, and 8 o'clock that won't come at all because of 9, plus it'll still be daylight when we close. And that will drop, you'll see it drop like a rock. We'll go back to that. I promise that.
Y'all do, does the bait shop do monthly P&Ls, or do y'all just operate off budget? To where you're not actually, it's basically not functioning money-wise like a business, is it?
No, we provide from finance, we provide the revenues and expenditure reports to Buzz.
So y'all are doing monthly P&Ls?
Yes.
Okay.
Do monthly for everybody, expense reports.
And we're also trying to add visitor counts, and one improvement I want to make soon is, it's one thing to know, okay, we have an extra 200 people on the pier, this week, but I'd like to know where those people are from. So we're going to try to do some random surveys and things like this, so we can kind of get a better feel for where that pier is drawing people from. Because and I'll give you an example, and I know this is anecdotal, but I was over the other night and I had ice cream. Big surprise. And then I walked out on the pier. And then I happened to see this couple that they had been at the ice cream shop with me and my wife. And so we struck up a conversation, and they were from Arkansas.
Well, Amy.
Okay, so,
Amy said yesterday there were people from the Dakotas.
yeah. So, I mean, it's drawing people in is something to do. And so I'm going to get more targeted. I mean, it's great that we're doing the counts, Buzz, appreciate it. But what I'd like to know more is, okay, where are some of these people from? So we're going to try to drill down and get better data. And back to your point, we may not be doing it like a real business, but we do keep the numbers. And it is helping the bottom line, especially the decision you made about extending hours.
Question on,
Right?
is the pier rental, what is that?
That's the Punky Pelican.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
And the surf station, the radio station.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I want to make sure.
We're not charging them now, are we?
$75.
Yep.
Okay, it wasn't much.
I'm glad they're paying that. You can't even turn around and
Yeah.
change your mind in that place. It's so small.
Just enough room for a chair.
Exactly.
That's where we used to operate pier tickets.
I understand the museum's going to be doing the Cheer on the Pier again. Where would that money show up?
So I can answer that because you have waived the fee for them to rent the pier. The only thing they pay is the walkouts and for the police, so the walkouts would go to the pier fund.
Oh, so it just shows up under regular walkout?
General,
It-
yep.
They have to pay for the walkouts. We waive the rental fee,
I know.
the special event rental fee.
Right. So the walkouts would just show up under ticket
Should be,
sales?
should be. Kathleen.
Is that where the
finance.
walkouts show?
Yes, they would show in the pier ticket sales.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we done with Pier Enterprise? 25 out of 42. Any questions about Pier Enterprise Fund? The 250,000 is the pilings for the dumpster pen? Is that what that is
Yep.
down there?
Yep, it's a wild guess. I mean, I have no idea if it'll be more or less, but I had to put a placeholder in there. So we're having the design work done now, and we'll know soon, but I didn't know at the time we had to get the document out. And then the other big ticket item in there is the insurance.
Questions, comments?
Yeah, you gotten any more feedback from the restaurant as to whether they want to expand or not?
They do, and we are doing that conversation with them. We're having the design done, trying to figure out, what exactly should be done, how much would it cost, what's the fair breakdown. They are willing to contribute. Well, how much? Well, they don't know until we know how much. So,
We have to go through the design and pay for all that?
well, it's our building, so we're going ahead and biting that bullet and doing the design. But as far as how it's allocated and who pays what, that's yet to come back to you.
So is that being done along with the design of the dumpster area?
Yes.
Okay,
It makes sense to just do it all at the same time.
but they are doing it separately so that we can go ahead and proceed with just the dumpster area in the event that,
Exactly.
okay,
That's how I want to phase it.
okay.
I walked through the kitchen the other day. It is amazing that they can turn out as much food and product as they
Yep.
do in those working conditions.
It is.
It is, I know I couldn't do it.
I agree, but and I know you're going to watch the budget and you're going to watch what's going on, but I want to make sure that the taxpayers aren't carrying the load on this thing if it's
Right.
for the expansion.
That's
of the
why I've
business
asked for
itself.
it to be done in phases.
'Cause I took a tour of it as well, and, I mean, he's operating, he's making money, he's doing good, and I encourage that, but by the same token, I want to make sure that the city is not paying any more than we really have to.
Absolutely.
Well, the cost of the architect isn't cheap either.
No, it isn't.
Nope.
No.
We could end up paying for that and then decide not to do it.
Oh, we're going to do the improvements to the dumpster area.
I
We
know
have
that,
to.
but there's a cost for
But I wouldn't-
designing what he wants done,
Well,
right?
that's what I'm saying, is I'm not going to go there until I have a commitment. And it would be a briefing with you all before it sees the light of day. I'm not going to take a risk on that.
So what you're saying is that before we commit to a design of his expansion, we're going to get an agreement that he's going to pay for the design of that expansion. I
Correct.
think that's what Commissioner Beltran.
That's what,
Right. Okay,
Correct.
I'm okay
he
then.
must have misunderstood my question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean,
That's all right.
they're already doing the design now because the dumpster situation's so bad and we have to deal with it.
Right, I get
Right.
that.
And so if we are talking about adding more kitchen space or other amenities, then we would focus in, okay, what is the price tag for that? And then there will be a separate conversation about how to amend the lease and how to pay for it.
Any questions on Pier Enterprise Fund?
Yeah. We have nothing under repairs and maintenance?
No, you must not have the new page. That's where I made the mistakes. So we had 5,000 budgeted for repairs and maintenance, and
I see a
office supplies, put $100. There was some new pages when you first came in.
It was on the
It
dais.
was on the dais, and I wrote, anyways,
Yeah. And by the way, I'll just make, while we're bringing that up, The wood out there in front of the pier going into the pyramid part area is horrible. It's going to be a trip hazard, and it's going to cause a problem. So we're getting prices, and I think they're around somewhere between $13,000 and $14,000 to take all that old wood out and replace it. And then we're going to approach the insurance company about a grant to pay $5,000 of that back. So we'll take a $13,000 job and get it for 7 or 8.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was,
No, I'm sorry, I thought I made that clear at the beginning, that there was a new page there, and we missed it.
I didn't compare it. I put it in here, but I
Okay,
didn't
all
compare
right.
it. All right, I had a question. It's $250,000 for the building improvements for the Funky Pelican. And how is that different from the Funky Pelican dumpster area? Is that what you just answered?
Yes.
That's what it
Okay,
is.
okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay. So we got, looking at the fee increases, also, there is a decision module, and I don't know if it's noted later on in here, about the recycling service.
It's also one for telemetry meters.
Yeah, telemetry is notated on, way deep in these pages that we'll get to around 10.
Oh, I might not have.
Oh, there is. Page 38 has the recycling service, so we'll get to that. So, questions, comments on utility base fees?
You guys like me better this year? It's only $8 for the whole year.
I have to say it because I received this comment from lots of people. Instead of adding fees to the base, can we add fees to the water usage? I don't know if that's possible, but that is the feedback that I keep getting from the residents.
The issue is because base fees are what we use to support the infrastructure.
Okay.
And for so many years, we were so far behind, but this
And
year,
we have loan agreements and everything else
Yeah.
that commit us to doing these things.
long as I have an
$8
answer.
for years. I said $8 a year.
The water usage also, and correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't even start until you get over, what, 1,500 gallons?
No, it starts at
from
zero.
drop one.
Starts at 0?
Yep.
Where they're doing the charge?
Yep.
I thought there was a certain allotment with the fee structure and all that.
That's other places.
Okay.
Other places have that.
I had a shock when I came here. I moved from Atlanta, and I was used to about a $60 bill for water, sewer, garbage, stormwater, all that, and here it was over nearly 100.
For a one-bedroom apartment.
Yeah, for a one-bedroom apartment. I ain't even moved to my new place yet. Yeah.
Your landlord should include it in the rent.
Page 26. Okay, page 26.
I'm going to want to know why the stormwater fee's going down, but I guess we'll get to that page. Go ahead.
What questions we got on page 26, utility fund? Okay, 27. Everybody's good? Okay, 28, water treatment plant.
Wait a minute. Sewer impact fees, water impact fees,
What page
We're
are you
talking-
referring to?
27.
All right, everybody go back to 27.
Sorry, we turned the page. It's too
Well,
late.
I'm sorry.
I offered. You gotta speak up, dude, we got stuff to do.
Can't read that fast. We're talking about 350 units over on Roberts Road. How's that going to affect impact fees? Considerably, I would think.
It will, but it's kind of one-time shot in the arm, so we didn't, really plug it in yet. If you want us to start plugging that stuff in, it becomes an estimate, and that's, where we just didn't really account for it.
No, we didn't. We didn't account for it in the building permitting fees or anywhere.
The impact fees won't even hit this year, will they?
It depends on the timing.
Depends on timing.
They've got 3 years to build.
If
And they're
they go after their permits, then they have to pay their impact fees when they pick up their permit. So
So it
that's
could,
probably,
it'd be the latter half of the fiscal year.
yeah, but I think it could be
So I
next
was
year.
like, and be glad to plug it in if y'all feel like I missed it.
No, I guess it's going
The
to change
truth is
everything.
that the impact fees they're in here, but they're going to be transferred out unless we have a use for them during the year. You see what I mean? Because
Yeah, because
they're restricted.
impact fees are restricted. You
Understand.
can't just take it and budget it for salaries or something. Yeah.
We'll fix that next
So
time.
I'm
I'll have
careful.
the numbers.
Careful with those things.
Okay.
So those, if they start building this coming year, then it would be reflected in the next.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to hold you up.
Page 28. As long as you don't make it every page. Water treatment plant. The question I had is chemicals has been removed.
No, we actually put it in a different line item, didn't we?
We decided not to do chemicals in this one, just to
So you
keep
did
everything coming
supplies?
out of operating supplies. So, yeah, I meant to add all those numbers together to make it make more sense.
Yeah, when I saw that operating supplies went from 28 to 83, I
Yeah, it should
assumed
be
that that's what you
78
did.
to 83. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and I think Jim asked us for that change because it's just easier for him to account for it that way.
And equipment less than 5,000 seems to be bouncing all around. Is there particular things more in need of or something?
Yeah, Jim's always buying something and doing something or the Jim, you want to take a look at that line item? There's some things that I think you included in there that you needed for the coming year.
New Camaro?
No, it had to do with wells.
Wheel wells.
Not wheel wells. Wells. It's the line item, Jim, there, the equipment less than 5,000. Yeah. Yeah.
The original meters on these trains are the original ones.
Can you just step back, hit him on that microphone, please? I'm sorry.
It's a light lit.
Oh, yep, sorry about that. Yeah, the train meters are, we're worried about damaging the elements in the trains. So they're the original red line meters, we're swapping out with ultrasonic meters. And that's the second stage and the meters themselves. We're putting an aviation light on the south tank. It's gonna be magnet, because the original one up there, every time we get high winds, hurricanes, the old one just blows over because it rusts out. And so it'll be a lot easier to just stick one of them up there and just keep an eye on it from a maintenance standpoint. And I need computers, the two computers that run our SCADA system. I like to swap them out every 4 years because they're on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And I can't afford to have none of them to drop out and shut the plant down. I mean,
That'd be awkward.
Yep.
yeah.
Not good.
And the one other computers are records for DEP, St. John's, keeps our flows, for data for our engineers, for a cut permit. People ask us what our flows were the last 10 years. It's got records from back to 1994 on it. Same with the train meters, same as the flow meters on the trains. The second stage are the same. We want to swap them out.
So I told Jim he could have all those toys. It sounded like they were all essential to me.
Yeah, it protects our elements. And you're looking at,
So those also provide redundancy? In other words, you have a backup?
yeah, so we know when the train will run at 350 gallons a minute, and be right on the money instead of right now with these red lines. It could be running 325, or we see our flows coming out of the plant just going back and forth, so we know the meters are going bad. And it's time to swap them out. They're, what, 10 years old?
No problem with me. I like having the tap on.
I like Jim Evans' toys.
Yep.
Jim does a great job at that plant.
Any
We're
other
lucky to
questions on
have
line items?
No.
You got your toys, Jim.
Thank you. Got to protect those elements.
Oh, and let me make a quick comment. We're working together to try to find, I had identified a company that I used to work with up in Atlanta, and I called them up and I said, hey guys, are y'all interested in the Florida market? And they were like, yeah. He says, you got any sites for us? I said, like, yeah. So we may bring in a group that can give us some quotes on doing cellular tower work and bring in additional revenues. So my job is to go get the money. So bring this back when it's ready for you, but he's working with me on it. It's great.
Cell towers and water treatment?
Yeah, you put antennas up on the tower or build another tower.
Okay.
It depends on how the coordinates are, because if the coordinates line up right, these cell tower companies will pay you big money.
Okay, page 29. Treatment plant. So I think the question of the hour is you have $2 million. Water valves, intercoastal crossing.
Yep. Any questions on that?
Yeah. What is it? It's $2 million. And the question
This
is,
is a backup plan.
can this fall under the low-interest loan that we're getting?
Well, we're going after grants on this, but yes, we think that we could get either. So, go ahead, Jim.
It's a redundant system. Well, all we got is one crossing going across the river to supply water to the beach side.
If it goes bad,
If it
we're
goes bad, we're
out.
out of business.
All right. Have we secured anything as far as like getting this under the low-interest loan umbrella worry grant?
We put in a request to DEP the other day, and we're waiting. And obviously, we haven't shopped for the low-interest loans yet, but they're out there. I mean, all this money flowing from the feds, we'll get it.
So it's entirely possible that this could be where we're having problems already, correct?
Yep. This also could be an eligible expense for the American Rescue Act money, for some of that money. So there's money out there, and we decided it was such a critical project, and the risk to the community is so high, let's put it in here and see if we can't get it.
So when do we have to get our requests into Tallahassee for our water?
That was July 15, and we're, the
Was this
requests
part of
are
that?
already, yep, it's already in.
Okay.
It's already in.
All right.
And then, of course, there'll be other opportunities, St. John's and different kind of pots of money that'll pop up, so we're always going to be looking.
So this would be a similar deal as what the gas company just did?
What, putting a separate line in?
Right.
Yeah. You should have a redundant system, in case, like I said, some of a major malfunction of the one line. Right now, we're in a process of putting in 2 new valves on the old line to see if there's any kind of water loss across that intercoastal, which I don't think there is. I think the demand is so big right now throughout our city, people are not going back home because this is an open state where they don't want to go back to New York or California, and I think that's why our demand's been up so much. But, yeah, it's,
So we went ahead out of this fiscal year's
Yeah.
budget and went ahead and we have work orders in to put those valves in so that we can look for the water loss. And then we're trying to go after this
The
money.
intercoastal, one on
yes,
each side?
yes, on South Third Street on this side and right off Lambert.
Right, okay.
goes right into Lambert, right off Lambert, goes right down Lambert.
So we want to go after this money to try to create the new line.
He'll be watching closely because he's going to live right there on that corner.
I'll help you.
I know you said that you were going to be possibly going to Water District Management, and I was speaking to one of the representatives from, and he said they have a lot of money,
Exactly,
and it doesn't require matching.
exactly.
So,
Edgar and I have been talking, and their window is December, January.
right.
And that's another reason I feel confident enough to put this in
Okay.
the budget at this point.
Because
Is because there's just so much money out there.
he was encouraging us. He says, any projects that you have, you might want to apply because we have money that we're trying to get rid of.
Right.
Yeah, I get the Streamline online, the newsletter that they put out. And there's always grants to apply for.
So you can get running and make this a shovel-ready thing to where grants will make it even easier.
Now you're talking, because I heard CNN today, they're jostling back and forth, but you know they're going to cut a deal pretty soon on the infrastructure, and that's another pot of money.
Yeah.
In addition to the pots of money that are already on the table.
More money, more money, more money.
Oh, did the vote pass today?
I have a hard
No,
time.
they're arguing about when they're going to vote.
Yeah, I know.
But I think they will vote at some point.
At some point.
I always have a hard time with budgeting something before the money's secured. You feel,
Take it out.
you feel very strongly,
I feel very strongly.
very strongly is it
Because
100%?
100%, because guess what? If we ain't getting a loan or a grant, we're not doing it,
It makes it easy.
period.
All right, any other questions on 29?
No, you answered that one.
All right. Page 30, water transmission and distribution. Any questions or comments on this one? Okay, page 31.
Okay.
Water transmission and distribution.
All right.
That's right, you should have your homework done before you got here.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, she's just whispering in my ear here. We have just received estimates for the new wells.
Right. For the well 16, right, Jim? The well 16, what did that estimate came in at?
The one
like
we've been working on,
800.
we've been working on the transaction, but we didn't know what the 885 for the new wells.
Because it's across the pipe and everything is going up. I had it broke down.
No, just 885. I'm mentioning it to you. We may need to phase this. I don't know what to do with that yet, so I just, while you're sitting here, I just felt like we better bring it up.
You can phase putting a well in?
Yeah. The way you time it in the fiscal years.
Yeah, it depends the time of the fiscal year, like this 15 is that.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're talking total 16.
Yeah.
When the budget's all rims and out the door. And not guesstimate all of what everyone else used to do. I went to these individuals and I told them, what is it gonna cost? Engineering, the piping, the design, even hooking up from the well to the main. Got everything, the well,
Great.
drain, everything.
Great.
All the money was, it's gonna be, might be a little cheaper, because I went with the high end of what they told me, just to be on the safe side, not have to come back and use for more money, like we may have to do with 15.
This is all upcoming meeting stuff. This is not budget related.
Exactly, but while you're sitting here, I didn't want you to think that we were trying to, slip something by you. I wanted to mention it while we just got the information, so.
All right. So are we good on page 31? And I don't want to cut you all off, but
No, we got a lot.
I know while we're sitting here, but at some point we have to stop sitting here.
Yep.
Okay.
We could just stay until 4:30 tomorrow.
Oh, that's right, we have another meeting. I just forgot about that. Ugh.
Nice snack.
All right, 31.
We have to talk about the telemetry thing.
Oh, I did forget to put it on there.
Good call.
Is it on page
Almost
31?
Oh, no,
right
it's
over
on
that.
page
It's on
31.
page 31.
That's right, oh, that's right.
Yep. Okay, so I didn't hear anything about line items. Let's talk installation of telemetry system, Phase 1 radio heads for $650,000. So we can take out low interest or inter-fund loan to complete the installation process for the entire city. We can install the system in phases, or we continue to hold funds in reserve until the project is fully funded.
Do you have a recommendation?
I do. We have 200,000 in reserves right now. And then we could go shop for a low-interest loan. There will be money available for that. And I think we ought to just bite the bullet and do it. Because I think part of our conversation about water loss has to do with the meter system. And it is a well-known fact that when meters get older, they slow down, they never speed up. And, you know, it'll help us with our revenues, it'll help us with our water accounting. We're going to have to face the music with St. John's at some point. You know, our cup comes up for conversation. And if we're sitting here twiddling our thumbs and not doing anything about it, I don't think they're going to, you know, cut us any slack. Again, we're in competition for a limited resource, so we need to show we're managing it. And it is one of the major revenue sources of the city. And so for those reasons, I say we just need to do it. What the recommendation is here is that you start with a radio read first, because that is compatible with our software and can be done fairly quickly. And, you know, the original recommendation that was discussed, I guess, when Larry was here, was to do the tower, and that was where the $1 million conversation came in. Well, you can always do that later. You don't have to. Many systems start with a radio read first, and then once that's all in, it works, everything's good, everything's compatible, the systems are talking, then you add the tower. And oh, by the way, if we have any luck with our friends that I just mentioned about new revenue sources, they have to give us free space on the towers they build, and we can use that
I was going to ask you, you were talking
for
about...
free, and that would maybe eliminate that cost, another 200,000, and that would be free. So
But
those are
eventually,
the,
they would just drive around and just
Yes,
get
sir.
a reading by,
yes, sir, you just
driving.
drive your truck down
Right.
down the street, and it just pops the data in right away.
I guess when we look long-term, also, we're looking at the cost, the increase in the cost of the equipment to go in, correct?
Yes.
I mean, everything else is going
Yeah,
up.
the meters themselves, I've looked at them. They are very durable. They have been used in these, you know, coastal communities with high saltwater intrusion. They have they can actually function, believe it or not, when they're submerged underwater.
Well,
They're that durable. And so I was, you know, maybe I'm a geek for, you
they
know,
have to around here.
a sales, but I mean, they showed me this thing, and I was like, yeah, this is what we need.
Again, I'm looking at labor. Is that including the labor of putting them in?
Yes.
Okay.
It's soup to nuts, and obviously I have more vetting to do of the bid to make sure it was done right before it comes back to you for award, but I think we are ready to have the conversation.
what does an interfund loan mean?
That's like, if you may remember when we did that for the CRA, it's like the general fund would lend the money to the utility fund, and then the utility fund would pay the general fund back with interest. That way we keep everything, instead of paying interest out. And one of the reasons I suggested that is because I worry that, you know, we might not be able to get as many loans, even if they are low interest with, you know, we still have to secure the big loan. I don't think that's all the way done. So don't want to go taking out little loans, you know, just kind of like your own life. You don't want to have too many credit card debts or what have you, and you can't borrow the real money when you need it. So that's, you know, just a suggestion.
But if we borrow the money from the general fund, that would be out of the reserves.
Right. Yeah,
We wouldn't.
No, it's not taxpayer money, it's just money that we have that's sitting in the bank accounts earning .00.
We could actually
1%,
assign,
and maybe we
we
could
could
make 2%
assign-
on it instead.
yeah, a greater interest rate to ourselves, pay
Yeah.
ourselves back.
That's just an option.
Well, with the loan rates being as low as they are right now, I think would be foolish not to do.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to stay this way.
No, they're not.
Well, that's a lot to get done in 1 year.
What I walked into.
Okay.
Well said. Well, my two cents of thoughts on the telemetry has been the same for going on 4 years now. This was proposed, pitched, sold as a money savings thing. And never once, since I have been a commissioner, has there ever been data brought before us showing that it's going to save us money. I've been asking for 4 years, in every single meeting this has come up, and it's never once happened. So by default, I mean, I'm sure I would be outvoted anyways, but I'm not okay with going forward with it, because there's nothing that has ever been put in front of me in 4 years that has said, this is going to save us anything. I get this, that there's concepts, but, you know, I don't approve $650,000 projects plus, you know, on concepts, and it's never been done.
Well, I'll just say this, that it is based on the data I have seen about the age of the system and the meters that are in the ground that are probably not functioning. You will make up revenues when you do this. Now, there will be utility customers screaming because they're used to getting bills with meters that slow down and don't really truly bill them for what they've used. But these systems are so darn accurate. In fact, there's software that you could actually add to it. It shows, oh, you flushed your toilet at 2 a.m. That means it is that precise. So will it save money? I don't know. Will it gain new revenues? Absolutely.
They'll recoup the lost ones.
But isn't there some
And it's about everybody paying their fair share.
But I was going to say, isn't there some data to show, I know that our guy has left, what the loss, water loss is that we're actually incurring in the city?
That's what we're trying to get to, and right now, I'm telling you, some of that loss is from the meters that are in the ground, absolutely.
But we do show some data, I mean, to the chairman's point.
Yes,
We do have some data that could be brought back to us to show what there's
absolutely.
some
And
losses.
when we do bring the contract award forward, we would have all that.
Okay.
Well, I've been waiting for the same answer Eric's been waiting for. I've never really been a big fan of this, only because we were only being sold this by salespeople of telemetry systems. So I agree with Eric. We never really saw it from our side, just from the salesman's side. So I get the fact that we're losing money with some of these meters because that's been proven over time. But that's a big,
I agree with you, Rick, because I feel the same way, because that's all I talk to, but I actually reached out and talked to some, I want to say it's St. John's River Water District or something like that. Anyways, they gave me a wealth of information. They oversee all the different places, and the other thing, because I will be somewhat involved since I oversee the utility billing, I would want to go, just like I did with the software, I went somewhere where they had BSNA running, which was Crystal River, and just sat in there with the whole finance and utility department for a day and watched how it worked for somebody live, how they were doing it, and that sort of thing. That's the kind of, because I definitely agree, because they call me all day long anymore, and I'm like, you're talking, I don't understand all those little widgets and stuff you use to read meters. And the second thing I would bring up, that is useful is that we in utility billing land will be able to see the water usage, just like Mr. Whitson was referring to. And, we can help people when we see a leak, we see high usage, we can get to them sooner. Now, if Maria has time in between getting the reads and getting the bills out and everything else, and she sees high usage on somebody's bill, we try to send somebody out there as soon as possible. So, because every day that goes on for them can be hundreds of dollars, so not hundreds.
That, I think, is an important aspect.
So that's,
If we can let people know before the whole month is over.
And with these systems, you can, and I will say this, it is my suspicion, based on what I've seen and heard so far, that your cash register is broken.
Okay.
If your cash register at your store was broken and it wasn't ringing up things the way they should be to reflect the right sales, you would replace it. That's the same situation we're talking about here.
And it is as funny as St. John's is about losing drinking water or, fresh water, with there's a good chance that they may be, they have different structured loans, right? I mean,
They do, and that is a good thought that, maybe they would help with this, especially if we could tie it to water loss, which I suspect we could.
and, they're real strict about what days you water, even from a well. But for us to lose, massive amounts of water, then maybe they would be receptive to.
I actually saw the system implemented in St. Augustine where I just left. And, if you want to talk to John Reagan, who's the city manager, because we were in the house that we're in right now when they transition over to the telemetry. So the whole city is now on the telemetry, and he can actually show you data and show you how it's actually operating. That's right there in St. Augustine.
But I don't want to go to St. Augustine and get data. Like, that's the whole thing. We've been asking for
Well,
it for
I'm just
4
saying-
years.
I'm not saying get the data, but I'm just, if you want to compare and see how the system works. I
Right.
agree, I'd love to see the real data that we have here too. But I'm just saying, it is implemented somewhere if we want to go see how it's
Yeah.
actually operating.
And it's not that I don't doubt it. But the
sure.
thing is how can you in good faith do something when nothing has been brought in front of us, other than hypotheticals and marketing? That's not,
understand.
that's just
I
not good
agree.
decision-making. Okay, so we got, what other comments, questions we got? All right, so we have a couple of different approaches to this. We can take out a low-interest loan. We can do it in phases, or we can hold the project until the funds are there. What thoughts y'all got on that? Because we'll have to have a consensus on something.
Go with the first one.
First one, so Jane's proposing take out a low-interest loan.
Only because I'm not sure that there'll ever be low-interest loans again.
How do y'all feel about that?
I agree.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Take a small interest loan.
Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3. All right, so hands on Jane's suggestion on low-interest loan to complete installation process for entire city. 2?
Debbie, I thought you just
Any
said.
against?
Sorry.
Okay.
I went like that.
And I thought you were interested in it. Okay, so we got 3, and any against? I know I'm 1. Are you voting? Okay, so we got 3-2, so 3-2 on the take out low-interest loan. All right. So we got page 32, wastewater treatment plant, and I have to run up the street real quick. I was not planning on this meeting going this late, so I'm turning this over to Rick. Rick, you got page 32, and I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to excuse myself for a little bit.
You do.
I thought we were just going to do the first.
I guess we'll proceed as we have been. Any line item concerns?
Nope.
Comments?
The only comment I have is that we're working with the engineer for the loan, and that we can go ahead with everything. After August 11, we will know we get it. So we
That's
can, yeah, we're going to know. And then that way we can proceed. Nothing will be budgeted for until, we receive the loan, and then we don't have to pay anything back until 6 months after the completion of the plant.
Awesome.
So,
We get to see our friend again.
yeah, he's coming. I got him on speed dial. So I just wanted to let you know that we just kind of did a placeholder budget
Right.
here, and then we'll have to come back and amend it when all this stuff gets moving. But it's looking good. For the first time in a long time, they say, I don't want to jinx it, knock on wood, that they have more money than they have loan requests for.
That's a nice position to be in.
Exactly. So I'm feeling pretty good about it, so.
Okay, so we'll know if we got the loan by the 11th.
11th or 12th of August,
And
yes.
then the next step is?
And the next step is, I guess we would need, I don't know how much we would need to amend this budget.
Well, if we get the numbers before August, on August 11th, we're having that other.
Yeah, we have one more
budget
workshop, so
workshop.
we can, kind of update everything then.
Where are we on the design? Is it just about complete?
Yep.
All right, I'm back.
Wow,
Well, you ran that there fast.
how'd you do that?
I got a substitute. Here, you finish this item.
We spent $8 million.
I think we're done.
That was it?
15.
As William explained, the loans, most likely, is real good chance it'll go through because they got more money than they have people asking for it. And that this is pretty much a placeholder budget until it gets word back, and then he'll approach us again, and we'll make any amendments to the budget that are needed.
So we
again,
should
you-
schedule our next workshop for after the 11th.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be in September when we have the next workshop, so that way it gives us time to get all this pulled together. Because there's some things y'all pointed out, some homework we have to follow up on,
So we'll have time for a workshop and 2 hearings in September?
Good question. Let's work on I'll get with Penny and we'll work out a calendar, because there's certain days we can't do because of the Trim Act, so we'll just have to figure that out. But the idea is, this is step one, major step. We'll get all the homework done, have one more workshop, go through anything you guys want to look at or tweak, and then we'll be ready to set the millage rate.
We on 33 or 34?
33.
We're on, yeah.
Okay, there was nothing in the reserve,
What page are you on?
33.
33?
Is this one of those things that's going to change when we know?
Right.
Okay,
That's why I said this one's kind of a placeholder until we get
okay.
some more
I
information.
didn't know if that was part of that.
That was part of page 32. Sort of.
Good to move to 34?
Sewer collection.
34 it is. All right, so sewer collection, utility fund. Is this another thing where we moved lines? Because I looked and saw under improvements, slip lining, sewer rehab, all that stuff is all blanked out.
Yeah, I need Kathleen's help to figure out how they handle that. The slip lining, we're on page 34.
We're done slip lining, right?
We are almost done, yes.
But it'll be done this
fiscal
current
year. Yes, sir, yes, sir. And so, how that was handled in the budget process, predated me, so.
Right.
What about
That's why I was.
The question was, which line item, Rick?
the slip lining?
606302.
What did you want to know about that?
Well, if it's done, or if it'll be done in this year's budget.
Yeah.
Right, it's under the projected to be done. I didn't think there was any more, right?
Yeah, once we use up the grant money that we have, we're done, as I understand.
And then,
Now, we are going to ask for more money, and we're in that process of asking for more, but until we know we're going to get it, I didn't put it in.
but improvements to sewer connection and a couple of these line items will be part of the rebuild of the plant, right?
Yes, some of the rebuild of the
I mean,
plant,
part of what he presented were some of these pump
yes.
stations and so
Some of the
forth.
upgrades and rebuilds of the plant, and then we also have other project requests out, so we'll need to try to find out where we are with some of these things.
Any other questions on sewer collection?
No.
Okay, 35. Lift station maintenance. Questions or comments on that? Okay,
No, this is pretty much status quo, right?
36.
Station maintenance. Okay, so here's the,
So this is the capital side of lift station maintenance, and what we've done in the past is just budget a lump sum, and in this case, 190,000, and then we break it down by the pump stations. I just included that history at Mr. Woodson's request there, to show you work that we've done on different ones.
It's always moving around
Yeah.
as to what you need to do
well,
where.
not by little bits either,
Yeah,
apparently.
No.
We started out at
And a lot of
195,
that-
then down to 74, and then ended up at 30.
And I will say also, a lot of that, in 17, that was because of Irma, so a lot of that was, you know,
A lot of that was
either covered by
storm-related.
insurance or
FEMA.
FEMA money. so.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of electrical panels and.
Electrical is
Yes.
big on these things.
Right, we got the generators from that mitigation grant, so
Right.
that's what a lot of that detail was.
One of the things I want to do, if we're going to go after sea level rise money and things like that, I want to try to do some lift stations that are designed like built up, that actually have to walk upstairs to get to, and that the telemetry and everything's up here and not down in the well.
Then you don't have to do all that dewatering.
Exactly, yeah. Might have to replace it more often because it's exposed
Well, I
to
know
salt air,
some-
but
The electrical panels and stuff, they did try and elevate to some degree, but.
Yeah.
It was above the water levels of Irma anyway, so.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
Okay, anything else on 36? All right, 37.
Utility fund.
This department is where salaries like for billing and things like that are, it's kind of like the general government fund of the utility enterprise fund. The loans are in there, so it's mostly just,
administration, the loans.
it's the administration for utility billing and loans, insurance,
How come the big change in salary?
because we put Mr. Woodson's salary in
Some
there.
of- Some of my time's in there. Because I'm always working on those issues. Especially with the new plant coming. There's just going to be, and the lift station system and all the other things that are going on.
Yeah, we budgeted 20% of Mr. Woodson's salary and benefits in this department.
Insurance took a pretty good spike too.
What's that?
Insurance.
Yeah, we still don't have the actual numbers yet. Just did a 20% across the board increase, so hopefully it will be a little less.
Any other questions on utility fund? Okay, 38. getting closer, Rob.
Some live entertainment.
Sanitation services. We have a decision module also, and we're done line items. It is a surcharge to provide true city recycling service.
So the 1.17% increase is an ordinance requirement to kind of keep up with costs. It's much better to gradually go up a little than to wait, and then pop people with a big increase. So that's what that is. As far as recycling is concerned, Rob has been doing a lot of work on that. We've written up some decision modules, and I want him to kind of come up and explain what we're talking about. A large part of the recycling, there's aluminum, cardboard, and glass. Glass is huge because it weighs so much, and it takes up a big percentage of the waste stream, and we've found some pretty cool ways to deal with that, and I wanted him to kind of give you an overview, quick and dirty, and maybe show you this video.
How's everybody doing? So I want to say two things before I start this. What I want to do, I don't want to do anything that affects taxes. The second thing is, I'm sorry, I'm tired. It's 5 o'clock this morning. The second thing is we're in the recycling business now. This town has never recycled. I'm going to keep this real short and sweet. This town has never, ever recycled in the history of this town. We have been recycling first. This will be week 17. We're recycling two things. I've ran through about 25 ton of cardboard, which is a truckload every week. It doesn't seem like a lot of tonnage, but it's about $500-600. But it's a truckload that would normally went in 3 to 4 other trucks if I would have kept going the way we were going. Instead of taking 4 trucks on a Thursday morning to ELS, I take 1 truck with a product that I dump for free, or possibly get a check back for a few bucks. Right now in the yard, I've got close to 30 yards of crushed aluminum cans. The truck's about packed out. I've kept them all in 1 truck because I get a better rate by the pound when I have more product. So that's why I've kept them. I'm going to dump them hopefully in the next couple of days or first of next week. It can raise as much as 6 to 7 cents a pound when you keep them, when you get a larger amount. So, but that's the big two things. I don't want any of this to affect anybody's bottom line. I'm just trying to do the right thing, but I want to do it with money that's either floating around or a loan or however we got to do it. That's up to you guys. I just don't want to be, I'm just being honest. I don't want to be the person that raises anybody's taxes to recycle. Everybody I've talked to in this town wants to recycle. They want to do something. We can't ignore it. It has to be done. So all we can do is be proactive and use the tools that are out there and try to do something on the right side of the fence. If not, then it's a waste of time and money. So the first decision module, basically helps with this process. It'll help with labor, it'll help with equipment. Even if we just got recycling tomorrow, we're still looking at an increase in sanitation fees because I have to get rid of this stuff somewhere. My fees are up across the board, as you can see. My fuel's up $1,000 a month, $900 a month. My labor has gone up exponentially in another month, 2 months with my day labor and, everything else we discussed earlier. My insurance, I think, is up. Equipment's up. So I have to be proactive to do 2 things, save money and recycle. And those 2 things go hand in hand. And it's easy to do it. It's just work. This is not rocket science. It's just work. That's all it is. So if you want to watch, I'm not here to sell a recycling machine. I'm just here to show you what we can do with glass. About somewhere around 11 to 12 ton a week that I haul off the island.
Well, before we get into glass, we're still on the $2.
Yeah, so let me just lay this out real quick, if I may, Rob. I hear Rob say he doesn't want to increase any taxes. Okay, we're not increasing taxes. This is a enterprise fund, and we charge people for garbage service.
It's a fee.
It's a fee. And in order for us to do these things and go to the true recycling model, I don't see, as your manager, in a business sense, where we could do that for free. My thought is if we had a small surcharge to help mitigate some of the costs of doing these things that he needs, the new capital equipment, hiring labor and all that kind of stuff. If we have a small subsidy to offset that, that helps mitigate the business risk. And then if it works out and everything goes the way that Rob wants it to go, and in a perfect world, everything does well, as we've never done this before, as we go into this, then down the road, we might be able to give people money back or, lower the fee. So the thought here is a small surcharge of $2 a customer to help us get off the ground, absorb all of the costs he was telling you about, fuel, labor, insurance, tipping fees, everything under the sun is going up in his world. Have this $2 surcharge mitigate some of that, and then be able to get into the recycling and, hopefully get a win. So that was where we were going with it. And with that, I'm going to have him show you a quick video of what this product that we can produce with this machinery would be and what it would look like. And then I think some of our citizens might be pretty excited about this, because I know I am. Rob, show the video.
I can set this up real quick. It's just like a 40-second video. It's produced by the company that makes the machine that we're looking at. Right now, this product is being made all over the state of Florida.
100% recycled material
We watch them.
post-consumer glass. An average of 70 to 80% of post-consumer glass ultimately ends up in a landfill. The Andela Clean Glass process provides a solution by producing glass aggregates that are safe, sanitary, and free of sharp edges. Sunstone is a low-maintenance, long-lasting new alternative to yearly mulching. If you're tired of paying year to year for bark mulch and aren't happy with the look of gravel mulch, consider mulch that will accent your landscaping.
So the idea is to produce this product. We could sell it to ourselves for the CRA, to the downtown area. We could sell it to the citizens at a discount since they're helping us with it. We might even be successful in selling it to other cities. The idea is we're going to take something we have to pay to dump and turning it into a useful product. But we have to have this machine to do it.
And I'll tell you two more things real quick, and then you guys can discuss whatever you want to discuss. The two products I've learned that this machine makes in the last 2 weeks is this, the glass gravel. You can make bigger pieces of glass with different screens that go in the trommel. Basically, it looks like sea glass. You can walk on it, kids can take it and stick it in their hands. The sand, Broward County has been using the sand since 2008. It's approved by FDOT, it's approved by the Army Corps of Engineers, and there was also a turtle study done over a period of years of time, and I can give you some information you can read up on that. The sand looks and acts just like our beach sand, and it's free, or pretty much free. So they're using it for beach reclamation, they're using it for decorator, landscaping. Volano Beach has it all over. There's two companies right now in the west coast of Florida that are making it and selling it. They can't make it fast enough. So there's a lot of options for this. I'm dumping about 12 to 12.5 tons of glass a week at $46 a ton, plus trucking it there and then running a truck back. So I can take it across the bridge, dump it in my yard, run it through a machine, and we can do whatever we want to do with it. So that's I'm not a polished guy. I'm just telling you what we can do with it, and it's just, it's something to look at.
Okay, we're still on 38 talking about, we haven't even got to the glass module yet. And we're looking at the $2 recycling fee. So Rob, my question to you, I guess, is, so if we charge everybody $2 a month, where is the plastic going? Where is the paper going? Where is everything going?
Well, with that surcharge, we can put a conveyor belt in and start picking some of that out. I can deliver that for free to ELS, or someone would get a check back for, as the market allows. That's, that changes every day. Either way, it's gonna cost something to pick it up and do something. If I can pick it up and do something to where it doesn't cost me anything to get rid of it, or I can make money on it, I say our department, our city, then that's what this is going towards, to help with labor, a machine to do it with, whether it's this machine or just a conveyor belt. It's a pretty simple process. It's just picking stuff out and putting it in a bin. I mean, this is not building a battery. It's just pretty simple.
But will the plastic that gets put in all the bins be recycled?
If it's recyclable plastic. See,
Right.
that's.
So it'll be taken to a plastic recycle plant, so to speak.
And we're still talking with Mike at ELS. He's working on a plastic shredder that's hopefully going to be online this fall. That's going to be the closest place. I can take it to Gel Corp. They're going to charge you, still going to charge you a bunch of money to dump it because they make money. So obviously a closer place with a relationship that we have with somebody nearby is better for us, for our bottom dollar. But as far as picking it up and separating it, yeah, it's labor intensive. I have labor already in place. It's just a couple machines and
Again, this charge helps mitigate those costs. It doesn't completely pay for it, but it helps us get a leg up and get this process going and see if this business risk would pay off.
But we have to be able to say to the folks that are being charged the $2, the items that you put in that recycle bin are going to be recycled. They won't go to a landfill, if they are recyclable.
If they're recyclable, we have a place to take them.
Right. So I can tell the folks of the city that I can charge them $2 a month extra and work hard to recycle as much as their product that they give me as I can, or I can charge them $2 a month and take it to the dump. That's pretty much the bottom line. I mean, either way, it's got to go in a truck and it's got to go somewhere. So if I can economically, responsibly do it in my yard and then get rid of it and either make money on it or get rid of it for free and follow it through to get recycled. I mean, the two products I'm recycling right now, I'm watching them get recycled. That's never been done before in this town, never. We've never physically, anybody in this town's never physically seen anything that left this island to get recycled. And I know that for a fact. Now we are. I'm watching cardboard get put in cubes, go in a flatbed truck and go get recycled. I think that's pretty cool.
Mr. Bryan?
Yes, so I guess the trade-off is glass is the heaviest product that we have that we're recycling. So not recycling the glass is going to lower our tipping fees, correct?
Tremendously.
Okay. So the trade-off, so we may be paying upfront $2 extra a month, but it's also going to possibly offset any increases in the future.
Correct, because the fees to dump this stuff is going up and up and up.
Exactly. I mean,
So
that's,
just to put it in perspective, between Finn's, the Golden Lion, and Tortugas, they produce somewhere around 500 cases of empty beer bottles per week. Per week. That's just those three establishments. And that's no liquor bottles, that's no wine bottles. This is what the managers told me. 24 empty beer bottles, which is a case, weigh 10.38 or 10.48 pounds. 24 empty beer bottles. So just to put in perspective what glass weighs, I mean, it's tremendously heavy. So I've sat and ran the numbers, and I've been very conservative with the numbers. The amount of bottles that are created by the residents and the rest of the establishments and the visitors. It's going to be a challenge, but it's doable. I mean, we went to the point now, instead of picking up trash a third day, to actually getting two products. We're about 95% compliant right now with recycling with the residents, and we're actually getting more stuff as weeks go on. And once we say, hey, we're doing this, they'll add to it. It's all the studies that I've read. Once people know that it's truly gone someplace, they'll work harder to do the right thing. So,
Yeah, are you done?
I just have one more question, I'll be done. And I guess this is looking long-term, but, we're talking about generate revenue. Is this something, a service that we would be able to offer to Benel or some other municipality that wanted to recycle their glass and they could essentially...
Yeah, maybe down the
we could
road.
buy their glass.
yeah,
I mean, they could
charge
sell their
them.
glass to us, and we could make money off the glass.
They give us their glass.
Right.
Yeah.
They'll give it to us.
There's some, that's down the road,
Okay.
work out the bugs and get, I mean, there's really no bugs, just the machine.
All right, I'm confused. We told people we could only recycle cardboard and aluminum because those were the only things that EOS would recycle because they were the only things that sold to wherever they go.
But-
And we did a good job for a while of convincing people that that was the case. Now we're going to tell them, well, oh, whoops, we could also do plastic, or we could also do some other products, and they're going to go to ELS, who's now going to be able to do something with them.
It has to be separated, and it has to go in separate containers. So we can separate it at our yard, but I can't take a single stream over to him because he doesn't, it's too labor intensive. So right now, the way the market is, first of all, he doesn't have the labor to separate it. I do. But with this machine, if the machine works out, if you guys are interested in the machine will help us separate glass, plastic, paper, and
Oh, it doesn't only separate glass.
Yeah.
no, it takes the plastic and the metal and cork and paper, separates everything out and puts it in different bins.
See, the barrier with recycling is the recycler doesn't get what he needs to do his job. This process eliminates that problem, and we deliver him a more recyclable product, so he
This
can
machine-
actually do it.
This machine does more than take a beer bottle and crush it into,
It'll
Mulch.
separate, and there's another video I can email you guys if you want, that's easier. It shows how the process works. It's a pulverizer, and it's got a magnetic belt that runs across the top of the conveyor that picks metal out. So if you have metal cans, tin cans, anything that's magnetic, it'll pick it up and spit it out the side. The paper gets blown out the side because it's lighter. When the glass gets sent into the trommel and gets pulverized, the other stuff is too light and too big to go through the holes, so it comes out another side. So the machine's been, this company's been in business for about 25 years.
and the $2 a month is on top of our normal sanitation charge.
Correct.
But it will be what goes to purchase this machine.
It'll go towards
Because
the
you have it
purchase
in
of
two
that
different
machine and alleviating some of the labor and additional charges and so forth and so on.
Y'all really muddied the water by combining both of these.
I didn't mean to, I just was answering questions, Eric.
Right, but, so we keep talking about glass, and there's a $200,000 machine being proposed to solve the glass.
But other things as well. It's not just glass. It helps you create other recyclable product streams.
So are you saying that these two items here must be combined, or it's either approve both or approve neither? Because y'all are combining it when you talk.
Okay, if you want to say we'll do this for nothing, this is going to be a short-lived experiment because we need the $2 subsidy to help offset some of these costs. So yeah, they're related. And again, we're just trying to show you a way that we can go forward with a true recycling model, because that's what I thought I heard the community and commissioners tell me they wanted to see.
All right, so they are approve both or none? I mean, because that's kind of, see, I'm looking at these as two different, but they got combined. So you're saying you need $2 an hour for the labor to separate the recycling, to get it processed properly, and then the $200,000 machine to handle the glass.
Right, and the $2 charge goes to help offset over time the capital cost of purchasing the machine.
The machine has a separate price tag.
Yeah, but the $2 charge goes into the equation of offsetting all these other costs he has plus the machine. It's a capital asset that we need to be able to do the job.
Well, but that's not how this is being presented. This is being presented on the approval of a $200,000 machine. That's paid in full. You don't need $2 an hour to pay for it. We just approving that authorizes.
Right, but it's the replacement of the, over time of that money back out of the, where you took it from. Yes, we have reserves. We could pay cash for it tomorrow. But, do you want to keep doing that? It's the idea is there's a lot of other costs that go into this, so we're needing a way to subsidize it.
Let me try to clarify here too. So I don't know how you want to work out both of these together, but the $2 will help pay for labor, maintenance on the machine, and everything that goes involved with recycling. So I can't keep recycling for free. And if the people in this town want to truly recycle, it's not free. It's not easy. I mean, I watch them load the plastic that's over at Publix into the same dumpster that they come to when they pick their trash up at Publix. So that's where we're at. So I'm trying to help the cause. I don't know how you guys want to structure this. That's your deal. So I'm just telling you what I need to try to move forward with what we're already doing.
Commissioner Bryan?
So my question is, whether we do this or not, the tipping fees, the cost of recycling, the cost of disposing of garbage that we create is going to go up one way or the other.
Correct.
Because we can see the increases over the years.
That's correct.
So what you're essentially trying to do is offset some of that future cost by bringing in a mechanism and essentially an enterprise to help process this and also make everyone feel good and get involved with the real, true recycling.
Correct.
Well stated. Bingo.
But that number that it's going up is already baked in per city ordinance. So it's the 1.17 plus the $2, plus the cost of the machine.
I understand, but I think what we're essentially doing again is borrowing $250,000 to get the machine, and then we're going to pay it back with the $2 per month surcharge over time.
Plus a lot of other costs. I mean, it's a subsidy. It's $2 is not the full cost of what it would take. It's just to help you get moving.
I'm dumping somewhere around 100 tons a week from the city of Flagler Beach in trash. 100 tons. So if I can right now I'm taking, 3 or 4 ton a week away from that with cardboard and aluminum. If I can take another 12 or 13 ton a week away with product that I can either sell or I can dump for free that truly gets recycled, then that's a win. But it's not, you can't do it for free. It's not, there's a cost involved. So whether the cost is doing something with the product and making the residents in town happy because we're actually doing something with the product, or me just paying 50 cents a ton to dump it over DLS and put a driver in a truck and it gets 2.5 miles a gallon. Either way, it's going to cost us money. So at the end of the day, we can either be responsible or we can just dump it. That's up to you guys. That's.
You said Broward County is selling this product?
I don't know that to retail, they use a lot of it for, I've got some copies of permits that they've had in the,
Beautify and Renourishment, okay,
yeah.
It's beach renourishment. They can
Okay.
use some of it for that.
okay. I didn't know if you had any statistics on how much we could actually sell this for.
The going rate, what I've heard is $1 a pound for the gravel. So, like a 5-gallon bucket's,
We could use it on our parking lots.
Use it in a playground, I saw those
And a
kids sit on
playground.
it.
Yeah.
We could definitely use it in the parking lots.
and I've got samples coming. It didn't get here this week, but we can, we're just starting out with this process, so we can get together or whatever next time we get together, I can.
Yeah, so to try to tie a bow on this, the whole reason we were having this conversation was to say, okay, are we going in the right direction? Is this something you want to try? Or is this too far out, too much of a business risk, you don't want to do it? We're trying to get a sense of direction from the commission on this.
I was going to try to bring up, so for the year, because you're adding in the $2 a month expense on top of the expense that we've already added onto the utility bill, it's only $32 a year, $267 a month. For everyone that had an issue, we now at least have a solution. I don't think it's a bad, there's always when you want to have something, there's always an expense. It can't be free, and people have to realize that. So that's not a huge increase on that utility bill for a solution that could potentially bring us revenue.
Right.
Yeah, and from the comments that I've seen online, I know when we stopped recycling all the other stuff, it was like, whoa. And I think people would do whatever it takes, basically.
And this can be one of those things where if they complain, we say, well, we listened to you and this is what you wanted.
And I'm going to say one more thing, I'll leave you guys go, because I know we're kind of getting off topic with the budget. But I've talked to a lot of people in the last 3 months, a lot of people, up till 9 o'clock at night when they call. And it's either, when I tell them, we've never recycled. Everything that we used to dump in the bins was going in the trash. And some of the people really get nasty with me on the phone. And then I say, you know what, I'll visit you tomorrow. I had a guy down in Cedar Island the other day I visited that has sent me nasty emails, talked to me really badly on the phone, and now we're buddies. So he understands, he gets it. I just was honest with him. I said, I didn't make the rules. This is not my deal. I'm just trying to do the right thing. So everybody, the general consensus in town is they want to recycle, but it's not going to be easy and it's not going to be free. Either way, it's not going to be free. I still have to haul this crap off the island and get rid of it. So either if you want to recycle it, it costs this much, or if you want to dump it, it costs this much. At the end of the day, it just matters how you want to feel about it. So whatever you guys want me to do, I'm your employee, I'll do the best I can, but I'm just giving you ideas. And I'm sorry I'm short, I'm just really beat.
So how much do we have in sanitation fund reserves if we wanted to?
About $1 million.
How much?
$1 million.
Close to $1 million if we wanted to purchase it, okay.
Yep.
Commissioner Valheimer?
How much additional labor would you need to?
To run that machine's a one-man
To run
deal.
this operation?
To run that particular machine is a one-man operation.
Yeah, but if you had the conveyor to separate stuff before it went in.
4 to 5 people for maybe, the better part of a day, once a week. This machine does 3 to 5 tons of glass an hour. So I like to think conservative, so I think maybe a ton an hour, ton and a half an hour. So you figure you run a day or two with the glass that we pick up in town, and the rest of the stuff you're separating at the same time. So you got 2 or 3 laborers working for 2 days a week, realistically. And then as time goes on, if you get more glass from other municipalities, that's a good thing.
But these day laborers?
Yeah. Well, you'd probably need one city worker to actually run the machine that's trained in it, and then the day laborers could do the sorting.
Okay.
And I've already talked to several of my day laborers I'm down to about 4 or 5 that actually show up regularly, and they're all on board. They want to be part of something bigger and better than hanging on a truck, so, they'll stick around. I got 3 or 4 really good people that my staff has changed over the last 3 or 4 months for various reasons, but, I have the labor in place, so. But I'll let you guys finish talking about the budget. If I need to answer any questions, I'll answer them.
Well, last question. So if both these get approved, plastic will be getting recycled, paper will be getting recycled, or cardboard, and then metal will be getting recycled and glass will be getting recycled.
Yes.
Not dumped. None of them will be dumped.
Only the plastic that's recyclable.
Right.
I'll be very honest and very upfront. It'll take probably a month or 2 till we work all the kinks out. It ain't going to be overnight success, but the folks that I've talked to in the last couple of months, they get it, they understand. Recycling is not what it was 4 years ago. It's a very hard process as far as sorting goes and knowing what plastic can get recycled. But as time goes on, what I've learned from reading a lot of different stuff, the product, it's getting back to where it was a few years ago, but it's going to take a few months. So if we get it on the ground floor and start doing this the right way, we can be on top of it in 6 months, 8 months. I mean, lead time on the machine's 3-4 months anyway, so, it's going to be, even if you guys decide to do this in the next couple of months, it's going to be late winter, maybe spring till it's in place working, so, this is a process, it's not overnight deal. So.
But we can tell the citizens that this is real. Everything you put in that bin is getting recycled, that can be recycled, and
I've lived here the last 18 years. I'm not going to lie to anybody, and that's the way I am. I'm going to be honest and say I can do this, or we can do it, but it's not going to be easy. It's either we do it or we don't. There's no in between. I can't continue what I'm doing with cardboard and aluminum. What we do now with that, we separated ourselves in the yard. We did it today in 15 minutes per truck. It was easy, quick and easy. Luckily, it didn't rain on us. But that's a process that needs to end at some point. But right now, it's working. My guys are happy. They got pizza and sodas and waters, and we giggle and laugh and
Just so they don't throw their pizza box in with the cold.
Nope, the pizza box goes in the tippy cards. But anyways, so I hope I answered your questions, and, whatever you need from me, I'm willing to do. It's just, it's a process, it's work, and that's all it is, it's just work, so.
Okay.
Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
Questions or comments? And then these are one and the same, both these go together,
I think so.
okay? And so we will have, all right, so how do y'all feel about the glass processing machine combined with the $2 a month to run and pay for it?
I'm on board.
1, 2,
Me.
3. I'm on board. Unanimous.
Good job, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
I'll put some information in you guys' cubbies, you can read over the next few days, and you want to look about it, what it's all about. So you have it.
You set up a field trip too?
You want to go upstate New York?
Never mind. I'm good. I'll watch a video.
All right.
Where was this going?
Not in the budget.
We have no more decision modules left. So rather than go page by page, is there any commissioners that have questions about a particular page number or line item they'd like to cover? Or Mayor?
Well,
Go ahead, Rick.
we got a couple of garbage trucks coming, or at least one.
We have garbage trucks coming, Rob Smith?
Yes.
The single axles?
Yeah, the
One truck.
truck should be here mid-March.
And that's what we're looking at in the budget?
Yeah. Yeah, that was in the 5-year plan. And,
Okay.
of course, nobody's changed hands, just a letter of intent to get the truck ordered.
And somebody else got questions on that. I got one about the stormwater fund.
Go ahead.
Why is the
one on the
stormwater fund going
What page?
down?
Stormwater fund is going down because there's enough money there to do what we need. And I felt like with the other potential increases that we need to give somebody a break somewhere. And so I felt like that we could do that.
That needs to be a headline.
Say it one
I'm
more
trying.
Yeah.
That's where you need the PIO.
Yeah, exactly.
So what are we spending on stormwater maintenance this upcoming year? This is revenue.
Well, a lot of that is, in the salary line items, you have, design work and different things like that going on. And then, we have 14.8 budgeted. We can go the other way, we can just keep the fee the same and put more maintenance in it if you want, but I just was trying to give somebody a break.
Rick, what page are you on?
Repairs and maintenance.
42.
Okay.
42.
It's in 42.
Is that what it's?
Repairs and maintenance.
You behave yourself.
All right, I'm sorry. Shame we're on page 42. Slap that in there, it's on.
I thought you said poor Jane, and I'm like,
So we had $65,000 in maintenance last year, and we're going down to 14 this year. Is that for?
Well, we've had a lot of projects built, so, unless we have more studies and more capital projects, we're kind of towards the end, and we can reassess, or we can increase the fee and try and do more. I just felt
Do we have to
like,
maintain what we've already done?
yeah,
Going with this repairs and maintenance, 65,000, we didn't really use it.
As far as stormwater projects?
do we have money in the fund to roll forward into maintenance?
We can put more money in maintenance. If that's
We
what
have
want.
we have reserve funds,
Yeah,
right?
we have reserves. And we have, this budget's leaving, sorry, let me get back to the right page.
Isn't that part of the floodplain management stuff that we have a certain amount of stormwater maintenance?
Yeah, that's a separate program, the CRS. Feds make you do that. But I don't think they make you show your budget.
So we were returning $278,000 to reserves, so we could put whatever you want in there for repairs and maintenance and still have plenty going back to reserves. That's one
I
of
just
the,
kind of put a bare bones budget together, and trying to give people a break, but we can certainly relook at it.
I just know that there's some existing stormwater projects that need some maintenance. Swales that have been filled in and
Well, like I say, we have some reserves, so if you want to put 70 in there, we could do that.
well, I'll let you play with that and bring back what you
Okay.
think works best.
Sure, and I'll
Give
talk
that a
with
little
Lou,
research, talk to people.
talk with Lou a little bit, yeah.
All right.
But this was just kind of like, hey, I knew we were facing some other
page.
increases. It was the last page. It was like, well, we maybe do a little less here.
Okay.
Is the north end of Lambert Avenue swale project done?
North End Lambert, I think it is.
The whole street is done?
I think aren't we going after some grants for that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, because
So-
there was nothing here.
Yeah, but we're not going to budget unless we know we get it, because those are harder grants to get.
I don't believe it's complete all the way to the cul-de-sac.
I don't think it is either.
All right, I'll tell you what, it's last page. Why don't I go back and do a little more homework on this one? My bad.
Somebody wrap this up.
Motion to adjourn.
All right.
No, we have to set the tentative mill rate.
agree on it.
Right, yes, that's what I meant.
The basic idea is to agree, on what you think you want to present tomorrow night, because Commissioner Phillips won't be here, but she wanted to participate in this discussion, have input into what that recommendation would be. So where are we at right now, Kathleen? Hello?
We are at 5.7656.
5.7656, and I would suggest, if you wanted to throw a little extra in there, just to make sure, in case there was a hiccup or something, you can always roll it back down. So,
And the highest we can go is 5.8,
what's the highest?
5.8825, correct.
5.85?
5.88.
5.88,
Got it.
so,
And if we move this to 5.8, just for round numbers.
yeah, you could always then back it down to the
I
5.7.
know we can bring it down, but there would be no room really.
Correct.
Well, I'm going to recommend we go to 5.8.
I agree with that.
Do you want a motion and a second on it?
Can't have a motion.
No,
but I can have a consensus.
I
Yeah,
agree.
now we are not tomorrow night going to go through this whole budget all over.
No.
Thank you.
It'd be nice.
All right, well, we're missing, so, agree, you?
I don't have much choice to.
Well, we can always come
That's a
back
big,
down.
that's a big
You always
step.
go back down.
Yeah, we can always come back down, so, yeah, okay, I go with it.
That's the highest you can go.
Now, that takes 4 out of 5 commissioners to pass. What's the lowest rate that it,
With
so
3,
anything above the 5.34 takes 4 commissioners?
yes, anything
Okay.
above what we came in.
The starting number that I came in with.
Uh-huh.
That's with 3 votes, you can do that.
Right.
Right.
But anything above
Anything
that?
above that, you gotta have 4.
Which means we spent all of today for nothing if we just go back to that. Seriously.
Yeah.
Just means Debbie doesn't leave town.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it's simple.
she'll be back. She's not going anywhere. If she wins big in Vegas, that's a different.
Are you okay with the 5.8?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I thought it was too high.
Can always, I think it's high too, but can always
We
come
have a
back.
consensus.
It's the tentative rate.
That's the same tentative rate we went in with last year.
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
But wait, I just want to be clear that tomorrow night that's what we're going to go.
Tomorrow night, I'm going to ask you for a motion to set the tentative millage rate, and it won't be a long discussion unless you want it to be.
They don't want it to be.
Motion to adjourn.
They're not answering. Will we hold off, I guess, will we hold off with the further discussion till the next real workshop? Not tomorrow night go through all of this?
Well, we were told we're not going to, so.
Well, it's up to you, really.
Tomorrow's going to be the same question as what just got asked right now,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
So 4 out of 5 agreed on the 5.8.
Okay.
So unless somebody changes, there's no need to do that, and hopefully nobody would change, because that'd be silly.
Good, okay.
It'd be very silly.
Yep, okay. We're adjourned.
Thank you all.
How many? We didn't, it wasn't
What's that?
Yeah.
You were a no on that?
Lesson learned. I thought we could go